Do I have to hold this down every time? No. Oh, brilliant. Hey everyone, can you all hear me? Hello. I love hearing all this chatter. This is so exciting. We're live now, everyone. So everybody in New Zealand and Australia will be listening to the beginning of Monday. We welcome to the Iris Awards for 2023 in Christchurch, and we've got some amazing imagery just about to come up. At the moment, what we're going to be doing in this room, which is room 1, we're going to do a run through of all 3 categories that are going to be featured first, I suppose. The other categories that are judged later in the day will probably be run through in the actual rooms, but I'm not positive of that yet, but we thought we'd just get that info out. Anyway, my name's Simone Jackson. I've got the gorgeous Jean-Marie with me here, and we've got some amazing expectation coming. So we will do the run through shortly. Everyone's got their coffees, everyone's ready to roll, and everyone's just ready to go. The overall sponsors of the Iris Awards is Sony, so thank you so much, Sony, for doing such a fabulous job. We're very happy, and the other sponsors will be reading out after the run-through's been through. So are you ready to go? Cool. Here we start. Are we starting with the family category? Yeah, we're just starting the family category now. Here we go. That's a huge category, so it's going to be very exciting for all the entrants. It's absolutely massive. Now, we've just been told that the actual the run through for the other categories are going to actually be in the other room. So I think landscape is next. So I think everybody, if they could just go through into the individual rooms that they're judging, that'd be great. And we'll just keep the judges and family. We'll definitely keep you here, please. Russell, could I have your? Oh, you got it. Great. Thank you. Thank you to Fujifilm for starting up for the first part of the day. So we're all up, ready to roll. Now, judges, I'm just going to get a few just off the front row at the moment. We're going to start off, if we can. I'll just move that. Could we come in with? We're going to start off a bit of a mix here. Could we bring on to the judging panel Chris Anderson, Catherine Katanak, Sarah Lee Cobb, and Michelle Fay, please. And we were going to bring one more. Well, let's throw another boy in here. Russell, we'll pop you up first too, if we could. Thank you. Cool. We'll just keep that in here. Yeah, we'll wait. Yep, all the exclusions are in there. Thank you. So I like to make it easy. You know what's real fun to do? To make it easy for you is I put them in the order of when you select it. They super easy. Oh, you've done it. Yeah. Okay. The chatting. Michelle's. What I'm going to do is I'm going to read out the category description for everybody that might be listening in at home on YouTube and for all the visitors here. Right, here we go. The family description is for photographs that champion the excellence, innovation, creativity and technical mastery of commissioned family portraiture. An entry is not required to have been the photograph sold to your client, but must be from the same photographic session. Includes newborns, babies, and pets with humans. Birth photography may be more suited to documentary. Emotional impact, connection, and evidence of strong communication between the photographer and the subjects will be considered as key ingredients in this category. Photographs of the entrant's immediate family are excluded. This refers to yourself, children, parents, grandparents, grandchildren, siblings in their immediate family, and pets, in brackets, including members of blended families, close brackets. Brilliant. So we're already, we've got that sorted. Thank you very much to Fujifilm for our sponsor. We'll be doing a little bit of reading out about a few bits and pieces about how awesome Fuji is with their excellence, what they're doing as well in the moment. So that's brilliant to see. And are we ready to roll? And I'll just check with the print handlers out the back, see how that's all going. And judges, you're all bright-eyed, bushy-tailed at the front here. You're ready to roll? Great. Okay, they've all been coffeed up. They are literally sitting on the edges of their seats. So I think everybody that might be watching this, if you could see what I could see, it's pretty neat. Might just move a few things over because I'd like to see your faces a bit more actually. So I'm actually going to move everything across for the next minute or so because I'm struggling to actually see you all. Jean-Marie? Apologies to the first couple of entrants. They'll be getting very nervous now, waiting for me to sort myself out. That's better. Are you okay, ready to go? Right, could we have the first print, please? Here we go, sort of get that pressed. No, it's there. What's there? Yes. Are you okay now, Catherine, to put that in, or you still can't? Okay. Hey, could we grab a Paul, or hang on, let's have a look. Michelle. Yeah, Catherine's not there. Could we grab a techo person, maybe Paul? We've just had a little bit of trouble with one of the computers getting the score in. Thank you. So just keep those scores in your minds and what you're doing at the moment, judges, if you can. And apologies to the entrant. We're just trying to sort out a little bit of a technical issue with one of the computers here. So to all the entrants, we've got a mix of judges here. We've got a mix of Kiwis, Australian, boys and girls, yeah, experienced and ones that are just starting out. So we've got a score in now. We have a score of 85. That is a silver distinction right off the bat. And however, we have got a challenge, and Russell is challenging this print.
Yeah, first off the rank, obviously, pretty amazing images to me, and we sort of got to get our heads into it straight away. I scored at 91, so compared to a lot of the other ones in the walk past, I found this one was really strong. I just really resonate with it. I think it's very, very, very clever. The shape of it, how it's presented to us, the palette's beautiful. I think the idea, the concept of incorporating the family within the two individuals on each end with that beautiful sort of dainty sort of fishing line, if you like, and then a little love heart in the fishing line towards the end as well. I just think it's a wonderfully conceptualised way of showing us family, and I've never really seen anything like that before, and so I reward it as such.
Thank you, Russell. Could I maybe come down to Sarah Lee? How are you feeling about it?
I scored this image in 81, and I think I underscored it initially. It's such a beautiful, like Russell said, quite a unique image. There is definitely individual character coming through from each family member, which is really sweet. Plus the overarching unity with that fishing line. I found the cloud at the top a wee bit distracting, and I think perhaps that was the only thing that drew it down for me, but I will definitely be coming up with my score.
Thank you. Thanks. And Catherine, could we hear from you too, please?
I gave this 86, and I'm really happy to come up with you, Russell. Something else I'm noticing more since I'm sitting here is the beautiful positioning of the figures. If you look at the dog is sort of leading you up the hill, the reaching out kid is taking you over, the outstretched leg with the ball is starting to take you down the other side. It's so clever. It's really, really great stuff. So I'm coming to gold.
Thank you. And because we're talking gold, no one else wants to chat to this. Oh, Chris, thank you.
So I was on 83. I'm glad it landed on 85. I'm thinking about gold. Just sitting here, there's the cloud was probably the thing that pulled me down again, and it's kind of like if it had been just a pure sky of color, that might have been for me a little stronger, or if the cloud had been a little less dominant. But I think that's probably a bit rough to pick on it for that. And sitting here looking at it, I'm noticing it's not a half circle that it's mounted in. It's like bulging at the bottom, like it's a sunset over the horizon, which is just fantastic. So I'm going to come up a whole bunch.
Thank you so much. Right, back to you, Russell.
Well, it is coloured gold, so that should be helpful. Just for the clouds, I actually really enjoy the clouds, because without the clouds, if you can picture it without the clouds, I think it would be a bit more sort of highly conceptualised. With the clouds, there's this sort of organic feeling to it that brings a reality to the whole image for me, and I think it contains our vision to the family, and I really enjoy those actually. So yeah, 91 or gold.
Right, thanks, Russell. And I'm going to get the judges to rescore. Hopefully you can actually put your challenge scores in if I know the computer right. Can you get your scores in there? You can't? Yeah, there's something that I haven't done. Here we go. Yeah. We've got a new computer system. This is my bad. And I think you should be able to start getting that in now. Oh, here we go. They're coming in. We have a score of 90. That's a gold straight off the bat. Congratulations to the entrant. You'll be absolutely thrilled. Fantastic. Right, I'm just going to leave this here for a second. I'm just going to accept that here. There'll be someone dancing around the room somewhere in a happy land. Right, you ready to roll here? Cool, okay, could we have the, oh sorry, next print please. Now, who are you waiting for there? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, and Russell's in there. Brilliant, thank you. We have a bronze award at 77. That's well done to the entrant, thank you. And Chris, you'd like to talk to the entrant here, thank you.
This is lovely and clean, and the expression is great. Like this is just, it's a lovely image of the subject. I think one thing that would have helped to elevate it is there's a little bit of over sharpening on the arm towards the left of the frame, where there's like quite a distinct outline that once you see it, it's hard to not see again. So I think working on that would help to elevate this further.
Thank you very much, Chris. Right, just before the next print goes through, judges, you'll just have to, I know it's not going to be easy, those lights are quite tricky, so you just have to somehow try to avoid them, so it's going to be a little bit tricky as you go up. You might just have to remember to allow room for the others, but you're doing fantastically. I was just told to let you know this as a reminder. You're doing really well, so it's just those lights that they have to be reset if they get hit. Yeah, neat. So you, and could we have the next print, please? We've got a silver award at 80. Congratulations. Well done. Thank you very much. Who would like to talk to the entrant about their amazing image, the silver? I might pick on somebody. Catherine, thank you.
What a great moment. Beautifully framed, obviously strong connection between these cows and the girl. I like the way that they both seem to be looking at the camera as well. So yeah, really well caught moment. I think I'm finding her body a little bit bright, especially down the arms there. She's just, she does stand out, but perhaps tone that down a little bit. But great capture, and congratulations on your silver.
Thank you, Catherine. And I'll just make sure when you speak into the microphone, Catherine, you might have to go a little bit closer. I haven't been given any information yet, but I just saw you a bit far away. So if you are speaking into the microphone, it might be quite a good idea to get in there close and personal with it. That's perfect. Thank you. Right. Could we have the next print, please? Oh, really? Okay. So we're currently judging the family category, sponsored by Fujifilm. We've got a really good, solid bronze award at 77. Congratulations to the photographer. We'll accept that. And who would like to talk to the entrant? I might pick on, how are you feeling, Michelle? Thank you.
Got a frog in my throat. Well done to the entrant, well done to the photographer. You did very, very well to get 3 out of 4 of those subjects actually looking right into the camera. Keep working on it and keep developing. I found the sun a little bit distracting. I know it's giving it a beautiful glow, but yeah, just for me, my eye keeps going up to the forest rather than those gorgeous subjects at the front.
That's really good critique. Thank you so much, Michelle. I'm sure the entrant would have appreciated those comments too. Right, could we have the next print, please? Oh, sorry. We have the next print, please. We've got the amazing print handlers out the back are doing a really good job. Thank you so much. We've got one more to go, I think. Who are we missing? Catherine's is in. We miss. Oh, Russell. Here we go. I think just your score needs to come in, please. Thanks, Russell. We've got a silver award at 80. Congratulations. All the points were reasonably close there too, so thank you for that. Right, who would like to talk to the entrant? Russell, thank you.
Beautiful piece of work. It's I forgot about that. Lovely piece of work. It's really honest and it's clean and sharp. You've got the photographer's got a lovely rapport with their subject matter, which I think shows here, and they've given of themselves to you. So I reward you for that.
Thanks so much, Russell. Appreciated. Could we have the next print, please? To the entrance, we're having a new, different way the prints are being displayed at the moment. Instead of a turnaround, we've got a different screen, so looks fantastic too. The judges are very attentive. They're just doing so well. We've got a very consistent scoring here at 77. That's a bronze award. Congratulations. And Chris would love to talk to the entrant here.
I'm enjoying the time of day and the subjects and the energy, and you're really drawn in by the way this is presented. The print is quite small, so it makes you come in close, and I think that making you come in close makes you want to spend time with it. I think one thing that you might want to consider is I feel like 2 of these will be necessary. 4 of them might be more than we need. There's sort of a repetition of the action for those bottom 2 frames. I find the 3rd one to be the strongest for me. If that had been presented on its own, that might have even been stronger than these 4 together. So I think continuing to experiment with the collection would probably be good to do. So well done.
Thank you, Chris. Less is more. Well done, thank you. Right, could we have the next print, please? We have a score of 77. That's a very solid bronze award. Well done. Thank you. And could we hear from Sarah Lee? Would you like to talk to the entrant, please? Thank you.
I think this is a lovely image. I think the parents of these children would absolutely fall head over heels to have this on their wall. I think from a technical point of view, the darkness of the boy's head and the darkness of the background just above them keeps drawing my eye away from their faces up towards that corner. And for entering images into awards, there's a lot of weight that goes to creativity and something that's unique. And this is a beautiful everyday image, but that to get more points, uniqueness would be something to aim for.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. That's really lovely critique. Thank you very much. Could we have the next print, please? We've made a silver award at 80. Well done. Thank you. We'll definitely accept that. Could I have a comment, please, from Sarah Lee? She's quite keen to talk about to this, so thank you.
Congratulations to the photographer for capturing what is quite a humorous moment. I think this is a beautiful image. What would have made it stronger is to, in my opinion, bring that crop right in close. Everything and all the character and the emotion of this image is in a lot closer. So just really working off the power of the finger up the nose and the humour that brings by coming in nice and close. It's a beautiful landscape, but for the weight of the image and the power, it's not needed. So credit to the photographer, though.
Thank you very much. That's fantastic. Right, could we have the next print, please? We have a gold at 92. Congratulations to the entrant. We have very, very, very close scoring, literally within 1 or 2 points. So you judges all felt very similar to that. Because it's a gold, anyone would like to talk about it? I think I think the entrant really deserves it, and I think everybody's nodding. Chris, you can start off.
All right. Oh my gosh, this is so great. Like, for starters, to get something in a gold, you want to be looking at something that has innovation, and this has that in spades. The composition is weighted beautifully, and then to capture the connection between two people, but to have multiples of the little girl, and to have that face, the face is really clear, but still to show the motion of the dance and the movement and the bow of the violin moving like that. It's wonderful. It's well conceived. It's well executed. It's gorgeous. Well done.
Thank you very much, Chris. And Russ would like to talk to the entrant too.
Could we have challenged that and lifted the score or something? Could we have conversed?
I think you could have, because it's gold.
Pardon?
I'll have to. Oh no.
Like a higher gold sort of thing. We can't do that.
Pardon me.
No.
Within 5, even on gold. Yeah, true. Yeah. So apologies there. That's my bad. On a gold, challenge that if you can't. Yeah, I'm sorry. Well, I've just been reminded that because there's no elective challenge here, and you're so close, and it hasn't come up on the screen either. Yeah.
It just really reaffirms that if that's how you feel, you need to give them those scores straight up. Hey, you just got to get. If that's
If your gut says it maybe deserve to go a little bit higher, you've really got to put that initial score in first. Yeah. Thank you very much. I think the entrant does deserve. Anyone want to say anything else? Catherine, thank you.
So I know this photographer. I haven't seen the image closely, but I have seen it from a distance. Just want to say that I just think when you go in there, gosh, it's so rewarding, even down to the little details, like the fact that the guy has no shoes on. You know, he's barefoot. He's so well dressed, and the colours are working so beautifully together. But you know, that sort of gives him that extra connection with this wee girl, who I am assuming is a granddaughter. The other thing, I just want to applaud the photographer on the choice of the clothing, not only for him, but the yellow. I'm getting duckling vibes, which is really working.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Catherine. And we will have, actually, what we might do, could we have a blank, a pretend blank screen, please? We'll just have nothing there for a minute. What we're going to do is we're just going to have a judge change, please. Michelle, thank you so much for your judging. You did really great, thank you. Could we bring in Esther in place of Michelle? Thank you. So we've just got to log in there for Esther Bunning. And we currently have on the panel, we've got Chris Anderson, Catherine Katanak, Sarah Lee Cobb, Esther Bunning has just hopped on, and Russell Hamlet. Right, ready to roll? Brilliant. Could we have the next print, please? We have a score of 77, which is a solid bronze award. Congratulations. And that has been accepted by all the judges. So everyone's happy with that. Congratulations. And Catherine, would you like to speak to the entrant? Thank you.
Great moment, great connection, great expressions too, particularly the two girls, and the tip of the arms is adding a lot there, especially with the lines and the trees going back. I think to improve the image, maybe consider printing a little bit darker. Everything is really quite bright in the faces and the background there. But yeah, great shot, well done.
Thank you, Catherine. That's fantastic. Could we have the next print, please? So we're currently in the family room judging the family category and proudly sponsored by Fuji. We've got a silver award at 80. Congratulations. All within about 4 or 5 points of each other too. So Russell, would you like to speak to the entrant here? Thank you.
It's a lovely image to look at graphically. It's contained within itself. The shape of the mat's beautiful and helps the whole image. It's clean, it's sharp, it's very professional, and consequently got the appropriate score.
Thank you, Russell. That's fantastic. Right, could we have the next print, please? we have a score that has come in at 82, which is a silver award. Congratulations. Russell is challenging this. Russell, could you let us know your score? And
Actually, I scored this 93. So my heart's pounding, actually. I feel really strongly about this image. It's utterly compelling. It's graphically completely simple, but the strongest, when we look at each other as people, we look each other in the eye. We might communicate through our mouths, but really our eyes are everything, and the eyes are everything in this image. And the beautiful diagonal line of the sheet running through, or the cover running through the image like that, is just so clever, and it's not even going into the corner. Everything is contained exactly where it needs to be. We're looking at exactly what we need to be looking at. There's nothing frivolous about it. It's a completely strong, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful image, and it's so simple that perhaps it can be overlooked in the beginning. And I'd like you to engage yourself in the emotion of the image and how compelling that baby is to us. And I just completely and utterly have fallen in love with it.
thank you, Russell. Down the other end, we've got maybe Esther. How do you feel about it and your score?
I'm taking on board what Russell has said, and I'm listening.
Thank you, Esther. Chris, thank you.
Yeah, I'm listening as well, Russell. The expression's great, and the connection is great, and the graphics are great. There are a couple of things that I think I found distracting as I got closer to the print. So even though there's so much power in that face, there's a lot of really, really crisp texture in the blanket in the background that it's almost it snags your eye and it keeps you there. And there's a little, this is gonna sound really picky, but I'm gonna pick on, if we're talking about gold, I'm gonna pick on that left hand. It's almost, there's a merge with kind of the top of the knuckle and the back of the blanket, or back of the sheet, that it's, the other hand is wonderful and you can see the edges, but the hand towards the left of the frame less so. So I was on 78. I think that was probably a little shy and I should come up, but there's some work to do to get me into gold.
Thank you, Chris. I think it's back to you, Russell.
Hoping for a bit more discussion, but anyway, there is delineation there, so there's an edge there. Oh, we can't do that?
You need to do it in the mic.
There is delineation on the left hand. You need to speak to the mic. Oh, okay. These newfangled things. The containment of the baby in the background there, there's a halo of form, of darkness, if you like, of shadow, if you want to call it that, a deeper grey, and that contains the baby. There is delineation on that hand between the background, and if you are confused, perhaps go up and have a closer look at that, because that is quite an important point that you made, and I agree with you. But when I got closer, I saw that there was a separation there, and I'm very, very happy with that. And considering the power of the image in its totality, I didn't even have to forgive it that, because in actual fact there is separation. So perhaps you might want to have another look at it again, Chris. It's just a beautifully strong, perfect, simple image, and sometimes it's hard to reward them when you look for lots of things to reward them for, but just reward it for what it is. It's just beautiful.
Thanks, Russell. And I'll get everyone to maybe put their challenge scores back in, please. Thank you. Really lovely, impassioned talk here. And Russell, you'll have to keep your same score. And just waiting for Esther, I think.
You all right? What you do is push A5, don't touch anything, and bring your cursor down here, and just don't move that ever. Just leave it there. And
So we're just getting those scores into the entrance. Russell, you have brought this up to an 87 solid silver distinction. Well done, judges. Well done. Congratulations. That's really good teamwork, judges. You're doing super well. Fantastic. Now, we're just accepting that. And could we please have the next print? Oh. Apologies to the entrant. The judges have been viewing this, the actual print. The screen photo has just popped up for the audience here live in Christchurch. Oh, sorry, we have a score of 73, which is a good professional standard there. Thank you very much. Now, who would like to talk to the entrant about their image? Thanks, Russell.
Quite difficult often shooting with the sun over your shoulder, and it's made the subject squint a little bit, which is not as flattering as it could be. Also, paying attention to the background. I always say to people, you know, my friends, look twice, shoot once. So looking at the background there is a little bit distracting with the young lady on the left. Yeah.
That's really great critique. Thank you very much, Russell. Could we have a virtual blank screen at the moment, please? Thank you. Thank you so much, Sarah Lee. You've done a fantastic job. We'll give you a bit of a break here. Angela Eastwood, could I pop you in place of where Sarah Lee is, please? We'll get you to log on. And Russell, I'll give you a bit of a break as well. Thank you so much for your hard work. And Johan, could we pop you in Russell's place? Thank you. And Chris, I didn't realise that we actually have got we've got the boys on. So yeah, boys and girls, we've got a really good mix here today. So at the moment, we're just getting the logging in happening. Thank you very much to Fujifilm, proud sponsors of the family category. And so you all ready to go? Ready to roll? Brilliant. Could we have the next print, please?
All right, judges, we have a score of 78. We do have a challenge down the end with Johan. Take it away.
Right. I gave this an 83. And the reason I gave it an 83 was there's so many things that I thought could be wrong with this image that were overtaken by the power and the subtlety of the message that was coming across, the message of care. And that care came through all those lovely hands. And some of them weren't even wonderfully placed, but you could feel it. And just that little bit in their eyes that said, I'm doing this for the camera, but more and more, I'm doing this for my mother. And that's a powerful thing for a photographer to bring across. I didn't like the highlights at the top. I didn't like the blue corner, the left-hand corner where the blue dress is a bit bright. But that power made me bring this into a silver.
Okay. We've got somebody at the other end. Angela?
I scored this a 73. I agree with you, Johan. All of those things, the power and the connection is definitely there, and all of those things that you said were negatives also was probably what held me back a little bit. I'm open to moving up perhaps into the bronze, but not quite sure I can get to silver because of all of those technical issues with the highlights and some of the bright issues.
Thanks, Angela. You have a little bit of support there with Catherine at 81.
Yeah, all those things, especially the bright highlight at the top, but I would say that this photographer has not been able to move this woman, so he or she has brought the family in there. I think the posing is quite lovely with the hands, potentially not so much the one on the chest, but the hands all down the bottom are great. I think even though there's a lot of strong backlighting, the photographer has ensured quite flattering light on all of the women's faces, and so yeah, I wasn't giving it a high one, but I did squeak it into silver with you, Johan, and I'm happy with it there. So hopefully somebody else will come up too.
Excellent. Johan, right reply?
Okay, just with that, there are so many things wrong, and I fully understand that, and I'm powerfully moved by this. Even that hand on the chest, it references that this woman has difficulty breathing, and it feels like those people are really there for her. And I'm convinced by this photographer that there is a wonderful, earnest reality and a lot of love in there. And for convincing me, I've given it a silver, and maybe you can be convinced as well.
Excellent. All right, judges, you can go ahead and rescore in just a moment. All right, take it away.
I can't change my...
And we have a silver award at 81. Excellent work, guys. And we'll have the next print, please.
And I think we're just no, we've got everyone there. Brilliant, thank you. We have a bronze award at 75. Congratulations. Well done to the photographer. I know, Esther, you enjoyed this image. Would you like to talk to the entrant, please, and maybe what they could have done to even lift it a bit higher?
Well, I actually gave this an 80. I gave it a silver. I felt that there were a lot of things to commend the photographer for with this image. It's beautifully constructed and beautifully printed as well. And of course the expression on the young girl's face is very engaging and draws the viewer in. And I love the addition of the photographs, which sort of tells that story and that narrative, possibly showing photographs from her history as well. So I think that the photographer did a really beautiful job in creating this image.
Thank you very much. Now, I'm just going to double check though. You don't want to challenge that. You're happy you've accepted that. You seem happy with that decision. Brilliant. And you have talked everything good about it. Is there something that they can help to work on to even lift it higher? Would anyone like to say that? Thank you.
Yeah, well done. Everything that Esther said about this this photograph, she looks like she's having a brilliant time as well, which is great. I thought in terms of improving it, the printing was a little bit flat, and it just gave it a slightly duller look overall, and a little bit of punch might have lifted it a wee bit. And I also felt that the lighting on the wee girl's face was not particularly flattering. That could have been stronger.
Okay, no, that's really good critique. Thank you very much. I think the entrant will appreciate that. We've just got a little bit of a panel chair swapperoo here. Jan Marie, thank you so much for your help. We really appreciate it. And we have got the lovely Olivia Wakefield has just popped in. She's just literally straight off the plane. So well done. And to the Ones and Family category, I forgot to introduce myself earlier too. My name's Simone Jackson. Right, we will have the next print, please. We have a 78, which is a solid bronze award. Thank you. But, however, we have a challenge from Catherine Katanak.
I gave this an 83. When this popped up, it had strong initial impact for me in the graphic sense, just with all the lines and the colour of that dress. You've got all the diagonals there. There's a real energy. There's a sort of a surging feeling to it. She is absolutely the star of the show, and I might have even gone higher had we been able to see a little bit more of the boy's face. He looks like he might be blinking as well. But I wanted to reward the photographer for an image that has a strong impact, energy, fun, connection, beautiful light, beautiful moment, well composed. So I feel that it needs a bit of talking about and coming up into silver.
Fair enough too. Okay, thank you. Angela, how did you feel about it? Because your score was a little bit different there.
Yes, I scored this a 74. I agree with Catherine. I probably have been a little bit mean here because I love the leading lines of the waves and the water and even her sense of movement and stuff. And it was probably the lack of being able to see his expression quite so much and the lines cutting through his head that pulled me down, but happy to come up.
Okay, thank you, Angela. And I might get someone in the middle. Yeah, thanks, Chris. Oh.
Agree with everything everyone has said. I think the girl is the star of the show, and I think it's not just in the face of the boy being turned away, but in the styling and the clothes as well. So, like, when you see this, like, the impact from the girl is so strong, but the boy is a supporting character. And I feel like for a family print, where you want to really highlight that connection, we are missing an opportunity because the boy isn't an equal partner in the kind of the emotional weighting of the people in the image.
Thank you. And I might come back to Catherine.
Yep, I hear what you're saying, but I think she is outweighing that in that she is so full of the connection with her brother. She's bringing it, she's telling us that connection is there. Do we need to see every little bit of the connection, the detail? It's so clearly there. As I said, I did identify the lack of being able to see his face as an issue at the beginning. I probably would have gone silver distinction, to be honest, if that was there. So I'm standing by my silver, and I hope you come and stand up here with me.
Right. Fair enough too. Thank you, Catherine. I just forgot to put the challenge in there, so you won't be able to... Here we go. You'll be able to rescore now. Yeah, Catherine, just see if you can put your same score in. Okay. Can you not get yours in? Oh, no, yours was in, Chris. Thank you. We have raised at 1 point. We have a 79, which gets exciting for the entrant. When this happens, we will be doing a rescore put into this, and the judges, you'll have to decide if you would like to... it's going to go to review. So you'll have to decide if you can put in a 79 or an 80. And I'll get you to pop that in. I'm just going to double check I'm doing this right. Review. Here we go. And in the image review score, could you please enter 79 or 80? Aha. Okay, this gets really interesting. We've got another 79. Okay, I don't think this has ever happened to me. Right, okay, I'm just going to see if we can redo this again. Oh, sorry. Oh, my brain. I need another coffee. Okay, we have a very, very solid bronze award at 79. Congratulations to the entrant. That was great. I need more coffee. I know, it is. Yeah. Well done. Thanks very much. I'm just going to be accepting that. I'm definitely going to have to hop in on the coffee here. Apologies to the entrant. There. For my bad there. Now, could I have a blank screen, please, at the moment? We're going to do a little bit of a judge swap around, please. Catherine, you've done a really great job there. Thank you very much for your hard work there. Joe Francis Moore, could we pop you in there, please? Thank you. Angela, you've been brilliant. Thank you very much. And Shar Devine, could we pop you in place of Angela? Thank you, Shar. You guys all good, all coffeeed, and I think I need the coffee, don't I? Hang on. Pardon me? You need a coffee? Oh. Do you need one, Chris? Would you like to have a bit of a break after this? Okay. I'm just thinking, Chris, what I might do at the moment, I might give you a break now just as well anyway, because Russell, could I actually pop you in? Chris needs a bit of a break. Thank you. So, thank you so much, Mr. Aussie. Got the wonderful Chris Anderson just stepping up for a break, and Russell will get you to log in at the same time. I've just done a quick change there. If you want to, yeah. Are you ready to roll? Brilliant, thank you. Could we have the next print, please? We've got an 82. That is a silver award. Congratulations. Very, very consistent judging within literally 2 points of each other, all of you. Who would like to talk to the entrant about this gorgeous image? I might. Russell, thank you.
I'll help you out there.
Thank you.
An excellent image. Photographer knows what they're doing big time. I don't really know if I could suggest anything to help you because I think you're already on top of your game. It's a lovely message, and the youth of today is the strength, and the past generations supporting that. Possibly the only thing for me that let it down a little bit was the ear of the grandmother protruding through the thumb and the forefinger of the youngest lady. I know that sounds pernickety, but my eye went there, and that's just one tiny little detail. And when you're this good at what you're doing, just take another little look and then you're away.
Lovely. That's lovely critique. Thank you very much, Russell. Could we please have the next print? currently judging the family category, proudly sponsored by Fujifilm. We've got a bronze award at 76. Congratulations, very solid scores within literally about 4 or 5 points of each other. And Johan, would you like to talk to the entrant, please? Thank you.
Lovely timing for the photography.
Thank you. Lovely timing for the photography. Great elements. Just the actual timing of the photograph could have been a moment earlier or later where you had all three children separated from each other.
Brilliant. Thank you, Johan. That's fantastic critique. Could we have the next print, please?
I gave this 96. And why wouldn't I? This image is full of chaos, happiness, joy, shadows, red. All of these things make a powerful image. And how can you not be transfixed by the content? How can you not fall in love with the story? And how can you not be excited by what you see? 90 is good, but 96 is better.
Well, I gave it a measly 83, and I was not on the money there. I'll come up into gold, no problem at all. The interplay of shadows and the suggestion of what's not there by the shadows is also incredibly clever, and it's a wonderful concept, done really well, and I really enjoy it and happy to come up.
I had a pet goat as a child, and I could never get my goat to do that. I'm so pleased that Johan is taking us into gold with distinction. Perhaps I was a little bit gun shy, and I should have, gone there too. I just can't believe that you could actually get a goat to do that, and I'm just absolutely blown away by the timing, the balance, the selection of images. Sometimes we say less is more, but I think in this case more is more, and I'd actually like to see more if there was more. Huge congratulations to the entrant. I think this is absolutely stunning, and I'm on my way with Johan, 100%.
Apologies. I think we'll head back to Johan to wrap this up too.
Right, we know it begins with a 9. What I'd like is a very distinctive other number. Thank you.
The judges have said it all, so judges will get you to rescore. Thank you. And Johan, you'll be popping your same score in. Johan, you have made a gold distinction at 95. Very exciting. Well done. Thank you very much. That's great talking too from the judges. Thank you. We're just going to have a just a blank screen just quickly. I'm just going to let everyone know there's a few bits and bobs here. Do all the judges know when you have a break, it might be a good idea to maybe grab your lunches out the back. I know we're a long way away, but we've just been reminded to let you know that's how you grab your lunches. And coffee, because of the cups, we can't have the cups on the bench. I know none of you have done yet. There is instant coffee. This is not my words, this is what I've been told. There's instant stock coffee out in the judges' room, but there's also really great coffee around the corner too. And Esther, you needing a break? Oh, water? You'd like some water? Brilliant. Okay, thanks. I'll see if we can grab some. Who else would like water? Johan, Russell, great. I'm going to grab. Is there an assistant out there? We could maybe see if we can grab some water, or I could pop it on in the chat. How many waters would we like? 1, 2, 3. Oh, brilliant. No, thank you. And Jamrie, yeah, you know you're good there. Thank you. So we'll just grab some water for the judges. Thank you very much. Right, could we please have the next print? We're currently in the family category, proudly sponsored by Fujifilm. We've got a bronze award at 77. Congratulations. However, Joe's popped her hand up. Joe is challenging this.
This is just delightful. This photo, oh, sorry, my score is 81. This just demonstrates such a fantastic ability for this photographer to really work with these two very differently aged people to get beautiful performances out of both of them. Yes, obviously I can see that the hand placement down the bottom could have been better, but I just feel like the photographer deserves a silver simply for the gorgeous connection they've created and the beautiful just feeling of joy you get when you look at this photo.
Thank you. And I'm going to come back to Russell. Could you talk to Joe?
I just disagree with you there, Joe. I actually have scored it professional standard, not even in the award range of bronze, which I think is where it sits. Those sorts of rapport that we should be able to get as professional photographers anyway, if that's our job. At this level, though, it's a little bit higher. I think the father's head lining up with the horizon is not that helpful, and also that sort of bursting of trees in the left of the image there is a distraction as well, given the shape of the mat. So personally, I think it's professional, but nothing more.
Okay, thank you. Someone in the middle of the road here, maybe could Esther or Shah, maybe Johan's looking keen? Yep, brilliant, thanks.
Who?
Oh, I thought you wanted
okay,
to.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right. I gave it a 78. I'm happy with it being a bronze. I thought it was quite clever that the photographer was able to get the father to look like the child. Usually it's the other way around. But that was it. I kind of agree with everything that Russell said about the burst in of the horizon and how it's sort of messing in with his hair, and it doesn't quite work, unfortunately. But 78's still a bronze, and it's a good bronze.
Okay, thank you very much. So back to you, Joe.
I think you guys should give it a few more points just for what Johan said about getting the father to look like the child. I think that's genius.
Thank you, Joe. Judges, we get you to rescore, and Joe, you'll put your same score in of 81, please. Joe, at this time your passion was lovely, but it didn't work. You did a great job, but I think the judges really felt the same way. We've kept the same score at 77, but that's a very solid bronze. Congratulations to the entrant. Well done. Thank you very much. So I'm accepting that. And could we please have the next print? Thank you. And the judges are doing really well to be careful of those lights. So they're really giving respect to the print also by allowing all the judges room and time to examine the image. So all the judges are spending roughly about the same amount of time on the print. We have a score of 79. We all know what that means. 79 is very solid bronze. And Russell, you're going to challenge it though, aren't you?
I am.
You are, I can tell. So Russell is challenging.
So what's the score?
It's scored a 79, which is extremely solid bronze.
Well, I'm at odds with the other judges, but I scored at 91. So why did I score at 91? So just the beautiful mood of it, for a start, captured me in my emotions. And then I went up and I saw the light, and I love what the light is doing in this image as well. Picking up the underside of the beam, just coming from below, the heat of it off the floor, hitting the beams, and rather at the top, at the bottom, and sharing all those lovely leading lines going into the edge of the frame in all sorts of different ways. And she's so beautifully placed, and I love her little flyaways on her head, and even the details in the window on the top right. It's got a lovely balance to it, it's got a lovely mood to it. Your eye is entertained everywhere in the image. I'm not quite sure, I think we just need perhaps time to resonate with the quietude of the whole image. It's really a strong, beautiful, beautiful portrait, and I really enjoy it.
Thank you, Russell. And Johan, you're back at quite a bit lower there.
I'm way down the other end at 73. Sorry to shock you there, Russell. There's a few things that kind of bugged me. One was the perspective. Unfortunately, on the right-hand side, the vertical lines lean in, and it's made more obvious by being right next to the edge of the photograph. I'm not quite sure, and maybe you can give meaning to the bucket. And once you see the bucket, I couldn't unsee it, and I couldn't take it out of the picture in my head. So just a little bit more care was what I was looking for.
Yeah, thanks, Johan. I'd love to hear from some of the girls that are all in the middle. Shah, thank you.
I think that the photographer has done a really good job at giving us a very strong architectural piece, and thank you, Johan, for picking up just that little bit of curvature on the edge there. I hadn't actually noticed that. For me, Russell, the flyaways were actually a distraction for me. I felt that within this category you are able to control those as the photographer. In fact, that's probably why it sort of held me back into the sort of the solid bronze range.
No, fair enough. Okay, thank you, Shah. Right, I think we're back at you, Russell.
Back at me, eh?
Yep.
The flyaways, honesty. Why Photoshop an image like this? It's an honest image. It's a beautiful image about what it is. She's pregnant and it's just an honest image. The bucket is also has a partner to play with, which is the bottle. This is a rural scene. Things lie around in sheds. I think it's wonderful. It might have been bland. Otherwise, it takes your eye all over the place. There's beautiful things going on the left in the background. There's the lovely window and what's going on in the panes of glass there. The tipping in of the frames, to be honest, I didn't notice that either because I was beguiled by the otherwise beauty of the whole image. So I didn't give it 100. I gave it only 91. So I think perhaps just look at how honest that image is and how strong it is, and even the lovely separation of the light hitting the back of her arm against her gown, against her clothing, just everything where the light's going. Just we're photographers, capturers of light. I think this image does it magnificently, and I think we're being a bit mean at where it landed.
Thank you, Russell. Judges, could I get you to please rescore? At the moment, we're at 79, which is a... no, it's been a challenge. Russell challenged it.
So
Yeah, it would have been in review anyway. Yeah.
So you are allowed to score it more.
So you can score it whatever you like. Yeah. The world's your oyster there, judges, except for Russell. He's putting him his same score in. You've lifted it to a solid silver, 82. Congratulations to the entrant. Thank you very much. We'll accept that. Well done, all of you. Thank you. And judges, I just got asked to do a reminder of when you're speaking, just to make sure that the microphone's green. But all of you are doing a pretty darn good job, so you're doing great.
What do we have to do, sorry?
Oh, you're good. Just know that your microphone's green. If it's not, and you're talking, the entrants, especially if they're in the land of YouTube, they won't be hearing you. Cool. Okay. Could we please have the next print? We've got a bronze award at 76. Well done. Well done. We're accepting that score. Could I please have a comment from one of the judges who'd like to talk to the entrant about this? We've got some nice pearls of wisdom. Oh, yeah, Joe. Thank you.
This is a delightful image. I think to have elevated it, you would have needed to get a little bit more of a performance from the three boys. They're feeling slightly static, which may be in keeping with their personalities, but it's just holding it down a little bit.
Thank you very much. Could we please have a blank screen at the moment? Thank you. Awesome. These awesome print handlers out the back. Thank you. We're going to do a little bit of a judge change at the moment. Thank you. Joe, you've done a fabulous job. We'll give you a bit of a break. Thank you. Sarah Lee Cobb, could I pop you in, please? In place. Thank you. And Esther, you've also done amazingly. We'll give you a bit of a break as well. Stacey Cavalier, could we pop you in place of Esther? Thank you. So we're ready to roll? Great, thank you. Could we please have the next print? So we're currently judging the family category, proudly sponsored by Fujifilm.
Yes, I did really enjoy this this image. What a dear wee poppet! And look at her adoring gaze at her beautiful little bunny. I commend the photographer on their choice of styling of the image. I think they've taken great care. It's fitting for her skin tone, and it's age appropriate. I love the balance of the way she's caressing the bunny. I think that perhaps if it wanted to be elevated slightly, just a little bit more room at the bottom. The dress is just kissing the bottom of the mat, which is beautifully done. I love the shape. Perhaps something like that would just have given it a few more points to elevate it a little bit more into the next scoring range. But well done. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Shah. Apologies, I don't know if I might have pushed the microphone. You could hear me okay when I was speaking before. I was just hoping that the entrant didn't lose what was actually said for their score, which was an 80 silver. So that was fantastic. Well done to the entrant. Could we please have the next print? So on the judging panel, we currently have Stacey Cavalier, Shah Devine, Sarah Lee Cobb, Johan van Kaan and Russell Hamlet judging. We have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Congratulations. Thank you. That's been accepted by the judges. Thank you very much. Could we have one of the judges? Could I have one of the judges speaking to the entrant about how they could have even brought that higher? Thank you, Sarah Lee.
Congratulations to the photographer on a beautiful little moment between siblings, which kind of looks like the big one is picking on the little one. But I love the way they've positioned them on the top of the little log, which gives a beautiful triangle shape to the composition. If it was printed, or if the highlights were brought down a little bit darker, we'd see more texture in the skin. There's an odd blurry patch bottom left, and in the background is a wee bit distracting as well, but perhaps a different frame from the shoot as well would would be stronger in terms of connection and expression as well. So there's a few things, all minor, but the parents of these beautiful daughters would have loved the image.
Thank you very much, Sarah Lee. Much appreciated. Could we please have the next print?
Okay, and we have an initial score of 85, and we have a challenge from Johannes up the end there.
Hi, I gave this a 92, and there's so many elements in this egg-shaped photograph that lead us to the beautiful image in the middle. Having children is not necessarily easy for people, and the road there can be quite, well, medical, let's call it. And it's clinical, it's sterile, it's grey. But in the middle we have beauty, the yolk. And it's such a strong but simple image. The messiness of all the drug packets and the needles and the tests and everything lead us into the serenity in the middle. Yeah, see what you can do. I gave it a 92.
Okay, I'd like to hear from Stacey, please.
Yeah, so I was a bit hard on this. I gave it a 76, and the reason I did was partly for the reasons that you said around the coldness and the clinicalness, and I understand that it can be a very difficult and emotional journey to obviously have a baby, but I felt quite conflicted by the greyness and the sterileness. But I do appreciate the baby in the middle, which is obviously the joyful part, and I will be coming up.
Okay, Asha.
Thank you, Johan, for your comments about the resonating of the image mimicking the egg. As I've sat here and looked at the image a little bit longer, and you're talking about the serenity and the quietness and perhaps there is a warmth there, and I don't know if you can see it now, but the way that those tests around the outside are positioned and the baby in the centre, it actually looks like the sun. And I didn't see that when I first looked at the image, and it wasn't until you mentioned, Johan, about the reference to the egg. And that is incredibly clever and well thought out, and I think I might be heading in your direction, Johan. Thank you.
Okay, did anybody have anything they'd like to add? Yes, Russell?
Thank you once again for your commentary, Johan. It immediately adds 10 points to my score. It is all those things that you said, and I don't need to say any more because you've said it so well already.
Wonderful. Right a reply, Johannes.
Sometimes the pathway to birth is not easy, but the pathway to a goal could be. Sorry. Sometimes the pathway to birth is not easy, but the pathway to gold could be very easy.
Okay. Re-enter your scores, please, judges. And we have a gold award on 90. Congratulations to the photographer, well done. Can we have the next print, please?
We have a score of 77. That is a solid bronze award. Thank you very much. And I'm not accepting it yet, though, because Shah's challenged it.
What a beautiful, gentle handling of the subject in this image. The styling is appropriate, it's soft. The little delicate braid on her head, little headband, is perfectly placed. Her expression is just delicious, and I love the fact that, you know, it doesn't matter what age you are, you always want to poke your tongue out at photographers. You know, we're putting cameras in your face, and why not stick your tongue out? I love the gentleness of her toes and the way that they're curled up in the bottom of the wrapping. And I'd like to see the photographer rewarded just for, you know, maybe a cheeky silver. I think it would be lovely. Thank you.
Thank you, Shah. And I'm going to come back down to, a few others that are quite down lower. Russell, maybe from you too, please. Thanks. And your score too.
I scored at 74, and I'm happy to keep it at that at a professional standard. You've got a graphic here. It's quite heavily printed, and it's quite a dainty sort of subject matter, but you've got a graphic of the blanket or whatever it is that the baby's lying in, and just having those elements protruding out the bottom right, sort of the shape of whatever that the beigey coloured items are, kind of replicate the feet, and to me that makes it look quite awkward. At first I thought it was her feet coming out the bottom, so they're a distraction that we just don't need, I believe.
Thank you. And right in the middle of the road, Sarah Lee, you're really in the middle of all these guys.
Yeah, so I scored this image a 78. I think it's beautifully well and very thoughtfully composed. I agree with Russell that the floral bits don't really add to the atmosphere or the mood or the colour palette, so they're a wee bit unnecessary. I did find the highlight on the left eye very dominant, and it does make the eyes look as though they are slightly different sizes. The tongue is beautiful, and especially with those hands up there gripping the heart, all the attention is on that face. But I think it perhaps needed a little bit more thought in the composition of the blanket behind it, or a little bit more theming or stylising to take it up into more of a creative and unique level.
Thanks, Sarah Lee. Shah, back to you.
Thank you, Russell and Sarah. I do believe that the little girl's left eye is actually bigger than her other one, so naturally it would attract that highlight. I like the fact that the highlight does actually bring life to her face, and does give her a little bit of expression. I don't feel that the little pieces to the side are overly distracting. They are still in the same colour palette. The little hands that you mentioned, Sarah, is absolutely, Sarah Lee is perfect. They are clutching onto that little heart. And maybe she's had a bit of a tough journey getting here, and she's holding on to the fact that, you know, she is here, and that's, you know, that's her heart and that's her life. So I encourage you to give it a few more points just to get it into a nice range for our
Brilliant.
entrance.
Thanks so much, Shah. Right, judges, we'll get you to rescore, please. We've got one more to come in. I think, Shah, just pop your same score of 86 back in there if you can. Thank you. Won't let you? Wonder if it should let you. It was on a challenge. Can you still not do that? Okay. I know you're in. Brilliant, thank you. You've actually brought it up a point. You've got a very solid bronze. Thank you very much. You've done really well there, Shah. Really appreciate that. So Alv accepted that. Yeah. I'm just going to have a blank screen at the moment, please. Thank you, print handlers. Oh, congratulations to the photographer. That was definitely a solid bronze, so that was fantastic, and thank you for the reminder. Boys, Johan or Russell, would either of you like to take a break, depending on how you're both feeling? And I'm going to pop Chris in place of one of you, though. So, yeah, Johan, we'll give you a break. Thank you very much. Johan, you've done really well. Thank you. We're bringing Chris Anderson in, our Australian judge. And they're all hyped up. They're hand clapping and all sorts. So there, yeah, high fives. Well done. Thank you very much, Johan. You've done great. So, and just a reminder to the judges, please, could I also get you to just keep your comments reasonably succinct as you are commenting as well, just to keep the time. We've got a very exciting but huge category today, so we have to get them all through in good time. Thank you. So you're ready to go? Brilliant. Print handlers, could we have the next print, please? We're currently judging the family category, proudly sponsored by Fujifilm. And I'll talk to you in a little bit about Fujifilm, about their leading force of distribution imaging equipment when we have a bit of a break. We have a score of 79, which is a very, very high bronze. I think all the judges I think they're all nodding at that, but there is an opportunity for a challenge, if elective challenge, if someone did want to take it up, but if not, it'll go to review. You will? Hang on a minute. Yes, you can. You can do it, Russell. Thank you very much.
We're in a situation where we're in or out anyway, so I'd like us to put it in if we could. I scored at 82, so I crept it into a nice little silver. It's a very honest image, and hands are things you have to be very careful with in a lot of posing, but I just really enjoyed them here. There's a strength in the mother that is illustrated to us by her hands, I believe, and then the baby just complements that. So I just think it's quite a lovely, honest image, and I think we deserve to slip it in.
Thank you. You've got 3 judges all on the same score too, so I'd love to hear from maybe, Chris, thank you.
Agree. It's a beautiful, honest image. I love the suggestion of the mother's chin. Like, it's all you need to see, so that's really well done. I was on 78. Probably something I would have loved to have seen done a little differently is the bottom left and right hand corners. There's like, on one of them, there's a highlight, and on one of them, there's some stuff in the background. And I don't mind either of them. I just kind of wish they were more similar, because that unbalances it a little bit for me. It's not a very big complaint, but it's one that's kept me out of silver.
Thank you. And someone in the middle of the road there, maybe, Stacey, thank you.
I scored this an 80, and I just really enjoyed that really peaceful look on that baby's face and the leg dangling down. I mean, you can't get much more relaxed than that. It's absolutely gorgeous. And just the clothing choice and the soft tones of the image are really complementary as well, so it took it into that silver range for me.
Thank you. So back to you, Russell.
So I think we've all agreed that this image is enjoyed in the silver range. Chris, completely agree with you, mate, which is why I didn't score a little bit higher.
Okay, thank you. Judges, we'll get you to rescore that, please. Pop that in. And I didn't realise, Russell, that once we've challenged it, I don't think I have to make you put it in. So I think it just comes in automatically, I think. with what you did. Oh, sorry. Just throw the same score on, 82, but yeah. Thank you. Russell? But the good thing, Russell, is you've actually popped this to an 81 silver award. Congratulations to the photographer. Well talking. That's really fantastic. Thank you very much. That's accepted. Could we please have the next print? How are you going with your scores, judges? The judges have made a silver award at 82. Congratulations. Fantastic. And could we have, Shah would love to talk to the photographer.
This image has a lot going on and some lovely interactions. For me, the star of the show is actually the dog at the end there. Look how chilled he is, or she, and the paw just hanging over the side is like he's going, I have to live with this lot. Look at my life. Perhaps to take it into a sort of a higher award range, there are some quite strong light areas that I think compete a little bit with each other, and particularly on the woman's cardigan, and perhaps a little bit on the detail of the little girl under the blanket. There's a few elements on the ground. I think there's stones and a stick or something that are a little bit distracting underneath that could have been tidied up a little bit, which would have elevated it slightly more.
Thank you very much.
But well done.
Yeah, thank you. Could we please have the next print? Someone's got their thinking cap on, I can tell. We have a solid bronze at 77. Well done. Very, very close and very consistent judging. Congratulations to the photographer. And who would like to speak to? Yeah, Russell, would you like to speak to the photographer? Thank you.
Just the amount of light hitting the shoulder there's a sort of a sea of light, if you like, but on a positive note, the elegance of it all is really quite beautiful and the communication is there, but I just think a little bit more control over the modelling of the lighting, or the lighting to give more of a modelling effect on the shapes would have been really nice.
Okay, thank you, Russell. Appreciate that. Could we please have the next print? And just to let the entrants know that in Never Never Land up who in online, when we put the next image through online, it's not necessarily the same time as when the judges are seeing it almost immediately, so they've got that time to spend with the image, the print. Right, judges, I'll get you to enter your scores, please. We've got a bronze award at 77. Thank you very much. Quite close judging there too. And yeah, thanks, Chris. If you'd like to talk to the photographer.
Excellent Dirty Dancing vibes here. I think this is it's a well-conceived portrait of these two, so that's great. It's very simple, and it's because it's shot on that white background, and it's presumably a studio shot. You've got full control of everything. So anything like the grays coming in from the left-hand edge, or the details missing from the guy's clothes, those are things to really focus on what's a really simple image. And I think this is absolutely worth developing. So well done.
Thank you, Chris. Much appreciated. Could we have the next print, please? So judges, let's have a look. We've just got one more to come in. The judges have made a silver at 80. Well done. Within about 3 or 4 points of each other. Thank you very much. And Russell, you'd love to talk to the photographer.
I really enjoy the lovely sort of feel of it, the high keyness. I scored at 82, and I would have gone much higher if, the girl is just absolutely exquisite. But she just needed to separate herself from her dad. If there was a gap between his hands and her body, she would have been truly freely flying, and it just would have added to her just total exuberance for me. Just an instant in timing for me.
Okay, that instant. Thank you very much, Russell. Could we please have the next print? apologies to the entrant. I just turn my mic off. We have a score of 79, which is a very solid bronze award. And I've seen two judges looking at me. Two can pick it, a couple of them can pick it up, either Shah or Stacey. Either of you can pick it up, that challenge. Thank you, Stacey.
So I scored this in 84. I just really enjoyed the tangle of arms and legs that bring this photo together, but also the real serene look on their faces. So the way, the angle at which it's photographed and the way the hands come round from the parents really reminds me a little bit of a uterus. And I've had twins, so I know how hard it is to fit them in that little space. And I think that they're curled in there so beautifully, and they still look really peaceful. And I know there's there's a little bit of loss of detail, possibly some of the shadows and things, but the overall feel and the warmth of that image brings it definitely into that silver range for me.
Thank you, Stacey. And it might come down to Sarah Lee or Russell, thank you.
I scored this image a 76, and I may have underscored it because I felt that it was very hands and legs heavy, but when Stacey explained the shape of the uterus, I then also saw a bit of a tree shape, so there was a lot of sort of conceptual shapes you can see into this image, and it is beautiful. I agree with Stacey that the loss of the detail in the back of the heads did really draw it down for me, but I'm listening and I'm going to be coming up with my scoring.
Thank you. Chris, you're middle of the road there. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm on 78. Stacey, the uterus thing is totally convincing me to move up, so that's fantastic. I think the only thing I would have loved to have seen done a little differently is presumably the father's hands are quite dominant and the mother's hands are getting lost. Like her thumbs are tucked in, and I feel like, assuming that's who they are, I feel like I wish there was more of that visible so that the family was like equally represented. But I think that's a small thing, and I'll come up to silver.
Thank you, Chris. Stacey's score is 84. So I might bring back to you, Stacey. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I do understand that there is a wee bit of loss of detail and things, but that warmth and that shape just elevates it. Come with me, bring it up to silver, please.
Thank you, Stacey. Judges, could you rescore? So just waiting for... So Stacey's one, yeah, it's interesting. It still has to go back and through. No, they do have to put that in. Cool. You've made a silver, 82. Woohoo! Congratulations to the entrant. We're definitely accepting that silver. Congratulations. Right, I'm going to have a blank screen, please, print handlers. You're doing a fabulous job out there. Thank you. We're going to do a little bit of a judge change around if we could. Russell, we're going to give you a bit of a break. Thank you very much for your hard work in there. Catherine, could we put you in place of Russell? Thank you. And Shah, we'll give you a little bit of a break as well. Thank you, Shah Devine. And Michelle Fay, could we pop you in place of Shah Devine, please? So we will now have the judging panel will be still Stacey Cavalier, Michelle Fay, Sarah Lee Cobb, Chris Anderson, and Catherine Catnett. And you're all logged in there? You logged in, eh? Yeah, cool. You're in there, Michelle? Thank you. Thank you, you're all good. Print handlers, could we get you to put the next print in, please? Print handlers, could we have the next print, please? Thank you.
I scored this a 91, and it's just beautifully constructed. All those little faces, the connection with the photographer. If these were my kids, I would be stoked. Like, there's 5 of them for a start, and they're all looking at the camera, and they're all really, obviously, really interested in relating to the photographer. That it's been styled absolutely beautifully, and I think it's really, really well done, and we need to reward this photographer for doing this beautiful work.
Thank you. I'm going to come down to Sarah Lee, I think. Sarah Lee or Chris, maybe. Sorry. Thanks.
Well, I'm on 86, and I didn't think that was going to make me the bad guy, but here we are. I agree, this is styled immaculately, and the one that gets me is the cushion that the girl on the right of the frame is kneeling on is styled perfectly. Like, if during the shoot, we need to move her up. Well, look, it matches the vase on the other side. Like, the colors are just controlled so well. Have I just made your argument for you? Yeah, perfect. Probably the thing, and 86 is great, probably the thing that held me back just a touch was I felt like the faces were a little over-sharpened and a little bit slightly clinical. But you know what? You've softened my heart. I'll be coming up.
Thank you. And I'm just going to, I'd like to hear maybe from someone else in the middle. Couple of nods there between Sarah Lee and Catherine. Who would like to talk to the entrant there too and the other judges?
Yeah,
Thank you, Catherine.
Sorry, I gave this an 88. I think the level of control here is just outrageous. Beautifully, beautifully styled colours and everything. What had stopped me coming into gold, and I am open to suggestion still, is that I found that the 2 older boys in the centre, the expressions were not as strong as the other 3. They just didn't feel quite as genuine. They felt a little more photo smile to me, but they're also beautifully lit. They're beautiful kids. So yeah, I think I'm coming up into gold. It's such a minor quibble. You know, they are still really engaged with the camera. So yeah.
Thank you, Catherine. And I think it might be, because we are talking gold, anyone else would like to talk, they can, or, yep, thank you, Stacey.
All of those things that everybody else said, but I just also wanted to congratulate the photographer. It's quite obviously a busy background and obviously lots of props, but the children are the ones that stand out and the background complements rather than distracts, and that's just incredible achievement.
Thank you, Stacey. Could you just let them know what you did actually score at the beginning?
Sorry, I scored a 91.
Lovely. No, thank you. So judges, hang on, back to you, Michelle.
No one said anything horribly negative about this image, so you guys all need to come up. Those 2 boys are boys. That's all that needs to be said about. I have 2 of them, and to even get them in there to cooperate and do what they did, I think it should be rewarded.
Okay, thank you very much. Judges, could you please rescore? And Michelle, you'll be keeping your score of 91 in there. We have a 91 Gold Award. Congratulations. That's fantastic scoring. We'll just have a little bit of a break at the moment. Might have a blank screen, please. I know we don't do this normally just after a quick judge change, but I'm going to bring another boy in. Johan, we're going to put you in front of... I'm just going to check between Stacey and Sarah Lee. Which of you 2 are feeling like you need to have a break? Because we could have pop either of you out. Yep, Stacey. Thank you so much for your judging, Stacey. You've been fantastic. Thank you very much. We'll pop Johan van Kaan in place of Stacey Cavalier. We're currently judging the Fujifilm category. Sorry, the family category from Fujifilm. Thank you for the sponsorship, Fujifilm. We're all locked in there, all logged in, ready to roll, brilliant. And could we please have the next print? And congratulations to the previous photographer. We have a bronze award at 76, very consistent judging. Thank you very much. Well done. Congratulations to the photographer. Would any of the judges like to speak to the photographer what they could have done to maybe bring it up a few more points? It looks like Johan's keen to chat to the photographer. Thank you.
For me, this image would have been so much stronger if it had not been about the relationship between the mother and the photographer, and that she is smiling for the camera and she's not smiling about her happiness of the child. And I think if that could have been emphasised in some way, it would have been a much stronger image.
Okay, thank you, Johan. It's a great critique. So congratulations for the solid bronze. Could we please have the next print? We've got a silver award at 80. Congratulations. Very consistent judging there too. Thank you very much. That's fantastic for the photographer. Could we maybe have a comment from one of the judges? Sarah Lee, thank you.
Congratulations to the photographer on the silver award. I love that you've gone for a real gutsy, raw, up close image of a child. Something that's not your happy, smiling for the camera, stereotypical. I feel in terms of styling, if the white shirt wasn't there, then it wouldn't be as distracting, being that it is the brightest part of the image. And perhaps if some of the shadows in the hair were brought up, we would see more of the overall shape of her and less just the oval of the face.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Could we please have the next print? Apologies to the photographer. I turned my microphone off. We have an 81, which is a solid silver. You missed all the applause, but it was there, and we're going to give it again. Woohoo! Thank you very much. We've accepted that. And could I have a photographer? I'm sorry, a judge. Oh, Catherine or Chris, I'll let you speak. Thank you.
Well, congratulations to the photographer. Really, stunning time of day, stunning colour palette. All the styling and the clothing is really all working beautifully together here. And I'm sure the family would be delighted. In terms of elevating it, I just found the three central figures are very much, they're all very similar in pose and very much focused on the camera. And then we've got two pairs of women who are sort of interacting with each other So there's a little bit of a disconnect there in the vibe and the sense of the family connection. And I also just felt the timing, the guy on the far left just with that raised foot is just a little bit awkward. If they'd been down a little bit further, it would be slightly less distracting. But yeah, well done and congratulations.
Thank you, Catherine. That's fantastic. Could we please have the next print?
Concerning the other elements, there's a certain surreal element to this, and the realism that you're looking for isn't there. The tree's been highlighted by making what's behind it brighter, so it's made it stronger, which makes it in contrast to the other elements of
We've got an 84 solid silver award. However, Catherine Katanek is challenging this.
I gave this a 92. This turned around and I just thought, wow, what a huge initial impact here. This photographer has taken a really quite a complex scene and made it all work with all the toy in the front just pushing you in there and that majestic mountain in the background. It's a sort of a mythical feel to this landscape, and this family would just be, you know, it's a real piece of art. To be honest, I would have gone gold distinction on this had I felt that the family, those figures when you get in there, had been a little bit stronger. We've got 4 out of 6 of them have their hands shoved in their pockets, and I do get the feeling that they potentially feel a little bit awkward. If it hadn't been for that, I'd have been gold distinction all the way. I think this is so artistic, and yeah, I'll stop.
Catherine, Johan, we'll come back to you, your score too.
Right, I scored this in 81. I thought it was amazing when I saw it. I thought, wow, what a great scene. But as a family category, the people in the photograph are actually the most important thing. And you can put as much scenery around them as you want to, but the relationship between those people doesn't feel strong enough to merit a gold award from me. And I found the toys and the brightness on the bottom actually distracted me and pulled me away. However, it is a beautiful scene. It's a stunning location.
Thank you. I'm just going to get someone middle of the road here. Thank you, Sarah Lee.
I scored this image in 84 initially, and the more I sit with it, the more I fall in love with it. This is one of those images where I wish I knew how to do a black and white conversion on landscape as well as this photographer has. I completely agree that the weak point of the image is the interaction and the posing of that family. It's very much about the whānau in the place, and obviously it has a huge meaning, them growing up where they are. Definitely work on the posing, the dynamics, perhaps having some people sitting down, just get a lot more trials and play with that posing. You could have just brought this image to like gold distinction. It's got potential there.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. And I think back to you, Catherine. Oh, yeah, thanks. That'd be good.
So what's the score that it's currently sitting on?
It's currently at 84, which is solid silver.
All right, so we only need one more point to get it at least into silver distinction, because we don't know this family. This actually just might be their family dynamic. The posing could have been stronger, the feeling of connection. However, that's the only flaw really here. Well, okay, so you mentioned the toy at the bottom. For me, that's an absolute strength. Those are pushing you back up into the image, and it's relating beautifully with the highlights in the cloud, so your eye travels around the image. The family is so successfully isolated there, so although you've got a lot of complexity here, we still go straight back to them. So maybe you can't join me in gold, but honestly, silver distinction, it's really not too much of an ask.
Thank you, Catherine. Judges, could we please rescore? No, you're doing well there, Catherine. Thank you. Catherine, you've done really well. We have it at a silver distinction, and guess how much? 87. Not just 1 point up there, so congratulations to the photographer. Silver distinction, fantastic result there. We'll accept that. And could we please have the next print? We've got a score of 82, which is a silver award. Congratulations. Johan, are you wanting to challenge or are you wanting to just comment? What are we, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yeah. No, you're right, sorry. Yes, if you'd like to comment and also bring something to the photographer too, if you could. Thank you.
What a lovely photograph of there's two elements to this photograph, and each of them is beautiful, and then the photographer has encapsulated them with a circle, and all these lovely circles upon circles with the ears, the mouth, and the faces, and then the arm that holds them all together. So I think the photographer's done a lovely job, and I'm not sure what they would do to improve it, but I think it's quite lovely. Yeah.
Have any critique? Yeah, because I'd like to just have a tiny bit more critique, and I think Catherine's quite keen just to quickly do a quick word.
I agree with everything you've said. Just in terms of potential distractions, I do find that white arm quite strong. It's so much brighter than the rest of the tones. It's become almost a third figure, maybe a slightly different clothing choice, but I think it's a wonderful image.
Thank you, Catherine. Could we please have the next print? We've got a bronze award at 79. Thank you. And it's going to go to review. So I'm just going to check. I think if it's going to review, Catherine has decided that she's going to challenge it.
Yeah, I think we absolutely have to squeak this one over the line. I gave it an 83. I'm having trouble faulting it, really. You know, I feel that there's the styling there's some interesting choices going on here that play on the warmth and the coolness of the marble. You know, the choice to put them against a marble thing there is bringing you in, and it's just getting warmer and warmer as you go into the centre. And there's a lot of control in the styling with the beautiful little tassels on the outfits matching each other. Heads brought in beautifully close together. It's beautifully lit. It's gentle. It's quite exquisite in the colour, the tones there. Yeah, help me out.
Thank you, Catherine. I'm going to come to Sarah. Oh, sorry, hang on. I'm just going to check, Chris, what you had before I ask you. You know, you're Chris, you're middle of the road to you too. Thank you. Kind of middle of the road. Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. I'm on 77. All the positives that you listed, I love as well, with the exception of the cold tones on the outside. Like, to me, that's at odds with the warmth and the love that's in the middle. There's a texture that's been applied to the background, and I'm saying applied because there's cloning in the texture, which means it wasn't there, and it was, I believe it was added, and I don't think it adds to the image. I think it takes away from it a little bit. I want to be spending all of my time in the middle where that love is, and I'm drawn to that cold on the outside. So I'd love to have some conversation about that.
Johan. Oh, Johan, thank you very much.
It's a cold world out there. But what I absolutely adore about this image is the wonderful sense of humility of these two children. And I don't know how the photographer's done that to make me feel like that, but when I look at these two babies, I feel that they are humble in a wonderfully big way. And I gave it an 83, and I think it deserves to be on the other side of bronze, which is silver.
Thank you, Johan. And back to you, Catherine.
Yeah, thanks, Johan. Thank you, Chris, as well. I don't see that as cloning at all. I think they've been put against a marble background. That's the repeating pattern in there, and I think it's a completely valid choice to have the coolness of the marble and then the warmth as you come into the centre. You know, I think that does draw you into the centre. Pink and grey, you know, just think back to the 80s. We were onto something. It's working.
Look at the determination in Catherine's face. I love the expressions. Thank you. I will have the judges please rescore. We've made a silver award at 80. Congratulations to the photographer. Well done. It's fantastic. If you are here live to the entrant, you really see the expressions and the enthusiasm of the judges as well. So that's a really amazing thing to actually be here live, to actually watch this. So encourage anyone to watch and come if they can. You get a lot out of it, and you can talk to the judges later. Right. Do you want to do a judge? Yes, I'm just going to have Olivia has decided let's do a judge change. Catherine, thank you very much for your fantastic judging there. Give you a bit of a break. Joe Francis Moore, if we could pop you in, please. That would be great. And how are all the other judges going? You guys are all good? It's fantastic. Thank you. Just get here logged in. You all ready to roll? Yep. Okay, brilliant. Thank you. Could we please have the next print? We have an 80 silver award. Congratulations. Reasonably consistent judging there too, so that's fantastic. I'd love to get a comment from one of the photographers, one of the judges for the photographer on the entrant. I think Michelle, you keen to talk to the photographer? Thank
Sure.
you.
Congratulations, you've done a really good job. I really found everything that you've done within this image just complements everything else. From the border around the outside, the feathers, the expression is just so cute. And just keep on going, and I think you can push it up if you keep experimenting.
Thank you, Michelle. Fantastic. Could we please have the next print? Oops, we've got a bronze award at 78. Thank you. However, I think we have a challenger. Johanna's challenging this.
Thank you. Yes, I gave this 83. Just for the progression of the relationship with the child and the father, and how it becomes more and more intense as you get into it. And he weakens to the child in that last image in such a way that you want parents to give themselves up to their children. And I feel that the photographer has given this to us very clearly. Yeah.
Thank you, Johan. I might come down to Sarah Lee. Could I have a word from you, please, your score?
I scored this image as 74. I love the progression of the hug, or the squish. I feel that perhaps, to me, the first image is the strongest. I also question whether the crop that they chose was the best one for those images, and I do feel that the way that the tattoo has been emphasised, the halo that comes around it, is perhaps a little bit too much and therefore quite distracting. It's beautiful, the strength is in the emotion of this image, but perhaps working on those technical issues would really elevate the work.
Thank you. And maybe judge middle of the road. Yeah, thank you, Chris. Thanks.
So at first I was kind of questioning the choice of the three images, where, are they necessary? The first and second are very similar. Johan kind of sold me with the word weakens. If you don't have those first two images with the man being strong, then the impact of the third one weakening is lost. So I think it's really smart to show the three. If I could pick on a technical thing, that image to the right has a really dark patch over the person's shoulder. So props to for the photographer for spinning around to capture the right moment as these are happening. I think I was harsh, and I'm going to come up.
Okay, thank you, Chris. I might come back to Johan.
So I gave it an 83. This is all about manipulation, how children eventually manipulate their parents to get their love. And I gave it an 83. I didn't give it a gold. I gave it an 83. It's a good silver. Thank you.
Thank you, Johan. Judges, I'll get you to rescore, please. And one more to come in.
Oh,
who have we got?
It's me, sorry.
That's all right. Brilliant. We've got an 81 silver award. Congratulations. Fantastic talking there. Thank you very much. We'll accept that. Brilliant. And Sarah, I was just going to check to see how you're feeling. You're still okay at the moment, or you're getting a bit fatigued, or how are you going? You okay? Cool. Okay, I'll keep you on. Oh, you are? Okay, cool. We're just going to do a judge change. Sarah Lee, you've been great. Thank you so much. We'll give you a bit of a break. Shah Devine, I might pop you in place of Sarah Lee Cobb, please. Thank you, Shah. We're currently judging the family categories, happily sponsored by Fujifilm. And we're just going to get Shah to log in. So we know that Fujifilm New Zealand is a leading force in the distribution of imaging equipment and services to the photographic, medical and graphic systems markets. I'm just going to read a little bit more about Fujifilm. Fujifilm constantly strives to develop superior technology and to continue to cultivate an imaging and information culture. As a global company, we aim to make innovative use of the most advanced technologies to provide imaging and information solutions that best meet the increasing sophisticated needs of our customers. And I'll tell you a little bit more a bit later too about Fujifilm. Thank you, Fujifilm. Right, your judges ready to go? You've logged in, Shah? You have? Great. Okay. Could we please have the next print? Your amazing print handlers out there. Thank you. We have a score of 81. That's a silver award. Congratulations. I'm just trying to think. I don't think you can challenge that because I think you're within. Pardon me? No, it has to be over 5 from silver. Yeah, thank you very much, Joe.
I scored this one an 85.
Oh, one moment. Sorry, Joe. It says elective award.
So that means she can.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I thought
It's
I
not
could.
within.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I scored this 85. I might be too close to the mic now. This is just delightful. There's a real honesty to this portrait, even though it is beautifully composed, perfect lighting, lovely outfits, and all the things that we do well when we're doing family portraits. What's really kind of captured me about this is that all those little faces, they're all individual and they all show their own sort of personality within the family. You've got the oldest child in the middle and she's confident and she's out there, and then you've got this little boy on the edge, and anyone who's got a little boy can feel exactly how that little boy is feeling. He's tentative, he's unsure, yet he's held within the embrace of his family, and I just think this deserves to be a silver distinction, guys. Have another look.
Thank you. Johan or Chris?
Yep.
Thanks.
Oh, okay. I gave this a 77. Mainly because that joy of life didn't come through in the parents, and as the leaders of the group, I felt that they weren't strong enough in their happiness for their family to bring this into another level of like silver. I love the reflections. I think the reflections fantastically contained. I love the time of day they've taken the photograph. I love the composition. But it's that expression that really needs to hit me somewhere hard to get a merit.
Thank you, Johan. And Michelle, thanks.
I loved the reflection. I would have been even happier if I had a little bit more room of the reflection down the bottom. But the expression on the parents' face, it's like they have 3 kids. They're under 7 or 8. And it's like trying to get them ready, trying to get them out. They still have joy on their face. They're going for a nice walk. All the kids look like they're being good and smiling and having a good time. The little boy is, what Joe said, a little bit unsure, but he's also just a little boy going for a walk. I really enjoy it, and I'll come up a little bit.
Thanks, Michelle. Back to you, Joe.
That father is every New Zealand father I've ever photographed. He is doing what he's told. He's turned up in the right clothes. He's walking perfectly. He's got the perfect reflection. And he's doing exactly what he's told, which, you know, that's the height of getting a dad to do a good job, I think, in New Zealand family photography. His name's Russell. To me, this portrait is just all about the honesty of all those individuals and all their feelings they have. They want to be this perfect family unit, but they're all individuals. They've all got their own feelings around being in their family portrait, and I feel like the photographer has allowed that kind of quiet honesty just to come through, and I'd like to reward them with a few more points.
Thank you, Jo. I'll get the judges to rescore, please. I know you can't. You know why? Because I didn't put the challenge in, I don't think. Here we go. Sorry. I'm going to do a quick run around the block. And we had Jo doing that. So we're just about to...
No, we're stuck. She's fixing it. Oh, there we
No,
go.
no, sorry. Yeah. Okay, now you can pop it in.
I can only get one.
Shah? What was that? Sorry, Shah? Might be a bit sticky. Great. Guess what we've got? We've got a silver distinction. At 85. Congratulations. That's fantastic talking for the photographer. Congratulations to the entrant. That's amazing. That's definitely accepted. Right, I'll just get that spinning round. And could we please have the next print?
And we have an initial score of 88, silver distinction, and we have a challenge down the end from Johans.
Thank you. I gave this a 96. This is family. This is what family does. I don't think I need to say any more than that.
Okay. At the joke, actually, I might hear from Michelle first at the other end. She's just having another quick look.
I scored this 81. It's obviously not one they'll probably put on their wall. I'm listening, totally listening. The boy on the right is kind of looking more aghast at the fact that his other two brothers are carrying Gran back to her wheelchair. I did enjoy it, and I am listening. I can definitely come up. Not sure to the gold distinction range, but I am definitely listening.
I'd love to hear from Jo, thanks.
This one's got me in all the feels. I scored at 91. I think it's definitely deserving of a gold, and I think I'm going to come to gold distinction with you. This is her favourite beach. This might be her last time to go there. There's so much going on in this. That's not a gas. That's, shit, we got Grandma there. You know, there's so much love in this photo. Gold distinction.
Okay. Chris, would you like to have a chat?
Yeah, just a quick one. I have to commend the photographer for the choice to put this in front of us, because as you say, this isn't the image that they probably planned. It is family and it's love, and I'm looking at the smile on presumably the mother towards the right, and it's a love smile, and the dad is with the orange shirt, didn't wear the shirt he was supposed to wear to the beach. He's concerned too. I love that you can't see the faces of the people turned away because everyone is in support. I feel like they all left their shoes up here, but she didn't have to leave her shoes up here. She left her chair up here, and they're all helping her get back to it. I was on 86, and I'm a mean person who will be coming up.
Okay. Does anybody have anything else to add? No? Your hands?
Love is patient. Love is kind. Love is incredibly hard to photograph.
Okay. Thanks for that, Johans. Just a moment, and you'll be able to pop your scores in. Okay, go ahead and rescore, please. And we have a gold distinction at 95. Congratulations to the photographer. It's awesome to see. It's awesome to see such emotive images come across us and something that's a little bit different. We'll see the next print, please.
We've got a score of 79. That is a solid bronze award. Thank you. And Michelle's shaking her head at me, which means she's going to challenge this.
I scored at 81, just a solid silver. Just the expression on that little baby's face, if you go and have another look at it, if you have ever tried to photograph a child when there's leaves and everything at that age goes in their mouth, no matter what you do. And going in there and looking, he's put that, they have put that leaf in their mouth, and the look on their eye as if to say, yeah, nah, I'm not taking it out. I'm just looking at it, and he's happy, they're happy. It's just the expression. It's just like you can kind of see their character starting to come through.
Thank you, Michelle. I'd like to come maybe down to Chris, please, if you could. Thank you.
So I'm on 77. The leaf makes it for me. Like that's what elevates this over professional practice into bronze, because I can't read that expression. It's like, what's going on, or is this tasty, or the photographer the family probably don't want to have that leaf there, and they're all scrambling behind the photographer saying, take that out. That's what brought me into bronze. I think I need more to get up into silver, and I'm listening.
Thank you. I'm going to get maybe Shah, or I think all of you. Yeah, thanks, Shah.
I agree with what everyone said so far. And of course, the leaf and expression is right on the money in terms of this image. It just it sits well for me in bronze. There just isn't any extra elements in there that would take me higher into silver. It's a beautiful capture. It may not be the image that the family would have chosen, but it definitely shows the personality of this gorgeous little girl.
Thank you, Shah. So back to you, Michelle, please. Hang on, you challenged, didn't you? You challenged? Yep, brilliant. I'll get you back there. Thank you.
Oh, you guys just need some food. It's the gorgeous little image, and it's just that expression, and they've managed to capture it. And it just shows the intent of what that baby could be like in a few years' time. And it's just a tiny bit. Don't be too mean.
Right, judges, could we please get you to rescore? It's actually gone down to a 78, but that is still a solid bronze award, so congratulations to the photographer and the entrant. You've done really well. Congratulations, bronze award. It's great to hear some passion, and obviously the judges still feel how they feel, so yeah. Right, could we please have the next print? So we're currently judging the family category, proudly sponsored by Fujifilm.
There's a lack of contrast in here that would have made it sort of super real, but the softness is what makes it a silver real.
We've got a silver award at 82. Congratulations. Very consistent scoring too between the judges, and I think, Chris is like to talk to the entrant. Thank you.
I think the posing and the styling in this are fantastic. The choice of the gray means the skin tones are elevated off of the background enough that we really focus on them, and the way the dress becomes very soft towards the bottom is just gorgeous. I would have gone higher if that kind of the bottom left bit of dress was also soft, because it's sort of sharp, and that means it collides with the edge of the beautifully chosen oval mat as well. It's only a small thing, but I think that would have elevated it for me.
Thank you, Chris. It's great critique. Great critique for the entrant. Thank you. Could we please have the next print? How are you going, judges? We've got an 81, which is a silver award. Congratulations. You would like to talk to you can't challenge it. Yes, lovely. Thank you, Shah.
I would like to meet these three kids in about 10, 15 years' time, because the one on the left is obviously going to be the one that's going to get these other two out of trouble, because the expressions on their faces, I can see from even at this stage that they're going to be, they're going to be double trouble for sure. I really have to commend the photographer for getting three beautiful babies, beautifully posed, and with fantastic expressions. So congratulations and well done.
Thank you. And I just might get a bit of a critique from any of the other photographers who'd like to maybe add anything that they could have lifted it. Just very brief, quick critique. We need something for the entrant to look at. I think they all feel very happy with the way it's sat.
I think you might have elevated this one with a less busy background. I feel like the background is competing a little bit with the babies. And there is some editing issues with the baby on the right's forehead. It almost looks like a bit of a dent, but I think it's just the way the light and the editing has sort of come together.
Thank you. Bit of critique there, but fantastic. Silver award for the entrant. We'll accept that and we'll go to the next print, please. Thank you, Joe. Let's just check to see if all the, all the scores are in. We have a silver award at 80. Congratulations. Shah is not accepting 80. Shah is challenging this.
Hell no, I'm not accepting 80. Have a wee look at this and have a think about generations and what we lose as each generation comes forward. Things that our grandmothers did and things that our mothers did, we don't do anymore. Who irons here? Who knits? Who crochets? All those sorts of things. Oh, you do, Joe, but I kind of gathered that. But for a parent to sit and read a book with a child, this is something that we don't see so much anymore. Everyone's locked into technology and tablets, and parents are busy and distracted, and they're on their own technology and tablets. And I think this is, in years to come, this will be such an important image for this young child, because Mum took the time to sit with me. Mum took the time to read with me. Maybe one day he won't have his mum, and that will be a treasured memory that they will have of time spent together. So I encourage you to have another little bit of a look at this one.
Thank
My
you.
score was 87. Thank you.
Thank you, Shah. Johan, I might hear from you, please, and your score.
Right, I gave this a 74. I felt that reading to a child is important. I agree with you entirely, and yes, maybe we should take record of that. But there's things in this image that, well, just annoy me a bit. On the left-hand side, there's this big white wall that means nothing. And it's not adding to the photograph. It's not, in fact, it's distracting because I look towards it because it's quite a bright thing in the image. Across the bottom, just a couple of millimeters up would have cropped out that little bit of floor that goes underneath the bottom of the bookshelf. And it would have started to become much more intimate. The moment isn't perfect, but who perfects themselves up to read? So I just felt disappointed in a few ways. There's no excitement from what's being read. The energy's not in there. The intent is there, and I think the intent is wonderful. I gave it a 74. I could sneak it up a little bit. I don't know if I could go to a distinction with a silver on it.
So I had this on 82. For me, the door on the left makes this. You know, I am putting myself in the position of the father who's walking past and sees this happening. So you're walking past the room, and there's potentially, you know, their partner and their kid who is all legs, like gangliest legs ever, great. And they're going to grow up and all your discussion about the things you lose, that window with the angel wings now says to me, this is about previous generations, and the black and white photo towards the top left, like it is talking about history. And those, Johan said it's kind of an, I don't know, you didn't say unremarkable, but I know what you mean. It's kind of just a moment. I think it's a perfect moment. It's a perfect snapshot of someone walking past seeing this thing. And I want to spend more time looking at those elements in the background because I can't quite make them out, and that's okay. It talks about history. I'm on 82 and I'm kind of torn. I don't know what direction to go. So, you know, let's keep talking.
Right, back to you, Shah.
Well, thank you guys. That's awesome discussion, and it's really good that you brought up about the wall, Johan. It's something that I didn't even see when I looked at the image because I didn't find it distracting. It didn't take me away from what I was looking at, which is the couple, the child and the mother. Sure, it's not enigmatic. Sure, he's not doing a Tom Cruise and jumping up on the couch, but it doesn't need that. There's a quiet moment. It's a beautiful connection between the two, and a few more points would be amazing. And Chris, if you can come up with me and perhaps some of the others, I would be most grateful, and I'm sure the entrant would be as well.
Thank you, Shah, and I'll get all the judges to put your scores back in. Shah will be keeping it 87. To score. You've raised it a point, Shah. We've got 81, silver award. Well done. Thank you very much. We'll accept that. Now, I'm just going to have a blank screen just for the moment, please. I'm just going to do a quick judge change. Chris, I'm going to give you a bit of a break. Thank you very much for your hard work. Russell, could we pop you in Chris's place, please? Thank you. And I just want to just give a reminder to the judges, just while Russell's logging in, when you're speaking to and letting the other judges know how you feel, you may be looking at either myself, the panel chair, or the print, which would be quite helpful. It also helps with the microphone, just to be, just speaking into the microphone. You don't have to go close to the microphone, but facing your face towards the microphone would be great. Thank you. All logged in there, Russell, have you? You're good? Brilliant, thank you. Could we please have, another thing. We've got a huge day today, and at the moment we're actually running about 3 to 4 hours late. So we're really going to have to keep our, at the moment the estimated end time is now 8:27. So we're going to have to keep our judging words a little bit more succinct. That'd be great. It's okay, we'll do it because we've had some really, great discussions, but we'll have to just be a bit more succinct with our words. Thank you. Could we please have the next print? We've got a bronze award at 75. Congratulations. That's fantastic. Well done, and we will accept that. Thank you very much. May I have a comment from one of the judges that maybe if they wanted to maybe try to lift it a little bit higher? Russell or Johan? Thank you.
Okay, just a thing on printing. This image seems to have quite a strong magenta cast. And just to pay attention to the highlights. The highlights on the gentleman's shirt on the back is quite strong. Yeah.
Thank you.
But nice with the circle and the triangulation with the elbow.
Brilliant. No, I think that's great critique. Thank you very much. I'm sure the entrant will take that away with them as well. May we please have the next print? So we're currently judging the family category. proudly sponsored by Fujifilm. And the judges are all taking turns getting in there to have a look. The lighting is set well, but it does take, the judges do need to take turns to actually get in there and have a really good look, and the judge is doing fantastic, allowing that time for all of them to do that. We've got a score of 83. Solid silver award. However, Russell is challenging. Take it away, Russell.
We're in the right sort of neighbourhood. I gave it 88, silver distinction.
Oh, Russell, is the microphone on? Thank you.
To begin again, we're in the right neighbourhood. I gave it an 88, which is a silver distinction. This is really quite clever conceptualisation and presentation to us. You know, just using that power of counterpoint, you know, light, dark, gives us a beautiful sort of texture to it, a lot of beautiful modelling, shaping, detail, just information, if you like. And then the sheer graphic nature of it is just gorgeous. And as an idea, a really great one. So I think it sits comfortably, easily in the silver distinction range, personally.
Thanks, Russell. Hey, Michelle, I might get you to speak to Russell as well about how you're feeling.
I scored this as 77, a strong bronze. It doesn't give me the feels. There's nothing there that they're two delightful babies, and obviously one's been held by dad and one's been held by mum. But I'm listening, but there's nothing there that's making me want to jump it up that high.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Johan's given me that eye. Thank you, Johan. Yeah, go for it.
I gave this a 86. Whew, I'd have liked it.
I thought I'd stepped up.
Yeah, no, I gave this an 86. I think it's well deserved of a silver distinction because it's not necessarily about any emotional connection, although there is a wonderful emotional connection given through the hands. There's a strength and a power. The cropping's really tight and controlled, and it's just an amazing graphic that includes kids, and it's worthy of being rewarded for the power of what you see, not their feelings, but just the strength of the graphic of the image alone makes it worthy of a distinction. So strong.
Thank you. I think back to you, Russell.
It doesn't necessarily need emotion. It's a study. You know, it could even be a landscape if you like. And what I really enjoy also is that they've let the light spill over just exactly what we need to see. For example, if it had gone all the way to the other fingers or to the ears, we would have been distracted away from the beautiful visage of their faces, and that they are siblings and they are the result of parents who are also there. I mean, really, seriously, you know, it's pretty complete piece of communication, and just the proximity to that sort of tension of the proximity to each other gives it another sort of level of wonderfulness to me. What sort of emotion do you need to see other than the fact that these people have come into the world and have been presented to us in such a proud, beautiful way?
Brilliant. Thank you, Russell. Judges, could I please get you to rescore? We have a silver distinction, 85. Congratulations. Fabulous for the entrant. That's wonderful. Thank you very much. I'm definitely accepting that one. Right. Just another reminder for the judges just to keep their comments succinct and to the point of what their feelings are, and not to repeat anything that others have said as well too, which I know you're doing great, but just a reminder there. Thank you very much. Could we please have the next print? Currently judging the Fuji the family category, or the Fs, proudly sponsored by Fujifilm. We've got a silver award at 83. Thank you. I think that's been accepted. Well done. Very close. Oh, it's written up here, a different 83, 84, 85. It says elected. What's that about? One moment.
Is it not coming up as a elective charge?
It is, but I'm just thinking, because it's not beyond 5 points, I'd like from distinction. I should know that. Okay, thank you.
Challenge two.
I can
Do you want
challenge
to challenge
We're getting a challenge going on, and we've got Shah or Joe. I think Joe asked first, though, and that's the
Okay.
problem. I
This
think.
is, this is the challenge table here.
Okay.
Joe and I are on the same page.
Okay.
I don't really want to be that dad when you get home after this photo shoot. He had one job, just one job, look after that little guy. What a brilliant capture. What everyone is engaged. There's expression in every person. The styling is great. I love the colour of the water. It's not your typical blue sunny day. It has a moodiness and a muddiness that kind of leads you to the disaster that's happening with the little boy getting taken out by the waves. I think it's worthy of a little bit more than what we're doing at the moment with the silver. So join the dark side over here with Joe and I, please. And I scored at 86.
Yeah. Actually, it's okay. Thank you very much. I might come back down to Michelle, please. I think so, Michelle first, sorry. Thank you.
When I saw this photo come in, when I saw it through the run-through, I really wanted to like it, and I went up there, and it's like, it didn't do it for me. But then now listening to what has been said, and by God, Dad is going to be in so much trouble. I'm listening to your story, and I like it, and I won't be quite so mean, and I'll come up a little bit. So I am listening.
Oh, thank you, Michelle. You can, Joe? Yeah, why not?
Thank you so much for your generosity. Look, it's just a moment. Yes, it's a fun moment and all that sort of thing, but to start pushing things up because of that seems a little bit artificial to me, just from my perspective. So it's obviously the last shot of the shoot, and well done to the photographer for getting it, because he's in the dad's in deep trouble after that. But the reactions are great and all that sort of stuff, but in every other way, it's sort of relatively unremarkable, really. So how high do you actually reward something just because Dad's dropped the baby? How valuable is that, what you're calling story? So I've still scored it solidly at 82, and it's because it's a fun image like that, and the moment has been captured. But to start elevating it beyond that just because of that, I don't know. I need that explained to me, really.
Thank you. Yeah, back to you, Joe.
It's not just the little boy that's amazing, it's a little girl. Look, every single bit of that kid has just got so much expression. We can't even see her face, and we just get every little feeling she's having about her little brother. This is the one I'd put on the wall if this is my family. I just think there's so much fun, joy, energy, and it has an actual sound, which I'm not going to say, but Russ, I'm sure you can also hear it with me because you're a like-minded potty mouth. So I think we should bring it up for the sheer sound we all heard when this photo turned around, and we should squeak it into a silver D.
Thank you, Jo. And back to you, Shah.
I just want to add just one final thing. You mentioned that this was probably the last image of the shoot. What if it was the first? What if this was the only one they got? Have another think about your score, judges. Thank you.
Job done. Thanks, Shah. Judges, could you please rescore? We've got it to a very solid silver, 84. Well done. Every point counts. Congratulations to the entrant. That's fantastic. Every point counts when it comes to the scoring, so you've done well. Thank you. Right, could we... would you like to do a change? Yeah. Michelle, we'll give you a bit of a break now. Sarah Lee, could we pop you in, please, in place of Michelle? Michelle, thank you so much. You've done really good. Thank you. Thanks, Sarah Lee. Are you on? Right. Could we please have the next print? Thank you, judges. We'll get you to put your points in. Just got one more to go. No, we haven't. We have, it's all in. We have a 79, which is a solid bronze award. And we're going to be doing a review with this because we're right on the cusp. So you are challenging it. Thank you, Jo.
How terrifying is that grandma? And the little girl is like, oh my God, don't let me land in her mouth. And the little girl down the bottom is like, grandma, tone it down, embarrassing. I just love that the grandparents are the star of this show, and they've just got, if you look right around the whole circle of these people, you've just got emotion after emotion after emotion, all beautifully captured perfectly in the moment. I think it's deserving of a silver distinction.
Thank you, Jo.
86.
And Russell, I might come back to you, please, if you could, just to see how you're feeling about it.
Is the pregnant pause working? I scored at 74. I even feel a bit generous at that, to be honest. I mean, yes, there's all those emotions radiating around the image and things, but, you know, this is portraiture and this is professional portraiture and, yes, the moment's a bit of humour, I suppose, but like that wouldn't last 1 second. I don't even think I would offer that up for them to see personally as a professional portrait taker. So the fact that Grandma's mouth is open like that is completely unflattering to her. Yes, it's funny. Yes, it's this and that, but it's not practically useful, really. And so I just judge it on that.
Okay, thanks, Russell. Sarah Lee, could you tell us how you feel about it too? You're middle of the road there.
I scored this image a 76. For both reasons, like I love what Joe said about the comicalness of the expressions and just how much personality comes through, but at the same time what Russell said regarding that it's not that picture perfect that we're looking for, and I do feel it's cropped a wee bit tight at the top. Perhaps it doesn't match the rest of the two sides and the bottom in terms of spacing. Just has a slight level of awkwardness. I can't put my finger on exactly why, and I do feel those highlights are a wee bit bright. So credit to the photographer, it's so close. Keep going.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. And back to you, Joe.
Well, we're going to review this one anyway, guys. So let's at least sneak it into a silver. And I've got to totally disagree with you, Russ. I would sell this huge. My clients would love the shit out of this photo. Not the grandparents, they wouldn't want it for sure, not attractive of them, but the parents would love this moment of their children and their parents. So let's bring it up to a silver, guys.
Thank you. Judges, could you please rescore? The original score was 79. We've got an 81 silver award. Congratulations. Well done. Thank you very much. This is why we have a good different panel of judges on. Thank you. Could we please have at the next print? Thank you very much to our print handlers out the back too. They're doing really well. Being very patient with us. How are you going, judges? We've got an 82 at silver. Well done, everybody's accepted that. Thank you very much. Well done, congratulations. And could I maybe get a comment for critique and expression of how they feel from Sarah Lee? Thank you.
I love that this has been brought forward in the family category. I think it's such a beautiful and interesting moment. They're quite two, it's a beautiful tender moment, but obviously at times that they're probably quite dramatic sort of personalities, and I think that drama and that tenderness in the mood could have really been elevated perhaps with the use of negative fill on the sides, just to bring in some more shadow and just to create a little bit more drama in the lighting. Everything's very flat, and I think the mood could have really been punched up with working that lighting choice.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you. Now, could we please have a blank screen, print handlers? And we're just going to have a bit of a judge change again. Johan, we'll give you a bit of a break. Thank you so much. You've done really good, as per usual. Chris Anderson will pop you back in place of Johan. And Joe Francis Moore, we're going to give you a bit of a break as well. Thank you for your time. And Catherine Katanak, could we pop you in place of Joe? Thank you. We're currently judging the family category, proudly sponsored by Fujifilm. We're going to start doing a few little lunch swaps around too in the next probably 20 minutes, half an hour. So let us know if you're starting to fatigue, and we'll put a replacement in. So we're all ready to go. Could we please have the next print? How you going, judges? We've got one more score to come in, and it's come in. We have a bronze award at 78. Congratulations. Reasonably close there. Thank you very much. All the nods are there. Could we please have a comment from who'd like to talk to the entrant about how they could have made that even stronger? Shah, you're looking queen. Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations on a beautiful bronze award. It's a lovely capture. It's been well printed, perhaps a tiny little bit flat, and just perhaps looking at eye highlights. The right eye is just lacking a little bit of life. So some more eye highlights would perhaps help create a little bit more energy and life for the image. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Right, could we please have the next print? Very close scoring here. We have an 81, which is a silver award. Congratulations. Very solid. Very solid. Very close scoring too with that. Russell, you'd like to talk to the entrant there. Thank you.
Congratulations on an exquisite image. Obviously, this photographer is in total control of what they're doing. So I just found the feet coming out on the left just a little bit of an eye taker. Tucking them in and just letting that dress replicate a similar shape to the one on the left, and having a lovely sort of triangulation there would have been great. But it's very beautiful. Well done.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Really appreciate that. Congratulations. Could we please have the next image, next print, please? We've made a bronze award at 75. Congratulations. And that's been accepted by all the photographers. Thank you very much. Who would like to talk to the photographer, what they love and what they would maybe critique on to even bring it up a high? Thanks, Chris.
There's a moment with the three girls in the middle that I love. The one in the middle is doing that kind of supermodel pose, and the other two are having a laugh. I think to elevate this for me, I want some more connection from the two on the outside edge, where they feel just disjoint from the moment that's happening, and I think that would have elevated it for me.
Thank you, Chris. Great advice there. Could we please have the next print? We've got a 74, which is a really good professional standard. Thank you very much. As in, it's a 74, it's not a bronze, but it's good for pro standard. Could I have maybe a little bit of a critique by someone who'd like to give a bit of advice about how it maybe could have just been brought up into the award range with 1 point there? Yeah, thank you, Catherine.
Yeah, super cute kids, super cute moment. I feel that the colours in this are sort of fighting for my attention, taking it away from the moment. Their faces have quite a magenta tone. Obviously, you're dealing with a bit of sun flare there, which I feel actually is adding to the mood here, but the tones need a bit of work. They strike me first, and I think that could have been partly reduced by cropping down from the top to get rid of that fairly garish sort of greeny yellow at the top, to reduce all of the colours that are going on there. Maybe try it black and white as well, see if it's still got that same warmth and energy. I reckon it probably would.
Thank you, Catherine. That's great. Could we please have the next print? Currently judging the family category, proudly sponsored by Fujifilm. We have an 82, which is a silver award. Congratulations. However, we have a challenge from Catherine.
I gave this an 86. I think it's a very strong cultural portrait of a very strong little personality. I think she's been beautifully lit, well posed, well dressed, and there's just so much character on that little face. I feel that the arched frame is working with this, and it's all just turned into a lovely little cohesive portrait. It's styled, but it's still got that real spark in the eyes, and the personality is coming across here. So I wanted to reward that with an 86. I'm keen to talk about it a bit more.
Thank you, Catherine. Russell, we were down at 78 here. What's your thoughts?
82, isn't it?
Currently it's 82. Yeah, you're at 78, so you're not too far away.
No, I'm not,
average.
but I'm going to stay there, and I think for all the reasons that you mentioned, that is a good 82. Yeah.
Thank you, Russell. So I might grab someone in the middle. Chris or Sarah Lee, I'd love to hear from either of you two. Thank you.
I think it is a cohesive portrait. I think you're right in that. The expression, oh my gosh, she's so proud. Like, I love that. That makes it for me. I was on 81. I'm feeling pretty good about 81. There's a texture that's been added to the back that, because it continues sort of on the plane of where her feet is, it makes me realize that it's been added by the photographer, and it breaks the illusion that it's on the wall behind her. That's the only thing that's holding me back from going a little higher.
Thank you, Chris. And Catherine, I might come back to you for your right of reply, please.
Can't quite see. I thought that was just the actual texture of her feet. There's not much there really to come back to. You go. Okay, it's a good silver. Congratulations to the photographer. I'm obviously pushing it uphill a wee bit to get into silver distinction, but at least the photographer knows that. I thought it was awesome.
Thanks very much, Catherine. Judges, will get you to rescore, please. We've got it 1 more point, 83. Every point counts. It's a solid silver award. Congratulations. Thank you. And just before we get the next print rolling through, actually we'll get you to put the next print up now. Judges, we do need to keep our words quite succinct. We have to really keep moving through this huge, awesome category within good timing. Oh, we'll do that next. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. We've got a 74, which is a good professional standard there, and reasonably good consistent judging all the way across the board there. So thank you very much for that. We'll accept that. And could I maybe hear from Shar, how you feel that could have worked a bit to get into an award range? What could have helped?
It's a sweet little image. It's been well captured. The parents would probably absolutely adore it. For an award image, it needs to give us something a little bit extra, a little Easter egg somewhere, a little nugget of goodness that just elevates it a little bit more. So perhaps have a look at your perhaps your lighting, perhaps your posing, but keep working with what you're doing, and I'm sure that you'll find those little things that we look for as judges.
Thank you, Shar. Much appreciated. Should we do a judge? Yes, I think we're going to do a bit of a judge change. So could we please have the just a clear screen there? Thanks, print handlers. Shar, we're going to give you a bit of a break. Might get you to grab your lunch and take a bit of a lunch break. And really appreciate that, Shar. You've done really well. Angela Eastwood, we'll bring you in place of Shar, please. Thank you. And yeah, we might, when we start rolling the judges over for lunch, we might get you to maybe bring your lunch into the judging room, because we're actually a little bit short if someone gets a bit of fatigue. So we'll get you to do that. Thank you. So everyone's logged in. Could we please have the next print? So on the judging panel, we currently have Russell Hamlet, Sarah Lee Cobb, Chris Anderson, Catherine Catanat, and Angela Eastwood. A really good mix of judges here. We've got only literally a few points between it. We have a bronze award at 75. Congratulations. Lovely result there. Could we have a word from Chris? Thank you.
I really love the connection between the people in the image, and the fact that you can just see a little bit of t-shirt design. There's a little bit of each of their personalities coming through. Something that kept me from going higher is the presentation. So the mat is a very glossy black mat, and then there's a white outline, and that they're really fighting my eyes so that it's hard to focus on the image because they're quite dominant. I think if it had been presented differently, it would have gone higher.
Thank you, Chris. Right, could we please have the next print? Thank you. We have a bronze award at 76. Well done. Congratulations to the photographer. I'd love to maybe hear a comment from Sarah Lee. Think you enjoyed this image. Thank you.
Congratulations to the photographer for capturing a really beautiful, loving moment between brothers. I think it's a really, really wonderful connection. I think if a little bit more attention was drawn to the environment, those background being so light is a little bit distracting, and had a darker background been chosen, you would have really brought the emphasis back to them and not to their surroundings, and perhaps a choice of a square crop rather than something more horizontal would again have removed our attention from the background towards them.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. That's great. Could we please have the next print? Stacey, it might pop you in just very quickly. Don't worry about logging in there. Thank you. We have a gold at 90. Well done. Congratulations. Very, very quite consistent scoring there too. So congratulations to the photographer. That's a fantastic result. So who would like to talk to the photographer and congratulate them? You'd like to, Sarah Lee? Thank you very much.
Yeah, what a wild card. This image is so quirky. Clearly there's a reason they're styled as oddly as they are and they're posed as oddly as they are. I don't know what it is, but the image is so compelling. I want to look at it more to figure it out. All the choices are just so controlled and so unusual without knowing more about the storyline, that it keeps you engaged. And I think if anything, the only thing I would say would be to move the mother or the lady in the brown just a foot or so to the right, give more space to the guy in red who's hidden behind, and then we could see more of the bird which is hidden in the brown of that painting. But this is a brilliantly unique image. It's lit gorgeously, it's technically beautiful. Congratulations to the photographer.
Thank you very much. Very exciting. Congratulations. And all the judges, you're all watered and you're still good at the moment, aren't you? Well done. Cool. Bit of a shake, bit of a stretch. Brilliant. Thank you. Could we please have the next print? Thank you, Stacey. we've got a bronze award. 75. Congratulations. Reasonably consistent there as well. May I have a comment, please, from one of the judges? Thank you, Chris.
Excellent progression. I really appreciate that you can see in the second and third frame it's the same face and it's the same expression some time apart. One thing that was a little distracting to me is there's a harmony of background color on the left too that isn't quite the same on the right one. So it's a little bit cooler, and I think if that had been aligned, that would have made this stronger, but well done.
Thank you, Chris. Fantastic. Right. Congratulations to the photographer, and we will have the... Oh, no, we won't. I might have a blank screen just briefly. Sorry, print handlers. They're looking at me like, oh. Russell, we're going to give you a break. If you could grab your lunch, and that'd be great. Thank you very much for your hard work. Johan, could we pop you in Russell's place, please? Thank you. We'll get you to log in. Good to go. Great. Thank you. Thank you, print handlers. We will get you to pop the next print in, please. Oops, with my microphone. Thank you, Olivia. I can see your hand up. I'm just refusing to look at it at the moment because we've got a silver at 81, and we know we're going to get a challenge here from Johan. Put his hand up really quickly, so go for it, Johan. Well, how do you feel?
I gave this an 88. What a wonderful story about naughty. Beautifully contained in a sort of tobacco brown background. It's sequential. You know, there's the act, the inhale, the exhale, and the happiness. And then there's the direct contact with the viewer saying, I know you're watching, but I'm still doing it. So I think surely just for the narrative, it deserves a high silver. And then just add in the way that everything complements each other, the tones, the colours, that slight softening on the skin, which sort of adds a gentle haziness to the image. It all adds up to a very good silver with distinction. I gave it 88. Yep.
Thank you. I'd love to come to maybe, hey, Angela, how do you feel about chatting to to Johan about this? How are you feeling about it?
I scored this a 77. Congratulations to the photographer. It's a great little series, wonderful character in the person depicted. Perhaps I would have liked to have seen maybe a little bit more why, there's a little bit of story missing for me in this, and maybe to see the actual smoke in some of the central images too would have added to that for me.
Right, thank you. I'd love to, either Chris or Catherine, also just when you're speaking, you might, don't have to worry, just have to be a little bit louder there too, Angela, when you're speaking. Thanks. Catherine, maybe, either of you two, you guys can juggle it. Sure. Thank you. Thanks, Catherine.
So I gave this a 78, and Johan, I'm interested to hear your thoughts a little more about the series, because for me, the reason I didn't come up into silver was that I felt that the first two images are extremely similar to each other, and that all of the real personality and character is in those final two images, and I love the presentation, but I ended up kind of feeling as if potentially those first two images were both included in order to be able to take it across the entire mat, which is a cool presentation, but as a series, I don't feel that all four images are necessarily as strong as each other or are necessary. So yeah, I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
Thanks, Catherine. And I think back to you, Johan. Oh, Chris, you're kind of keen here, so why not?
Yeah, I don't have a lot to add over what Johan said. I was on
Okay.
86. I think the narrative is great. I think it's really strong. I think that first image needs to be there because she's taking the action to light it. Right. That's why it's important. We don't know why she's doing this. Maybe it's maybe it's recreational. Maybe it's medicinal. But she likes it. That last frame, the cheekiness. I mean, that last frame by itself would have been spectacular, but I think adding the narrative gives it that extra dimension. So I'm on 86, so I'm kind of with you, Johan.
Thank you, Chris. Back to you, Johan.
Sometimes people are unexpectedly defiant. And this is a story about defiance. It starts with the lighting. It needs to be lit. And then at the end, it's there. I'm in control. I'm happy, and I'm strong about it. And I'm not hiding behind a bushel. I am here. I gave it an 88. I'm not looking for a gold. Anyway, I gave it an 88. See what you can do.
Brilliant. Thank you, Johan. Judges, we'll get you to rescore. We've brought it up a couple of points. 83, solid silver award. Congratulations. Both boys are nodding in happiness there. They may have bring it up a little bit, so well done. Thanks very much. We'll definitely accept that. Could we please have the next print? We've got amazing print handlers up the back, doing a really good job. Thank you very much, you awesome people out the back. We have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Congratulations. Quite reasonably close there. Thank you. And I'd love to hear from one of the judges. Catherine, thank you.
Great moment here. I sort of think they were all, the kids are all here for Mum doing this photo shoot, and then they've kind of taken over here and really grabbed her and pulled her back. And she sort of, I like the story here that normally the kids are not into it, but these ones do seem to be into it. I guess I kind of wanted them to be a little bit more into it in the sense that some of those hands are feeling like that, especially on the right there, the girl's hand just resting on her, it's quite sort of flaccid on her sister's back there. And the top hand coming across Mum's chest there, if there was just a bit more commitment into that moment. But yeah, the lighting's beautiful, lovely sparkly background, great work, and yeah, well deserving of its award.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Right. Could we please have the next print? We've got a bronze award at 78. Congratulations. Well done. Solid bronze there. Right. Could I maybe hear from one of the judges who'd like to talk to the entrants? Angela, I might pick on you if that's all right. Thank you.
Congratulations to the photographer. Really sweet little moment. You can see the lovely connection with the dog and his master. Some things to improve There's a few artifacts on the shoreline there, so just looking for those little details in the image would help raise that up.
Lovely. Thanks, Catherine. Angela, sorry. Thank you. You're both sharing a microphone. Thank you very much. Could we please have the next? Oh, we'll just have the next print, please. We've got an 81, which is a bronze award, silver award. Well done. And you're looking. Would you like to challenge that, because you can challenge that? Thank you. So we've got Angela challenging.
Thank you. I just love this little moment with these siblings, friends. I'm not sure what they are, but just the character in the little girl's face, and you know, she's just so sweet and beautifully captured. I love the nice tight crop, so you're not distracted by anything going on around them. And yeah, I think not asking for moonbeams, just a few more points to see up into the next category.
Thank you. Thanks, Angela. You're feeling a little bit differently there, Chris.
A little bit. I'm on 73, so a touch away. I think it's been like all the things that you want to have in a great family portrait are here. The expression on the girl on the right, it didn't feel real to me. It felt like something the photographer had directed her to do. Now that I can't tell, I wasn't there, I don't know. That's the way it was communicated to me. The impression I got was that it was something that maybe was asked of them rather than something that happened automatically. And obviously I don't know, but that's how it was read to me. So I'm 73 is a little low, and I'll be heading up, but let's see how far.
Thank you, Chris. Johan.
This might help, Chris. I was thinking the same as you, and then I realised that child on the end is blowing a kiss at the photographer. So it's a kissing photo. The whole thing's a kiss. It's a big kiss. I gave it a 78. I'm happy for it to have a silver, so I can go up to something that begins with an 8. Yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you, Johan. And back to you, Angela. And just remember with your voice to throw it a little bit into the mic. Thank you.
Thanks. I didn't hear anything really negative. I just in terms of directing a child that is probably around about 2, you really can't direct them to do that kind of thing in a shoot. But yeah, a few more points would be great. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks, Angela. Judges, could you please rescore? We've got it to a very solid silver at 83. Congratulations. Well done, Angela, too, for talking about that. That's definitely accepted. We're just going to have a blank screen, please, print handlers, for a little bit. We're just going to do another judge change. Sarah Lee, you've done a great job. We'll get you to go grab some lunch. Thank you very much. You've done well. Joe Francis Moore, we'll pop you back into the judging panel there. Thank you. We're currently judging the family category, proudly sponsored by Fujifilm. We're just rolling a few lunches through. And we're all logged in. Could we please have the next print? we've got a bronze award at 75. Congratulations. All within a few points of each other. That's fantastic. Could I maybe have a quick word from one of, thank you, Catherine, to the photographer in the entrant there.
Yeah, beautiful colours in this, beautifully printed. I'm not sure that the first two images are quite different enough. I feel the second image is much stronger than the first, and then in the final image, the girl on the right is much stronger than the one on the left. Other thing, just watch your horizon lines. It's dropping down in that final image. Could have helped strengthen, but well done on your award.
That's fantastic critique. Thanks very much, Catherine. We'll get the next print, please. Sorry, we have a very solid silver at 84. I was looking at a little bronze marker there, which wasn't true. Congratulations. And that has been accepted. No, you're challenging, are you, Joe? Thank you, Joe.
Yeah, I think I better challenge that. I gave
Okay.
this 91. There is 9 exquisite portraits of a little boy with his dog there. I think capturing even one of those I would have been very pleased with. Yeah, your eye just goes round and round, and you just find more and more to love in this. Yeah, I'm surprised that we're not up in the 90s, to be honest, guys. Maybe have another look and see if you find a little bit more to love in there.
Thank you. And we've got a few down in the low 80s. Yeah, Chris, thank you.
The connection between these two is so good. These are best buds, and there's some where they're both smiling, like they have these big grins, and the dog loves this kid, and the kid loves this dog. So, the love is so clear. From a presentation point of view, I know there's some attention's been placed to make this in a grid so that it's, nice. I think I maybe would have gone for 6 and not 9, because there are a couple of images that are really similar. Top left and bottom right are not, they don't sort of differentiate each other enough. That's a mean comment. The bottom right image, my heart melts when I see that. That's the end of the play session, and they're having a cuddle. Like, it's just amazing. I'm on 83. I can come up a few points, but I think I've got some work to get into gold.
Okay. Maybe someone, Johan, could you talk to the judges?
Actually, I've got nothing to add. I had the same problems as Chris. Yep.
Oh, okay. Righto. I wouldn't mind just one more, though, because we had a high and a low, and I'd like someone in the middle of the road. So, Angela, I'm just going to put you in the hot seat there. Thank you.
I actually agree with everything that Chris said. Those a couple of images there that are just a little bit repetitive and kind of break the flow of this action in the middle of the story. For me, it would have worked slightly better to have that quiet moment at the start and a quiet moment at the end, but those quiet moments breaking that timeline kind of just slightly stopped me from going any higher.
Okay. Thanks, Angela. Joe, we'll come back to you, please.
I feel like it's a natural progression of play. You start out and maybe you're not quite sure what you're going to play, but there's almost a conversation going on in that first photo. They've just sat down and they're having a bit of a powwow about what they're going to play. And then all this craziness ensures. And from sitting back here, I get real dinosaur vibes from this. Real feeling of this boy and his dog just having a great adventure together. And they're all beautifully lit, they're all beautifully composed. Yeah, I mean, I would personally have been stoked to have taken any one of these photos. And then that last one, which is so tender and it really does melt your heart. So, yeah, I think love to encourage you to give a few more points there, guys, at least get it to a silver distinction.
Thank you, Joe. Judges, we're going to get you to rescore here. You've made a silver distinction, Joe, at 85. Well done. Congratulations to the photographer. That is fantastic. Brilliant. Could we please have a clear screen there, print handlers? Thank you. We're just going to do a few more judge changes. Russell, you're back just in time, so don't sit down. Johan, oh, hang on. Chris, how are you feeling?
I could do with some lunch, actually.
You had some lunch? Cool. Okay, well, we'll pop you in place there. Thank you very much. Johan, you okay just to stay a bit longer? You good? Oh, you're rocking. Brilliant. So, yep, cool. So we'll be getting Russell to log in. Could I just log in for him if you can there? Johan, thank you. And Catherine, we're going to give you a break as well at the moment. Thank you very much for your hard work there. Michelle Fay, could we pop you in place of Catherine, please? We'll get you to log in. Thank you. So we'll pop Michelle in. Thank you very much. So while Michelle's logging in, I'll just let everyone know that we're now currently judging the family category as Johan van Kaan, Russell Hamlet, Joe Francis Moore, Angela Eastwood and Michelle Fay. Fabulous mixes here. Brilliant. Thank you. Right, you all ready to roll? Let's go to the next print, please. We have a score of 78, which is a solid bronze award. And we've got a challenge, though. Johan is taking up a challenge here.
Right, I gave this 83. I love the clarity and the sharpness of the foreground water. I love the softness of the future in the background. I love the energy that the water gives to this photograph, along with the energy of the children. So they complement each other very wonderfully. The differences between each child are quite marked, and that gives strength to the image. The troublesome one, the thoughtful one, and the energetic one. So I feel as a family photograph, this is energetic, exciting, and very easy to look at. So I gave it 83.
Thank you. I'm going to come to a little bit lower here, down to Russell. Could you maybe speak to Johan as well?
Yeah, I squeaked it into bronze, 76. I'm still comfortable with that, to be honest. You're always incredibly convincing, Johan, but I think the people sort of comments are not quite there, really. I think it's a little bit contrived and it hasn't quite come off for me. I mean, yeah, all about the water and stuff, but it's not a landscape, it's about people. So I enjoy the saturation of it and I quite enjoy the frivolity of it. But other than that, I find it sort of just not quite believable, really.
Thank you, Russell. I'd like to, Joe, thanks.
From back here, I really loved it, but when I got up close, I actually just felt a bit sad because the little boy on the side just feels a bit left out. And I think if it had been cropped so it was a portrait of the two children on the left, it would have been a lot stronger. So I've scored at 78. I'm fairly comfortable with that, but I am listening to see if you have anything extra to add other than gorgeous landscape, Johan.
Thank you, Joe. So back to you, Johan.
Yes, this is more than a landscape because of the content. This is about family and about, this category is about family, and this says family to me. Each person has their own individual place. some are more confident and more lively than others. I'm happy with it at 83, but I'm also listening to what you say as well. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Johan. Judges, we'll get you to rescore there, please. We've got a review, so you popped it up 1 point, but it means we now will decide with the judges. We'll have to have it as 79 for a good bronze or 80 as a silver. And it stayed at 79, very solid bronze. Congratulations to the photographer for that. Right, thank you. Could we please have the next print?
What's that?
One more to come in. I think it might be Russell.
I'm here. You go. Go. Backspace.
You're good. You're just like me, Russell. We're getting old.
PCs, mate. Okay. I've ended up with the cursor thing flashing in front of the number and I can't get back.
Oh, okay. Hang on. We'll just see if Johan's got it. Yeah, cool. Still can't get that in? Do you want me to grab some tech support just to pop that in, or I can grab a techo if you'd like.
Yeah, it's gone red.
Okay, cool. Could we? I might just get into the chat. Hey, Paul, if you're on the back, we might grab a techo person just to unlock a little computer screen for us. Are you around the back there, Paul?
Sorry about that.
That's all right. Yeah, could we grab maybe Paul or someone technical there to help us? Thank you. So we're currently judging the family category, proudly sponsored by Fujifilm. So just keep those scores in your heads. I know that you have actually got them in your heads there, and just keep your score in your head at the moment, Russell. While we're just getting that sorted. Thank you. So I'm just going to read out a little bit more about the Fujifilm sponsor here. Basically, they came into existence in 2004 following the sale of Hanimex Group to Fuji Photo Company. So it's all going on here. Previously, Hanimex had been the sole distributor of Fujifilm products in New Zealand, and basically there's a lot of going round and round here. There's a lot of information here, but it says here Hanimex has assisted Fujifilm to become a key player in the imaging industry and provider of total digital solutions to its customers in the photographic, medical imaging and graphic systems market. So don't forget to visit Ira and his team in the week at the Fujifilm stand. You can get way more information too on the huge amount of Fujifilm products, fantastic ranges they've got there. So we'll definitely get you to pop in and see the Fujifilm people. Thank you to Fujifilm for sponsoring this category. It's a huge category, so we're very grateful to you. Right, we've now got the scores have come in. Thank you to Paul for looking out that for us. We have got a score of 83, which is a solid silver award. And I think there was an arm that stuck out. Johan is challenging this score. Johan, take it away.
Well, I gave this 93. What a powerful, simple image. There's nothing complicated about this. There's nothing really out of place, but you've got two very strong personalities coming through, and you can see their futures, but they're held together by this lovely draping fabric. And tonal and printing is outstanding in this image. And I'm just at a loss for words why I have to explain this. But that's strange for me. Okay, I'm going to stop there. Yep.
Michelle, I'd love to hear from you, please, and your score.
I scored this a 79, a good strong bronze. There's a few bits of details and stuff missed around the edge. Yes, they are two very cute little babies, but maybe, I don't know, the baby on the, sorry, excuse me, frog in my throat. The baby on the left, he just looks completely confused, and I'm listening. I am listening.
Thank you, Michelle. Russell, thanks.
Yeah, I scored at 83, which is what it did score. And, you know, gold, if I remember rightly, sort of uses words of outstanding and you know, excellences and what have you, whereas, you know, in the silver where we've put it as a very high level of craft and workmanship, which this image does have. So I find that it has the latter, but I'm just struggling to find the outstanding and the sort of excellences, if you like.
Thank you, Russell. So, Johan, you've got a bit of work to do here.
This is probably going to be hard for people to imagine, or maybe they can, but the reason why I was so drawn to this, it reminded me of a very famous photograph of some workers on a steel bar suspended over New York. And these guys are there. They're full of personality. They're individual. They're not being the same. They're not being happy. They're just being who they are. Crafted incredibly well and held together so tightly and so wonderfully. It's super strong. I gave it a 93. See what you can do.
Right. See what you can do, judges. You think you get you to rescore? You've made it work. We have an 86, a silver distinction. Congratulations. The entrant will be absolutely thrilled. Thank you very much for your words there, Johan. Right. May we please have the next print? I might grab Sarah Lee. Can I put... We've got an 83, which is a solid silver award. Congratulations. However, I think we've got a challenge coming up from Russell.
Yeah, I was with you guys tonight, but just a little bit more. I was in the silver distinction. I mean, we know what's going on here, but it's been really well done. And not only are they doing what kids do today, but we're being reminded of what else they could be doing and probably should be doing. And that's a bit that elevated it to me into silver distinction. I love all the hot highlights and that sort of contemporaneous sort of lighting, if you like, gives us that nice edgy sort of feel. The heat landing on their faces and stuff, I enjoy all of that. But it's the what they should be doing as opposed to what they are doing thing that I think just makes this message a little bit more well presented to us than sometimes otherwise. And so for me, it was I scored at 86, and I think it's deserved.
Thank you, Russell. Joe, could we hear from you, please?
Yeah. I gave this 78, and I definitely think it was worth an award for the story, and I get hear no evil, speak no evil, see no evil from it as well. But I'm just so distracted by all the blocked up blacks and all the sort of missing bits of information there, and I think that different paper stock might have really aided this. I'm just feel so sort of pulled out of this picture by the sort of technicals. But yeah, if you can convince me otherwise, I will be happy to move.
Thank you. Hang on, Russell. Well, let's get someone else to come in and someone in the middle. How are you feeling, Michelle, to talk to? Yeah.
I'm pretty the same. That it's the blacks that distracted everything for me, and the hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil, except that what the see no evil has got on is pretty much the world. Yeah, it is a really cool series of what it is today, but just a few things, and some of the blacks by the dog are quite muddy.
Okay, thank you. We'll bring you back to Russell. Thank you.
That's the cool thing about us all being humans. We think differently. The very techniques that are sort of offending you guys are actually, I find, exhilarating. So, because it's bringing our eye to what is important. And that's the characters in it. So do we need to see detail in the darks and all that sort of stuff? No, I don't think so. The photographer here knows exactly what they're doing, I think. And they've presented it to us in a very clean, sharp, sort of topographical sort of way, if I could put it that way. I'm not sort of so concerned about the see no evil, speak no evil, blah, blah, blah. I kind of got that, but I think it's what they should be doing and not what they are doing message that has been really well given to us and hasn't been shoved at us, because those things that I've mentioned that they should be doing are just subtly in the background between their feet, over their shoulders, and the dog, with the loose lead. I mean, it's brilliant, really. And so it should be silver distinction, I think, and you're not actually that far away. I think you're all thinking like me, really, but just a little bit differently.
Thank you, Russell. Right, judges, could we please rescore? We've made a silver distinction, 85. Congratulations to the photographer. Great talking there, Russell. Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
We will have the next print, please. Thank you, Sarah Lee. We have a silver award at 80. Thank you. Quite consistent judging along the way with about 4 points between all of you. So thank you very much. We'll definitely accept that. Could we maybe have a comment from one of the judges about how well they've done, even what they could have done to maybe improve a tiny bit or to get to another few more points? Who's keen to? Yeah, thanks, Michelle. You did the. Anyone who moves.
I moved. Congratulations to the photographer. I really enjoyed all the faces, and I took a good long time to look at it. Not sure what you can do to improve it, but just keep experimenting and keep trying. I really did like your image. Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you, Michelle. Johan's keen to say something.
Oh, just a quickie. I actually think that maybe turning it to black and white might have made us focus more on the people.
Oh, brilliant. Okay, that's interesting. Thank you very much. Right, may we please have the next print? We've got a silver award at 80. Woohoo! Congratulations to the photographer. And I think the points are literally between 2 or 3 points between all of you, so you're quite close there. Who would like to talk to the photographer about how they could improve that? Any takers? Yep, Angela, thank you very much.
Congratulations to the photographer on your silver award. A really beautiful image of the twins there. I think the left baby is definitely the strongest of the two. Perhaps bringing in the crop on the side so eyes don't wander out to the side with the lines going out, but beautiful image, I loved it.
Thank you very much, Angela. That's great. May we have the next print, please? We have a score of 79, which, as we all know, is a controversial number. It's going to go to review anyway. Would anyone like to challenge it, or would you? No, cool. Okay, so this is just going to be a review score. And if we could have the judges please put in 79 for a bronze or 80 for a silver. We have an 80. That is a silver award. Congratulations. Extremely close judging from even before that. So could I maybe have a comment, please, for the photographer? Johan, thank you.
I like this image a lot. I just felt the crop through the hand on the right-hand side was just a little bit too tight.
Okay, no, thank you very much. Ancient will take that away, but congratulations for the silver award. Right. I'm just going to check with a couple of the judges who've been on for a little bit. Between Angela and Michelle, how are you both feeling? You're good? You're okay, Angela, or you'd like to have a break? Okay. I'm going to grab Shah Divine. I'm not going to grab you, but I'm going to ask you if you could maybe put the place of Angela Eastwood. Angela, thank you very much. You've done a fantastic job there. Really appreciate it. Oh, we'll just have a clear screen at the moment, please, while we're doing that. Thanks, print handlers. So Shah's just about to log on. Michelle's doing good. And Johan, I'll just check to see how you're going as well. You're all thumbs up? Cool. Okay. No worries. As soon as you start to fade a bit, we might actually grab Chris and pop you in, so just let us know. We want to get that Aussie. I've got to get that Aussie boy in. Thank you. All right. Are you all logged in? Great. Let's go. Could we have the next print, please?
Okay, we've got an initial score of 79. Russell, yeah, you have a challenge?
I'll have a quick crack at it. I scored at 83, so we're pretty close to silver anyway. But it's pretty decent sort of portrait, really. I mean, this person's just loud and proud. I mean, obviously doesn't care about his belly. In fact, is sticking it right at us. And it's a very, very simple image that's beautifully lit and well presented in the print. I really like the balance of the log, you know, with those two little bits jutting out of the grass. Some people might be offended by those, but I think they're quite cool and they contain him. If they were gone, it would otherwise be a little bit sort of boring, really. So I enjoy that detail in the bottom segment there. And just him. He's just right down the barrel of the camera and just it's just a shot of who he is. And there's no hiding who he is. And so they've given us who he is. And I think it's really well done.
Okay, and at the other end of the scale, Johan?
Me?
Yeah.
Okay, I gave this a 76 for the reasons that you liked it. No, the belly I'm fine with. It's just those two bits of stick that come out of the bottom left-hand side that annoy me, but I'm happy to go higher because I'm happy for it to get a silver. You know, yeah, no complaints, really.
Okay, would someone else like to speak?
Sorry?
Okay, so Russell, do you want to write a review?
Yeah, just quickly, you know, the bits that I knew straight away, those two bits of wood on the left-hand side would be in our minds, but I didn't mind it because, like I said, it contained it, and I think if we jump it into silver, it'll reward quite a neat image.
Okay, if you'd all like to rescore, please. Okay, so we've got a average score of 79, which takes it into a review. Oh, it's a bronze, but we're going to have to rejudge, please. 79. No, it's all good. But now it's still 79, so we still have to go between bronze and silver. Yeah. Oh, hold on. No, we've got one more score to go. Sorry. And that's an 80 silver. Well done, guys. Congratulations. Okay, can we have the next print, please? Okay, we've got an initial score of 77, which puts it in a bronze category. Yep, we'll accept that. Russell or Michelle, would you like to speak to the photographer?
Yeah, sure. Just to help. I just find it was so lovely in every way, and the photographer knows what they're doing. But the hands, with the beautiful texture of the feathers, and then our eyes were taken to the hands, which take us away from the beautiful faces. And the hands haven't quite been handled as well as they could have been if they are to be included. Personally, I would have excluded them, and then we would have had that lovely texture leading up to those beautiful faces.
Thank you. Next print, please.
I don't think they can hear you.
Next print, please. Thanks, guys. So if we Okay, we've got initial score of 76, and we've got 2 elective challenges. Oh, Joe, please.
I scored this one 82. There's just so much joy and love in this photo, and I love the way you graduate from dark on one side through all those leading lines out to sort of light and happiness and joy at the top right. It's a pretty simple image. We've all kind of taken these sort of photos as photographers, but there's just such a love here. And there's just something simple and beautiful about it. I think it deserves a silver.
And Johan at the other end.
So I gave this a 72. I'm trying to find what the photographer added to it beyond being there and taking the image. Photographically, I feel they haven't really taken advantage of their skills to create something that's more significant. You know, there's a cloud coming out of a line coming out of the guy's head with a cloud. There's all sorts of bits and pieces, and it's a little bit messy for me. Yeah, I'm happy for it to have a bronze.
Michelle, would you like to add anything?
Nothing much more to add. It was just trying to find the connection between the two of them. The little girl's just looking away, and it was just Dad's looking at her, but she's looking over out of the picture a little bit. Yeah, just listening.
Okay, Joe, would you like to come back to the...
Russ wants to speak.
Oh, Russell?
No,
Yep.
I just want to say something.
Russ wants to speak.
Yep. Just very quickly. I mean, silver asks for a very high level of imagination, and I don't see that here. Whereas bronze rewards a sort of good level of professional skill, which I think this is exercising.
Okay, Joe, would you like to sum up?
Okay, doesn't sound like I've convinced you, but for me, this just sums up the fact that life is messy, fatherhood is messy, and it's not perfect, but it's just full of love and joy, and I feel like that deserves to be rewarded.
Okay, rescore, please, judges. And it says it's 76, bronze award. Congratulations. Next print, please.
I'm just going to check the lights.
Oh, sorry, can we have a blank screen? We'll just check the lights here.
They did change at one point, didn't they?
Any judges you haven't talked about?
Well, there hasn't been any talk about judges yet, so you can talk about any of them. Thanks.
Oh, done, okay. Next print, please. Okay, we've got an initial score of 78, which is in the bronze. And Johan, you'd like to challenge?
Why not? And why not? I gave this 84. This series speaks volumes to me. You know, they start off quiet and then they wake up and then they get louder and louder and louder. I would have liked to have gone higher, and I would have gone higher if I'd seen more wrinkles around the screen, but it was good enough for me to bring it up to an 84. Yeah, I like the choice that the photographer's made to go from quiet to a little bit louder, etc., with the metaphor of size. Yeah, quite clever.
And Russell at the other end?
I'll come up a little bit from being a bit mean. I'm not quite as high as Johan, but I will bring it into a bronze for those comments that he's made.
Okay, do you want to sum up, Johan?
Sure. Well, I'm not sure what else to say, but
cool, we can
add some volume, yeah, to your score.
Pump up the volume.
Okay, it's ready to score, please. And that's an 80, which brings it up to silver award. Thank you. And next print, please. That's an initial score of 76, which brings it into the bronze award, and we'll accept that. And maybe a comment from Russell or Joe?
This has been beautifully printed, gorgeous light. It just feels like it's not quite the right moment. It feels like there might have been a frame after this one, or after the one after this one that was the right frame for this this sort of story.
Next print, please. Okay, we've got an initial score of 81, which is silver. Yes, and Russell would like to challenge.
Yeah, I gave this an 86, so we're in silver anyway. So we're just discussing where else it might end up. I think it's worthy of distinction because it's pretty clever. Not only is it sort of beautifully presented to us and clean with the stylisation of it and the hats and all that sort of carry on, but obviously the theme on the milk is where it's at, and that each sibling has a container of the milk that's relative to their age is also extremely clever. So in other words, this is a very well thought out idea, and then it's been presented to us in quite a cool way. And I love the lick of light off Dad's face and just how the light's flying around. There's things going on, but it's really, I think, a piece of communication that takes, for me, this image into a silver distinction.
And would someone else like to speak? You're all on the same scores. Johan's up there with Russell.
I will. I like the concept. It's just quite really tightly cropped, and then that hill is running straight into Mum's head. So that's just kind of what kept me down. Keep talking, I'm listening.
Johan? Yep.
Yeah, I gave this 84. I'm happy to come up with you, Russell. The photographer quite cleverly has managed to, all bar the baby, get good eye contact. And even the little child on the left-hand side, that eye looking straight at you with the bottle, it's still, I'm in here. And then the guy in the background, he actually holds this all together. He is the patriarch, but he's a dude as well. And it's quite cleverly done. The little it's all held together lovely. That beautiful light. Yet the photographer's been in control here and told us a story. Yeah.
Okay, Russell, would you like to write a reply?
When we had the judges meeting, we talked about from 100 or up from 0. But if you think about taking away from 100 what you have for whatever reasons you have, I don't think that the hillside, I don't think, is actually going through her head. It's below her eye level. If she'd popped up any higher, I think it'd be a little bit incongruous. If she'd dropped down lower, she would have been hidden. I think the photographer has placed these people exactly where they want them to be. And it's so crisp and clean, it's humorous, it's clever, it's well designed, it's well presented, and I think we should reward it.
Cool. Please rescore, judges. And that's stayed at 81 Silver Award.
Okay.
How are we feeling, judges? Anyone want a lunch break? Michelle? Yeah. Johan, Russell, are you wanting lunch?
No, I've had lunch.
You've had lunch? You've had lunch? You guys all right? Everyone else all right? Okay, cool. I will bring in Catherine. Oh, yeah, sorry. Catherine, can you jump in for Michelle, please? Thanks, Michelle. Enjoy your lunch.
Okay, next print, please. We're running a little bit behind time, so if we could get those initial scores in, that would be great. Cool, we've got 79, which is a bronze award. Johan, you'd like to challenge? Oh, okay, so we'll hold on to that. We do have to decide whether that's a bronze or silver, so we'll go into review. Okay, and we're ready. And that is a bronze award at 79. Congratulations. And can we have the next print, please? Oh, sorry. Yes, please.
This is a really nice twist on a family group. I love the fact that they're charging the photographer and charging the camera. It has great energy. How fortuitous that this family has even numbers that they could pull this off. So congratulations to the photographer. Well done.
Thank you. Next print, please.
Critique. I think in terms of critique, I just find that perhaps the tones of the black and whites are a little bit bright. Perhaps if they'd been the highlights had been brought down a little bit, it would have had a little bit more drama, a little bit more impact, given the seriousness of the faces, particularly on the girl second from left. Well done.
Thank you, Shah. Next print, please. And we have a score of 81, which is silver. And yep.
Okay, I gave this an 86. Wholly for originality. This is something that I've never ever seen before. Well, as a photograph, presented artistically. From a distance, it looked like a flower. But then, this is the end and the beginning of a separation. And it's quite outstanding, really, that this has been presented to us. If somebody had enough intent to think, let's look at this and let's make us look really closely. They've put it in a circle. They've made it beautiful. They've used wonderful colour. How powerful. Yeah. I gave it an 86. That means silver with distinction.
And Russell?
Got to admit, I completely did not know what I was looking at. And now that I do, that's amazingly clever. I'm way off the mark. I'll be lifting my score 15 points.
Would any of you, yeah?
I would just like to, I gave this 81 and I'm coming up too because I agree, the originality and I mean, this is family category, isn't it? But I just also want to point out the heart shape that's made in the top there.
Okay, and right of reply, Johan?
I'd just like to express my disappointment in that I'm stuck on 86. Think high.
Okay, judges rescore, please. And that has brought it up to 87, silver distinction. Next print, please. Okay, that's a 78 bronze award, and everyone is within 2 points. So would someone like to make a comment about that print, please? We'll accept that. Yes, thank you, Shah.
These girls are having an absolute ball, and I wouldn't like to be the mum that's cleaning up the mess after this. I love the softness of the girls' outfits and the intent of what they're doing. I just find the background is just a little bit cool and a bit austere, given the softness of the girls. So perhaps just paying a little bit more attention to the overall styling of the image and the setting. But well done, congratulations.
Thank you. Next print, please.
Can we just do a judge change, please? Shah, could you please jump off and Stacey hop in? Thank you. Okay, we have an initial score of 79, which is a bronze. We do have an elective challenge, Catherine.
So I gave this an 82. I think it's been beautifully handled, that depth of field. They're all perfectly sharp. It just has a surge of energy in it. Every face there is really strong. You've got the girl at the top, her face is all scrunched up. The wee boy is really into this as well. And then the wee one looking right at the camera, that draws us into this whole beautiful triangle of energy. And I feel that the photographer has handled that, that depth of field. It's a busy background, but they've made it quite beautiful. They've framed it nicely, and just asking for a low silver. We're only on a 79. I'd like to see it come up over that line.
Russell at the other end. Okay, and
I'm out of kilt with the panel. I'm not going to criticise it. I'm just going to go with the flow.
Okay. Russell, did you want to say? Sorry, Johan, you're up there with Catherine.
Sure. Actually, I can't say more than Catherine. She said it all right.
Cool,
Yeah.
Awesome. So is there anything else you'd like to add, Catherine? All right, we'll just rescore. Sorry, I'm a little bit behind with the computer. It's just a little bit slow. Okay, let's rescore, please. And we have got an 81 silver. Thank you, judges. Can we have the next print, please? Thank you. Okay, we've got an average score of 73, professional standard, and that's pretty average. So we'll sorry, Joe, you can have a challenge. Okay, we'll accept that. Thank you. Joe, would you like to speak to the print?
Sure. There's some great energy between these characters, but unfortunately the busyness of the background and the foreground are really kind of throwing our eye and not allowing us to come into the family as much as we'd like to.
Thank you. Next print, please. Sorry, that's an initial score of 80, which is silver. And we'll accept that. Russell, would you like to say something about the print, please?
I'm happy where it is. I mean, you know, can you make things better? I think it's great as it is, but as an idea in a presentation, it's landed exactly where it should, and I think it's deserved of what it's got. I can't really help the author with changing anything, to be honest with you.
Sorry, Russell, we've accepted that. I was just asking, yeah, thank you.
That wasn't
Yep.
a challenge.
So next, sorry,
Yeah.
next print, please.
Is that what you asked?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, next print, please. Sorry.
After this one, I'll have to do the judge swap.
Yeah. So that's 76. That's a bronze award. Johan? Okay, so we'll accept that. And Johan, would you like to speak to the print, please?
Good use of depth of field to isolate the subject, lovely tones. Possibly the left-hand side could have done with just a little bit less space to bring your attention to the sharp, focused child.
Thank you. Can we have a blank screen, please?
We're just going to do another judging change. So, Joe, can you please hop off? And Sarah Lee, are you able to hop on, please? And Russell and Johan, do you want a paper, scissors, rock as to who wants to come off? And Chris, can you hop on, please? Yep. So we've got Johan hopping off and Chris Anderson coming on.
Next print, please. Thank you. We've got an initial score of 81, which is silver. And we will accept that. Catherine, would you like to speak to the print? Thank you.
This is a very beautiful classic study, beautifully posed in the fall of the fabric there. That baby's chunky arm reaching up to her face is just gorgeous. It really takes you back to those old statues. I think there's a lovely connection, the triangle there. I guess I gave this an 84. Just one thing that I found a little distracting maybe to work on is some of the skin tones. I felt that her arm and her feet are going a bit grey-green. Just watch those. But yeah, stunning image. Well done.
Thank you. Next print, please. That's an initial score of 85, silver distinction. We'll accept that. Stacey, would you like to speak to the print, please?
The detail in the skin of the older lady is absolutely beautiful, and I mean, it's just the incredible age gap between those two. To have actually those two people in the same photograph is a miracle. Anyway, it does actually make me feel quite emotional. So I mean, I gave it. It's gone now. It was 88. I gave it an 88, and actually, I really should have gone higher. So congratulations to the photographer. It's beautiful work.
Thank you. Next print, please. Okay, we've got an initial score of 84, which is a silver. We do have Catherine. Would you like to challenge?
I gave this 93. This is quite incredible work. It's actually bringing us everything you want, I think, in a family portrait in this category. You've got all the connection, you've got the beautiful lighting, you've got the fantastic moment with the foot in the wee boy's mouth. Everybody looks fantastic. She is so elegant. She's got this incredible outfit on. She's got that knee forward, the flow of the body there. She's got her ballet hands even on the wee boy. You know, the posing is stunning. It's beautifully printed. Colour palette's gorgeous. They all look amazing. So it's not only presenting us that elegant parent with her beautiful babies, but we've got the moment in it as well, and fashion and all. We've got everything. Yeah, I want to talk about it.
Sorry, Russell?
I'm at the other end of the scale. I scored at 77 and rewarded it for its beautiful lighting and some of the things that you mentioned there, Catherine. But to be honest, being truncated at the bottom there has just completely nullified the elegance of the woman. It doesn't allow that beautiful energy to flow from top to bottom. What's the point in the little boy being in shorts if we can't even see his feet? What's the point in having that lovely flowing gown if we can't see where it's flowed to? What's the point in her lovely pose if we can't see where that visual energy is going? I think it's really held back what otherwise would have been where it should have been with what you're scoring. But The fact that they've cut it off down the bottom there, it just won't allow me to go there at all.
And Sarah Lee in the middle there.
I scored this image in 81. I do love the lighting and everything, and I hadn't seen but completely understand what Russell had said about the cropping. For me, there was a little bit of oddity in that some of her hair's blowing, but not all of it. Like there's a little bit of a disjointed bit there. And I also find the fabric that's leading off down to the lower right, left, looks as though it's perhaps been warped. I feel there's a few bits that aren't wholly adding to the mood or the feel of the image, including the pop of blue that keeps drawing me to her feet.
Okay, Catherine, would you like to sum up, please?
I actually, excuse me, I meant to mention her hair as one of the stronger points. I thought it looked beautiful having that movement in there as well. You know, I've really felt that the photographers thought of everything here. The blue for me is adding interest to the colour palette. I'm normally one who really notices chopped off limbs and gets bothered by it, but I actually hadn't even seen it in this image. It's quite interesting. I feel that you've got that flow of the leg, and for me, that crop is working because you've got the flow of the fabric coming out into the corner, which is echoed by the line of the blue and then again by the line of her leg. So that's really just not a concern for me. I can see it now. However, it's interesting to me that it just does not bother me in this image like it often would. I feel that I would be quite distracted by heading down to feet and more limbs and more detail down there where I just want that flow up to all of the action. Excuse me, I'm going to need a bit of water. Yeah, I feel that that would actually be a negative to have feet included for me. So we are on 84. Maybe you don't want to come up to gold, maybe you do. Just come a bit closer.
Okay, please rescore. It'll be ready in a second. Okay. And that has brought it up to 87 silver distinction. Thank you. Can we please have the next print?
We've got a bronze award at 75. Congratulations. Very consistent scores there too. And who would like to talk to the entrant? Thank you, Stacey.
I mean, it's incredible that you've got 3 children there and 2 dogs all looking at the camera, and which is well done to the photographer. It's just the little boy on the right and the dog sort of leaning away from the baby in the middle just gives a little bit more disconnect than I'd like to see.
Okay, thanks very much, Stacey. Right, could we have the next print, please? We've got a score of 82. Solid silver award. However, we've got a challenge here. I think you put your hand up first, Russell.
Yeah, 82, so congratulations to the photographer, already a nice silver. I believe it should be in silver distinction, though. This is so well done. We're all in this because we do this kind of work, and this is all about camaraderie and all about males. And just the ascension of age through that shape, Dad being the base of it all, but that little boy tucked into Dad has just given us a wonderful shape to look at. The interconnection, the reaction, the mood. It's so simple that sometimes we can overlook how brilliant some things are. And I think the photographer here has just done a fabulous job. It looked fantastic on the wall forever, really. And I really enjoyed the image. It's done really well.
Thank you.
I scored at 86.
You did. Okay, no, thanks, Russell. Sarah Lee, you were down the other end a little bit.
Yeah, I scored this a 79, and I probably underscored it because the more I look at it, the more quaint and the more of a smile I get. So the emotion definitely carries through. I did find the position perhaps of just left of centre. I wondered why it was like that. I find it perhaps if it was a bit more centred, it would have been easier on the eye. I find that quite awkward. Also, how the background is so busy, especially behind the dad's shoulders, is quite distracting. And then there's highlights. There's not a lot of depth in them, so it feels like a very 2D image.
Really what?
2D, flattened.
Oh.
Yeah. But credit to the photographer, and I'm going to be lifting my score, so I've been listening.
Okay, thank you. Catherine, there's Chris and Catherine, and sorry, Stacey. I'll grab you because you were.
I'm on Russell with this one. I'm on an 86 as well. Each child has got a huge amount of character in there and genuine emotion. I think that being off centre to the left gives it a little bit more individual, that makes it not so obvious as being in the middle of the page, or in the middle of the print. And the background, the kind of speckles behind the dad, just sort of soften from the darkness behind to the grass below, and they give it a bit more graduation. I really enjoy it. There's so much joyful in this. I think it deserves silver distinction.
Thank you. And it is going to be a little bit of a ping pong here because I think, Chris, you're on your edge of your seat because you really did. You're happy. Cool. Okay. So I might just go back to Russell. Thanks, Russell.
Yes, Sarah Lee, it's actually in the centre. If you look at the base of that beautiful shape, the distance between the left and the right are equidistant. So the base of that shape is actually centralised, if you like. It's just that it's veering to the left, and it gives it a dynamic. If that was going straight up the middle of that frame, it'd be batshit boring. It's absolutely beautiful how it runs into that space, and I commend the author for what they've done, and it's worth a silver distinction, I believe.
Thanks, Russell. Right, judges, you can rescore. Hey, we've made a silver distinction, 85. Woo! Congratulations. We'll get that accepted. That's fantastic. Thank you very much. Great commentary there. May we please have the next print? We've got a really solid silver here. We've got 84, solid silver award. Lots of nods going on there. Thank you. Well, congratulations to the photographer. Who would like to talk to the entrant? Thanks, Chris.
Excellent moment. I love both the contact from the child towards the camera and the expression of love and care from the mother is wonderful. It could have been an image where her shoulder was dominant because that tattoo's there. It solves that really nicely. I was on, it's gone now. I don't remember what I was on. It was on 8, it was something. I would have gone a little higher. There was, right at the bottom of that oval shape, there's like a dark patch that kind of pushes into the fur, and that I find that a little distracting. So if that had been handled differently, then I would have gone higher.
Thank you, Chris.
Comment as well. I agonised over it, but sometimes when you're photographing people and the fingertips are heading towards the light source, they're illuminated in the dark, and so our eyes are taken by them. Normally a hand facing the other way in that sort of situation is a little bit easier to handle, but I agonised over it because it also gave us the lovely fragile touch that the mother has with the baby. So just a, yeah.
Cool, thanks.
Can we have a blank screen, please? Thank you, Stacey, for your time. Can you please pop off and we'll grab Angela on, please? Sarah Lee, how are you feeling? You're good? Anyone else need a break? Are we okay? Okay, we're all good. Thank you. Next print, please.
We have a 78 that is a solid bronze award. Very, very close scoring too. Congratulations. Fantastic. We'll accept that. Thank you. Now, who would like to talk to the entrant about their image and how they could have maybe taken up a bit? Thanks, Chris.
I really love the shape they're making, and I love that there's personality coming out as a moment captured. Something that I think may have helped make this stronger is handling of the sky and the horizon line. The sky is very dominant. It's that hand almost touches the horizon line. I feel like if there was a slightly different perspective that would have put them fully behind the hill to lose the sky, then it would have encapsulated them and looked even more beautiful.
Right, it's great critique. Thanks very much, Chris. Much appreciated. Right, could we please have the next print? We've got an 83, which is a solid silver award. However, we've got two hands, and I actually did see Catherine's first. So Catherine is going to challenge this.
I gave this, excuse me, it's happened again. I gave this an 88. This really hit me on an emotional level. I think the storytelling here is fantastic. You know, you've got this pose going on the right that we've all seen before with the parents' hands cradling the baby. And then Dad has been called away from his duty by the needs of the wee toddler, just reaching out. You know, he or she is probably quite disturbed by the arrival of this younger sibling, and it's all very well trying to do the beautiful shots, but we've got the whole family in here. It's such strong storytelling. 88, I wondered about going to gold. I think the skin tones are just getting a little bit muddy. That's sort of what held me back, but maybe Russell's going to take it up there. I don't know. You know, I think this is very, very powerful communication, and I think it's also very original and beautifully lit, beautifully composed, beautifully printed.
Thanks, Catherine. I'm going to come to Chris, please. Thanks, Chris.
So I was down on the other end on 77, and the communication aspects I think are wonderful. The implication of the toddler's hand and the stuffed animal in the corner, that's beautiful. I love that. The thing, and you mentioned the thing that held me back, which was the skin tones. They feel grey to me. I feel like if there was more warmth in the skin tones across the board, that would have pulled me into this moment. But because it was a little bit grey, that detracted from it. So I'm happy to move up from 77, but I would love you to explain that some more so we can move higher.
Okay, I think Russell wants to talk a bit. Thanks.
Let's just completely ignore the whole skin tone thing. Let's just look at it as a monochrome, whether it's colour or this or that. I mean, the thing is it's highlights and lowlights and its shade and its texture, and I'm not disturbed by the skin tones at all. I'm not wanting or caring for them to be one way or the other. You know, Catherine, we sort of slightly different stories. It's quite neat that you think Dad's been pulled away from his duties. I didn't look at it like that. I don't even still look at it like that, but I still see it as equally beautiful because there is another child, and so that child has been included. This is a very original piece of work, actually. I mean, we've been doing this for years, and I haven't sort of seen this before. And just the hand coming and touching Dad, but the inclusion of the little soft toy is a stroke of genius as well. So if you just kind of look at the whole thing as a bit of a monochrome and take it as just a wonderful piece of loving, clever communication. I scored at 86, and I actually more and more I look at it's growing on me, and I'm going to be lifting my score to gold.
Thank you very much, Russell. And I think back to you, Catherine.
Thank you, Russell. Knew I could rely on you there. Yeah, I love what you said about the monochrome and the inclusion of that little character on the way that that's actually been chopped off is so. This is real. I think, you know, perfection of imperfection going on here. Skin tones are just irrelevant. I love the fact that you and I were both on silver distinction for totally different stories. You know, that shows you the strength of this image, and I think it is a really enduring piece that keeps rewarding you the longer you look at it. I can't lift my score, unfortunately. Follow Russell.
Thanks, Catherine. Right, judges, we'll get you to rescore, please. You've done it. We've got an 88. Silver distinction. It's very solid. Congratulations. That's really good talking here. Right, now I'm just going to, who wants a lolly? Here we go.
Blank screen, please.
I've been allowed. Any judges?
Can we have a blank screen, please? Can we have a blank screen, please?
John.
A blank screen, please.
Yeah. We need a lolly hit. Ready? And that's all I've been given. Thank you. Thanks very much. I think we all needed a sugar hit. Well done. I've cheated. I've kept one for me. Thank you. Does anyone else actually do out of the judges need a sugar hit? We have a 77. It's a solid bronze award. Very, very close scoring too. Well done. Congratulations. And Russell, you'd like to talk to the photographer? Thank you.
Mouthful of money. No, I can't.
You can't? Okay. Could we have someone to have a chat to the photographer about how they could have maybe even brought that up a little bit more? Thank you, Sarah Lee.
It's a beautiful little moment between these siblings. I think when you've got so many highlights like that, especially with kids in light coloured tops, they do disappear into the background. And with the shore and the way the waves are going across the heads are not entirely flattering. So perhaps a lower camera angle where you happen to catch them against a blue sky will benefit the image.
Thanks very much, Sarah Lee. Much appreciated. Right, could we please have the next print? We've got a 79, which is a very, very solid bronze award. So this is probably, this will definitely be going into review. There is an opportunity for someone to challenge if they wanted to, but otherwise we'll just pop it into review. You got to challenge? Yep, you can take that up. Thanks, Russell.
Oh, yep. Let's just squeeze it into silver then. I really enjoy the lighting on this to kind of almost accentuate the litheness, if I could call it that, of this young man. Never mind the strength of his expression to us, but I think the lighting is really quite a neat exercise in illuminating him in a way, if that makes sense. Not with just light, but with shadow as well. So I think it's really strong, and we should take it into silver.
Thanks, Russell. I'd like to come down to Angela, please, and see what you think. You don't need to? No? Okay, I might grab another one. Maybe Chris, could I talk to you, please? Thanks.
I do enjoy the lighting, the side lighting, because it's giving that good wrap around and it's showing off sort of, arm muscles and stuff like that. I think with that control of lighting, I'm a bit bummed that right at the top of his head, it's merging into the background, because there's obviously, we've paid some attention to lighting to get that right, and that one part lets me down. And his skin is, their skin is almost metallic, like it's been kind of dodged and burned maybe to make it feel a little unrealistic. And I think what I want to do is just sink into that expression. That expression is intense and it's at the camera, and I'm getting distracted by the skin tones around that, and that's a shame. So I'm listening there, Russell.
Okay, Catherine, could we you kind of like middle there, and kind of need someone else to talk to Russell as well. How are you feeling?
Yeah, all of those things. I like that slight androgynous, they're quite an interesting character here. And the intensity of the gaze. I guess I found myself wondering in the family category, the sense of family. This feels more like a portrait to me, but, it is of individuals as well. I was on 78 at the moment. Still need to hear a little bit more to get me over the line.
Thanks, Catherine. Right, back to you, Russell.
Well, it's in or out, so we're only asking one point. Chris, the lighting's from each side. If you go up really close, you will see separation. I mean, not everything's to be looked at back from here, and that's why we go up there and look, and so I'm not let down too much by that. If anything, there is a line running up through the middle, but I quite like your comment about it being slightly androgynous, Catherine. There's something neutral about this kid that I enjoy, and even though it's neutral, it's strong. So I just think as a piece of communication, it's quite visual, and I think we can slip it into silver, personally.
Thanks, Russell. So judges, you can rescore any score you like. You don't have to do a 79 or an 80 because it is a challenge. You can't, obviously, Russell. But the judges can put whatever score they feel is appropriate for this one now. We've got an 80. Silver. Congratulations. Every little point counts, doesn't it? Well done. Thank you very much. Could we please have the next print? We've got a 77 solid bronze award. Congratulations. And only 3 points between it, so well done. Very, very close. Who would like to talk to the photographer to see how they could maybe improve to bring it even into another award range? I might pick on. You're looking at me. Chris, you looked at me, so I've snaffled. I'm going to snaffle your thought.
Dang it. I think there's a really great expression on this baby, and I love that they're almost starting to offer that toy to the camera, so the interaction is very nice. I had this on 76. I feel like this is strong, and it's the kind of work we should be doing for our clients every single day. So if you wanted to push this up into a silver or higher, then finding ways to bring innovation and something new is something we're looking for as judges. But as a bronze, that's really good, so congratulations.
Thanks, Chris. Could we have the next print, please? We've got a 78 solid bronze award. Thank you. But we've got a challenger from Sarah Lee.
So I scored this image 83. I love the storyline of the defiant toddler who, no matter what her sister does to try and get her to engage with the camera, she doesn't. And then those parents in the background looking beautiful, laughing to themselves, going, this is not my problem to have to try and make this child smile. I think it's beautifully captured. It's not 100% perfect, but I think there is a lot of storyline there, and I think having multiple images really, really tells that storyline. And as family photographers, we all know the challenge of the one that doesn't want to participate. So, credit to the photographer.
Thank you. Sarah Lee, did you tell us your score?
I scored at 83.
83, thanks. Okay, could I maybe chat to, Russell's keen to talk, thanks.
Cheers. Actually, I scored at 78, but now I see a little bit more in it, and I think I might lift with you, Sarah Lee. It's got a lovely, there's two V's, you know, the triangulation of the two girls together, top left, bottom middle, top right, and then the other way around, obviously, with the parents, which I think is quite lovely. And so that little lift, that will lift it to me into silver as well, apart from the communication of the little girl.
Thanks, Russell. And I'd like to get to somebody who's roughly in the middle there. Maybe no one's really looking at me. Catherine, could I have a couple of words there? Thank you.
I gave this 77. I think graphically that those V's are working, but for me they really confused the storyline a little bit. The girls are up there, they're down, they're up, they're down. And then I didn't really feel that the final image was very strong. Mum is strong looking at Dad, but he's kind of not really in the moment there. And I was finding the black matte a little bit distracting as well. So I'm happy with it on where are we? We're high bronze?
Yeah, we're at a 78 at the moment.
Yeah, I'm happy with it there at the moment, but I guess those things I wasn't getting. You've elucidated a bit more of a story than I was getting off my own bat, but yeah.
Okay, thanks, Catherine. So Sarah Lee, back to you, please.
I agree with you, Catherine, that perhaps this narrative could have been told in lesser stories. And the mat is not benefiting the image. I love all those diagonals in the background, how they literally draw our eye from top left to bottom right. And then the dad in the background of the bottom right, he is just a background character. To me, what I read with the storyline is that sister that's trying to help the little toddler to participate is given up, and she's got her arms crossed as well, saying, well, if you're not going to do it, I'm going to copy you. And to me, it's the full stop at the end of the storyline.
Right, okay, thanks
So
very much.
Scores up. Let's give it a good one.
Right, judges, can we rescore, please? We've got one more to go in, I think. Oh, yes, Sarah Lee, you might just have to put that in, thanks. Hey, we've made a silver at 80. Congratulations. Well done. Thank you very much. We will accept that.
Can we have a blank screen, please?
We'll grab a blank screen.
And we're just going to do another judging change. So, Russell, can you hop off? And Johan, can you jump on, please? And Angela, you can take a break. And Shah, could you please pop on? Next print, please.
We've got a score of 76, Bronze Award. Thank you. Very close to it, close to each other. Could I maybe have a word from one of the photographers that would like to talk to the entrant, how they could have maybe raised that a little bit higher? Thanks, Sarah Lee.
What a beautiful moment that mother would absolutely cherish for years and years to come. I think the skin tones are a wee bit too magenta, and that blue pant I found very dominant. So if the colour was perhaps toned down, the colour palette of the image would be a bit more harmonious.
Okay, thanks, Sarah Lee. May we have the next print, please? We've got an 84. It's a really solid silver award. Well done. However, Johan's looking at me like very questioning. You absolutely, you can challenge Johan.
Right. What a powerful woman in the background. How strong she is. And what you're seeing here is dependency, nurture, and strength. So beautifully framed in such a strong, contrasty black and white. And the care and nurture of that child keeps on going after birth. That feeding, the support, the strength, it says it all. And it says, I am there for you in a powerful and bold way. And it's unique and original. So I've given it a silver distinction to recognize that it's not just ordinary, it's quite special and very powerful.
Thank you, Johan. Shah, you've got a little bit of a slightly different score there. How do you feel about?
Yeah, I agree with Johan. There is a strength and a complexity with this image. I also have, I sort of put it in the silver range at 82. There's obviously, like with the cesarean scar, there's a trauma there that has brought this beautiful baby to this world. And I applaud the photographer for including that because it tells a little bit more of the story. So perhaps I've been a wee bit stingy there, and I'll look at revising my score. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to maybe chat to Sarah Lee. Thank you.
Yeah, I scored this image in 83. I love how raw that contrast has made this image, obviously, as well as the context of the cesarean scar, and how everything is so open in front of us. I feel that the blacks are just a little too heavy. There is so much detail in this image, and I love that the photographers left everything down to the indentations in the skin from the clothing. If those shadows were lifted just a fraction more on the left-hand side, we could see even more of those details, those veins, and that would balance the real highlight that's on the right-hand shoulder, which does make the shoulders look more asymmetrical than they already are, and I feel that just evening that out a little bit would bring us back to the centre and stop our eyes from drifting around the outside of the image.
Right, okay, thanks, Sarah Lee. So I might head back to, hang on, have I had someone in the middle? I have, yeah, sorry. Okay, so Johan, back to you.
Right. There's an undeniable honesty about this image. That honesty comes through in the grittiness and the power of the single source light, the strength of the hands, the strength of the shoulders, the humility of the baby, the quiet of the baby in this stronghold. What a fantastic capture. I gave it an 88.
Right, thanks, Johan. Right, judges, could I get you to rescore, please? You've done well, Johan. We have an 86 silver distinction. Congratulations to the entrant. Well done. Thank you very much. That's all been accepted. And may we have the next print, please? We have a score of 78, which is a solid bronze award. Congratulations to the photographer. And someone's shaking their head. Catherine's shaking her head at this. Yes, and Catherine's going to take the challenge.
Okay, I gave this an 83 because I think it's just got a really beautiful energy about it, and the way the parents are kind of leaning in with their cheesy smiles. All the expressions are really strong here. The light's really gorgeous. I love the way Mum has had her hair done. She's got her curls all, beautiful. She's probably had something quite different in mind, and now she's completely embracing the chaos. I do find the colours a little bit jarring. I think maybe this could have worked really well in black and white, but I think, Chris is nodding, I don't think that is sufficient to hold it back. The light, the energy, the expressions, the love, the connection, this is the family category. I'd love to see this get over the line into silver.
Thanks, Catherine. Just briefly, I might talk to someone who's down a little bit lower there. Maybe Chris. Thank you.
Expressions are everything on this. $5 says this is a musical theater family. So, and photographer, I'll take that bet. We'll chat later. Catherine, you kind of did my argument for me. The background is really dominant. That kind of, it's quite that the color cast is. If it was in monochrome, I think that would have made a big difference to this because we could have really zeroed in on the faces, but then we would have lost the color. There's chaos in the color they're wearing. So, they haven't all been told wear white t-shirts and jeans, right? This express yourself through your clothes. So I think it's important that you can see the color in what they're wearing, but that means the choice of the background to be what it is detracts from the focus of the image. I'm on 78. I put this above professional practice because of that connection and emotion, but I think it sits pretty well in bronze, and I'm struggling to push it higher.
Yeah, and I just wouldn't mind to chat to someone else. I've got a few nods here, but Johan, could you maybe just give us a few words as well? Yeah, okay, and Shah was nodding. Thanks, Shah.
Yes, I agree with Chris. It does sit well in bronze. It's a pose that we've seen a lot. It doesn't really bring anything a little bit special or a little bit different that really can elevate it for me to take it into that silver range. I appreciate what Catherine has put forward, but for me, I think it sits very well.
Okay, thanks, Shah. Catherine, we've got back to you now.
I think we're all agreed it would have worked better in monochrome. However, Chris, I think you've just, given us musical theatre family. This is their poster. This is the eye-catching poster that reflects them.
Thanks, Catherine. So, judges, could we please rescore? Currently sitting at 78. And we're now at 79. So we'll pop this into a review, which means could you please put 79 or 80? 79 for bronze, 80 for silver. It stays at a bronze, 79, but that's extremely high, solid bronze. Congratulations to the photographer. Thank you very much. We'll accept that. Could we please have the next print? We have a score of 76, Bronze Award. Congratulations. And everybody's very close there. Could we maybe have a comment to the entrant, please, about how they could have maybe brought that up a couple more points with this image? And I might pick on someone who's got some words. Shah, you moved. Thanks, Shah.
Everyone's looking at me and I don't know what to say. a very, very elegant, very stylistic. I like the fact that they've used the circular crop. It mimics the little headband for the little girl, and the very soft draping of the blanket on over her shoulder is quite delicious. I don't know what else you could do to improve the image. Perhaps have a look at lighting, maybe look at different backgrounds, and perhaps introducing a little bit of colour, just to give your images a bit of pop and sort of head in a different direction. So well done, congratulations.
Thank you, Shah. Could we have a clear screen, please?
Hello, judges. Can we please swap out Sarah Lee? Take a break. And Joe, can you come back on for us, please?
Thanks, Sarah Lee. You've done great. So we're currently judging the family category, proudly sponsored by Fujifilm. And you're logged in there? Yep, brilliant. Okay. May we have the next print? So just, who have we not got in there? Oh, we've got it now. We've got a 76, bronze award. Congratulations. Who would like to talk to the entrant about this image? Thanks, Chris.
I love that those girls are going round and around in a circle, and the parents are like just squishing into each other to not get in their way. That's great. While I really love the soft colors in the sky, it feels like they've been pushed a little bit to get those colors to come out. And it feels a little, you can just see the transition between colors where it feels a little unnatural. And I'd maybe think about that one little bit of land sticking out of the left of the frame. And I honestly can't decide whether it belongs there or not. So there's a few things that I would experiment with to see if we could push this up higher.
That's great critique. Thanks very much, Chris. And just before we do the next print, you're all doing great, but we do have to keep this succinct as well. So choose your words quite wisely when you chat, and we'll be all happy too. Great, thanks you. Right, next print, please. We have a really good solid bronze at 77. Congratulations. And Johan, could I have a couple of words to the entrant, please? Thank you.
So I really like the splash of colour with the girl running. I really love the moment. And because kids are unpredictable, it'd be very hard to do what I'm asking. But if it had been possible to have been over to the side a bit so you didn't have the girl running into the tussock, it would have given a bit more clarity, a bit more eventfulness.
Oh, that's great. Thanks, Johan. I'm sure they've taken that on board. Thank you. Could we have the next print, please? Got the amazing print handlers up the back, trying to listen, they're straining their ears to try to hear us as well, our voices. They're doing a great job. Thank you. We have a 77, which is a solid bronze award. Very, very close scoring too, like crazy close. So, yeah, congratulations. Right, who would like to talk to the entrant? Thank you, Shah.
What a great wee series of images. What a proud little rugby man. And I think bottom left, I reckon he's got a mullet going on in the background there. So that's worthy of award in itself. I think perhaps there's a couple of images there that are perhaps a little bit similar in terms of arm position and things like that. But overall, it's a really good study and a beautiful recollection of these little images. So well done.
Thanks very much, Shah. May we have the next print, please? We have a score of 76, bronze award. Thank you. Congratulations to the photographer. Well done. Yeah, thanks, Joe.
It's a really gorgeous little moment here, and you've got a beautiful performance out of the older girl. To elevate this higher, if you'd brought your light around a bit more, the baby's very hot on one side and a bit shadowy on the other. And also just really step back and look at your picture and see if there's distracting things, because that earring is really quite distracting.
Thanks, Joe. That's great critique too. May we please have the next print? One more to come in, I think. Who have we not got? Oh, yep, we've got it all. We have a professional standard at 73. Thank you very much. We'll accept that. It's quite close together there. Now, could we have maybe a couple of words, thanks to the photographer, how they could have maybe raised his score into an award range? Thanks, Johan.
Great use of vibrancy with the colours. The out of focus foreground is quite a strong element in the photograph and takes over quite a bit. Maybe less of that.
Okay, thanks, Johan. Right, may we please have the next print? We have a bronze award at 76. Congratulations to the photographer, and the scores are reasonably close together, 2 or 3 points. Who would like to talk to the entrant? Thanks, Catherine.
This feels like a really beautifully real moment and a real memory for this family. You know, they're actually really all properly well engaged in this activity. Love the little moment of connection between Dad and the wee girl in the red. Beautifully printed as well, great depth of field. I think, I feel like Mum's been caught in a slightly unflattering moment just with her positioning of her mouth. She looks like she's sort of talking. I think that could have lifted it. But yeah, well done to the photographer for capturing such a genuine moment.
Thank you so much, Catherine. Much appreciated. May we please have the next print? We have a 76 bronze award. Congratulations. However, I think Jo is challenging. She is...
Yeah, I'd love to challenge this one. This is just such a beautifully authentic moment. I think as a parent, this would be worth $1 million to you, this picture. This is your 2 daughters who probably fight 90% of the time, but actually genuinely just loving on each other in a way that all parents want to see their children. And it's just so beautifully lit. The whole feeling of the picture is warmth and harmony and connection. Yeah.
Thanks, Jo.
Oh, I scored at 81.
You did. Thanks, Jo. And could we maybe hear from Shah or Catherine? You're both very similar. Well, you're both on the same score there. Thanks, Shah.
I hear what Jo has put forward in form of her challenge. I guess I'm just looking for something a little bit different in terms of the innovation of the image to get it into the award range. I think it needs a little bit extra, other than just the facial expressions. I like the fact that the clothing choice that they have has mimicked the time of day. So their choice of location and lighting and timing has been really well handled. But just for me to take it into the award range, I just need to see something a little bit more innovative.
Thank you, Shah. And just maybe if I could have a chat to maybe one of the boys, please. You're both very similar there and need a bit of comment from input there from the boys. One boy.
Hi, Johan. Boy one.
Boy one.
I gave it a 76. I'm happy for it to have a bronze. There's a happy moment there, but I'm looking for that extra special to take it up into a silver, and I'm not seeing that extra special.
Thanks, Johan. And Jo, you're going to have to bring something extra special to this.
I think if I was looking at this and thinking it was super innovative, I would have put it in gold. But we're not asking for gold, we're asking for silver. And I think that the beautifulness of the lighting and the true authenticity of this moment, often when you ask kids to get together and smooch and cuddle, you don't get something that feels genuine and really emotional like this. That's just, when I walked up to this picture, I just smiled. And I think as a family photographer, that's what our job is, to create that feeling of sort of joy when you look at a picture. So I'd love to encourage you just to nudge it up into silver, guys.
Thank you, Jo. Could we please rescore? Just got Shah to go, I think. Thank you. We've got it up a point. We've got it to 77. Solid bronze award. That's still fantastic. Congratulations to the photographer. Well done. Thank you. I've just accepted that now. And we will have the next print, please. We have a score of silver, 80. Fantastic. Silver award, congratulations. That's absolutely brilliant. Who would like to talk to the entrant about how they could have maybe even brought that up even a couple more points? Thank you, Catherine.
Beautiful image, great connection, expression. Mum looks really elegant. Love that wee twist in the baby's body there. Would have quite liked Mum to have more of a visible body. She's sort of blending into the background a wee bit there. And just with the lighting, if just watch where your direction there, it's slightly obscuring her face. But yeah, well done, great shot.
Thank you very much, Catherine. Could we have a blank screen, please? We'll just have that clear for a little minute. That was the end of the prints. We're just about to go to the digital entries, but before we do that, I'd love to grab the print handlers from around the back as a massive big thank you. Can you come out, guys? We really want to see you because you've been working so hard. We've got Kim Sargent, we know you're out there. Gemma, Jamie, come on Gemma, Jamie and Paul, come on out. These guys have been rocking it, guys and girls. Here we go. Thank you, guys. They've done very well. Big ups to you all. Thank you so much for your hard work. Really appreciated. Thanks, guys. Right, we're just going to have a few minutes here, just a bit of a change around. So if anyone wants to run to the toilet, if you could really only, don't take too long. We will be, I'd say, is it 5 minutes? Oh, yeah, really, just a really quick changeover. Quick, guys, so if you do want to run to the toilet, yeah, water stop, you're good as gold, but come straight back if you can. Thank you. These guys are on they're machines, eh? They're doing well. So we're currently just in the middle of the family category that we're judging here, proudly sponsored by Fujifilm. So everyone who's just listening in to YouTube, what we're doing at the moment, we're just changing the screens over from the physical prints, and we're just setting up the screens for the digital images now. So I'm just going to let you know a little bit about Fujifilm as well. So I'm just going to read this out, the information that they've given us. Also, the Fujifilm stand is out there, so everyone can go and have a look at their range of products if they want to visit Ira and his team as well. I'll tell you a little bit about them here. They've basically said to me, or on here written down, it says Fujifilm New Zealand is a leading force in the distribution of imaging equipment and services to the photographic, medical and graphic systems markets. Fujifilm constantly strives to develop superior technology and to continue to cultivate an imaging and information culture. As a global company, we aim to make innovative use of the most advanced technologies to provide imaging and information solutions that best meet the increasing sophisticated needs of our customers. So thank you so much, Fujifilm, for sponsoring this amazingly big category with awesome images too. We've got some amazing judges here too. We've got a few have just run out of the room, but I'm going to chat about a couple of them. And I'm going to page 6. So who's on page 6? I know exactly who's on page 6. So if everyone out there, we're going to tell you a little bit of information about some of our judges. I'm actually going to talk about Catherine Kathnack. I'm going to read this out because Catherine is a pretty incredible photographer here. She's an accredited professional photographer and a Grand Master of Photography here with NZIPP. Catherine is a portrait and fine art photographer in Wellington, a financial wire agency journalist in a previous life. She turned to photography when she had the 2 most beautiful children ever invented and decided that somebody needed to document that beauty. She's self-trained and credits her growth as a photographer to online learning, NZIPP and entering the IRIS Awards. So Catherine first entered the IRIS in 2010 and she was thrilled to receive 2 bronzes from her 10 entries, and it's been a journey of learning since then, including a bit of a hiccup in 2013 when one of her entries scored in the low 50s, but she still likes that shot, so there you go. In 2021, Catherine became an NZIPP Grand Master of Photography. We all know how difficult that is to achieve, and she's been judging for 7 years now, and Catherine was also President of the NZIPP from 2019 to 2021, so she's put a lot of investment and time into NZIPP as well. And as President, she started to introduce Maori into her gala dinner speech in August 2021, and this ended up triggering a full-on passion for her to learn te reo. She's currently involved in an immersion course at the, how do I say that one? Whananga o Aotearoa, and is loving it. Ihara Titi. Is that right? I'm really bad. Thank you, Catherine. We're grateful to have you here. And I've got the lovely Olivia Wakefield as assistant panel chair. That she's keeping me on my toes. And we've got a few of the judges coming back, so we're just going to have another little break before we just check on the judgings. I'll just be offline just for about 30 seconds. Hello, I'm just back now. My name's Simone Jackson. I've got the lovely Olivia Wakefield, that's assistant panel chair, which she's completely keeping me on my toes as well. I tend to go a little bit ahead of myself here, so she's keeping me in check. We're just about to get online with the family category, so you'll just see, actually we might just go to I know we can't go to a blank screen there, we've just got the, yeah, the one up there though. So yeah, I don't know how to clean that. See if I can clear that on the score. Here we go. Don't think I can. No. Apologies to the entrant of the last image. We've still got your photograph up, but we're all loving it. And it's a great representation of the photography here as well. So we're all, yeah, it has been judged as you know, but we'll just be waiting for the next first digital image to start. Thanks, Angela. It's Simone back again in the family category. Now, I just thought we'd just let everybody know that make sure you go out and have a look at the trade areas, guys, if you do get the chance as well. The trade area, you can head to the nzphotoshow.co.nz too as well, and you can see what events are happening. So you can book into the vaults, you can go on a studio tour, you can sign up for a workshop, Photoshop, or a masterclass as well. So remember, all those things are on offer. And it happens once a year, so you've got to get in and take that opportunity while you can. Not only learning, you'll be with other people too, so you can make really good friends and chat and talk to them and learn a lot as well. Right, I think we're getting pretty close. So judges, we will have up, we're going to bring Catherine Katanak up, Joe Francis Moore, Johan van Kaan, Chris Sanderson, and Shah Devine. And are all of you, are you still logged in to the same computers? You are good? Yep. Ready to roll? Okay. May we have the first digital entry up, please? We have a score of 81. That is a silver award. Congratulations. Very, very, well, reasonably close. There's a few, yeah, well done. Could we maybe have a comment to the photographer? Thanks, Johan.
Beautifully crafted black and white image. Just the lady's hand going off to the right of the image just takes you out of the picture. If it had been somehow directing us back into the image, it would have been nicely contained. But lovely characters through there.
Oh, lovely. Thanks, Johan. That's brilliant. May we have the next image, please? So we currently just started judging the digital images of the family category. We have a score of 74, which is a professional standard. Thank you. We'll accept that. There's very close scoring there as well, so I'm going to accept that score. And may I have a comment from one of the judges to the photographer? Catherine, thank you.
Beautiful, beautiful light and well-composed image. I feel that to elevate this maybe a little more of an actual moment. You know, the boys are they've got their arms up, but they're not in mid-air, and Dad's sort of just standing behind them. So it looks like they're having fun, and I think this is a high professional standard shot, but it just needs something, a bit of lift off to get us into award level.
Thank you, Catherine. Could we have the next image, please? We have an 85, which is a silver distinction. Very close. Thank you very much. That's definitely accepted. All the judges are very happy and within about 3 points of each other as well. So, yeah, well done. Now, who would like to talk to the entrant? Thank you, Catherine.
This is super, super cool. Well done to the photographer. It's really an original shot. So much energy here. Those kids are just fantastic. The little swirl in her dress, the way they're surging forward, the mouths open. They're so excited about what's going on. And then you get into that bubble and there's this perfect little, completely different family portrait going on with the family on the beach, and there's a kiss going on and everything, you know, it's just a whole world in that bubble. I think if it probably wasn't for the two adult figures behind, especially the bald guy's head coming out of that bubble, I'd have been in gold for this. This is really, really original. Fantastic work, well done.
Thank you so much, Catherine. Great critique as well. May we have the next image? We've got a 76, which is a bronze award. And we've got a challenge, though. Chris is challenging this image.
Okay, so you know when you're on Facebook and you see people and they're talking about their animal's last day and they had one perfect day. And I am a dog and cat person, so that upsets me, and I still keep looking at them and it makes me sad. That's from a distance, that's what this said to me. It said it's towards the end of one perfect day for this owner and this dog. And I felt sad. And then I got up close to it, and it's not the last day at all. It's great. The dog's like full of life and vibrant. And the owner, they're looking at each other with love. The dog is looking up like you could not pose a dog better than that, with its mouth open and a big smile. And the owner's looking down. So that sadness has been replaced with so much happiness that they have so many more perfect days. That's what this says to me. I am on 82, which is just sneaking into silver for the emotional content of this. I would love to see us come up, so let's have a chat.
Thank you. Thanks, Chris. Catherine, thank you.
So I was on 72, high professional standard. Love the little journey that it took you on there, Chris, and I agree that moment between the dog and the owner is beautiful, the way the bodies are curved in there together. I feel that they're a bit lost. We've got a bullseye composition, so they're right dead in the centre, but they are so far away from the camera, and I feel that this photograph really would have been strengthened with, say, a long panoramic crop right through the centre, because some of that light on those hills is gorgeous, and those two little puffy clouds, then they would have really been in their world. At the moment, I'm seeing a professional capture that, yeah, it could have been stronger, I think, with that crop. Make me get in there with them.
Thanks, Catherine. So someone roughly in the middle, Joe, could we hear from you, please? Thank you.
I gave it a 77. It's an absolutely gorgeous landscape, and the dog is just delicious. But when you get in there, the woman's pose is quite kind of awkward. It feels like she's not quite one way or the other. And I just feel like there might have been another moment just before or just after this one where she had a more interesting sort of pose.
Thanks, Joe. And back to you, Chris.
Okay, so with the crop, yeah, I think you're right. I think if that had been a kind of a letterbox crop, then, I mean, that would have been even more cinematic and I would have cried earlier. But with the human's pose, I think it's perfect. Both feet are off the ground. Both feet are off the ground right now. She's floating with love, and she's running. I'm assuming it's a she. They're running, and they're looking. Their arm is pulled to the side, so their face is lit up by the sun. I don't know if someone was running how you could get a more perfect pose looking down at that dog. So I know what you mean, but for me, in that moment with the action that she's taking, that pose is great. So I'm asking for a silver. And I think for this image, for me, that's where it sits. And I hope enough of you will come and join me.
Thank you, Chris. Judges, can we get you to rescore, please? We've got a silver at 80. Congratulations. You've done well there, Chris. Thank you very much. Congratulations to the entrant. May we please have the next image?
Thank you, judges. And we have a solid bronze. Is there anyone here that would like to? With a initials with a score of 75. Congratulations to the photographer. Is there someone that would like to speak with some feedback? Johan.
Right. This is quite a strong moment. I felt the subject was possibly too close to the background, and pulling the background away would have taken the background out of the content of the image, and maybe the chair shouldn't have been in there either, but yeah. But good tonal range. Yeah.
Thank you, Johan, and congratulations to the photographer. Next image, please. Sorry, we've just had a wee swap around on the panel chair assistant, so we're just getting ourselves up to speed.
My bad.
And we have a high professional standard at 74. Is there someone that would like to speak to this image? Provide the photographer with some feedback, perhaps. Joe, thank you.
Absolutely gorgeous moment with the little girl. I think this photo would have actually been stronger if you just cropped Mum's head out, because Mum's head is in quite an awkward sort of angle and it's not very flattering on her, which is sort of detracting from the delicious little expression of the little girl.
Thank you, Joe. Next image, please. And we have a 76 bronze, and Joe's putting her hand up for a challenge.
I find this quite arresting. I mean, there's not kind of a heap going on there, but it's just so sort of cinematic. And it does just evoke all that sort of joy you get when you take a small child to the beach and they just explore. I love that there's almost as much, it's almost as much about what's not being said in this photo. We're just allowed to sort of enjoy the simplicity of this girl just exploring her environment. And I actually really love the way the photographer has put that horizon line right across the line of her hat and her, I imagine, binoculars or whatever she's looking through. Yeah, I just found it quite an arresting image.
Thank you, Joe, and Chris is eyeballing me, so take it away.
I'm on 73, and I think there's some really brave choices in here, having her back to the photographer, having and like the horizon line cutting the head, and they totally work. Like, it's great, and it's not something you see too often. What you said, Joe, about it's what's not in it, that's kind of where I'm having a hard time resolving things. Like, I sort of want to know, is she holding binoculars or is she covering her eyes? I sort of want her to be looking at something. And I was looking, and it's like, is there a ship out there? Is there a plane? Is there a seal? You know, and there wasn't, and maybe that's okay. That's what I'm processing. So I'm processing.
Thank you, Chris. Anyone else that would like to speak? Johan? Yeah, go for it.
I gave this a 78, and I'll sneak it up to a silver. there's a degree of photographic control that's not being talked about, and that's the clarity on the girl, and which separates her so distinctly from the background, and it makes her very distinctive, and it adds an element of surreal to the image, and that lets us imagine what she's looking at or what she might be seeing. And surreal is important, and sometimes we just have to let our imaginations go with that. So yeah, I'm happy to come to a silver.
Thanks, Johan. Joe, take it away.
Thank you, Johan. You said that way better than I could. That's what I was thinking, but I couldn't quite articulate it, so you've done that beautifully for me. And yeah, just to address what you said, Chris, it's the mystery that's interesting about this photo. So often we're told this is this and this is that, but this one is allowing us to just enter the mind of this child and her exploration, which is just perfect for a day at the beach. Let's bring it up to silver, guys.
Judges, please rescore. And we have an 80, silver. Well done, Joe. Thank you, judges. We will accept that, and congratulations to the photographer. Next image, please. Simone's getting up to speed with things. And we have a score of 76, a solid bronze. We will accept that, thank you. Would anyone like to offer some feedback? Johan, it's giving me the eyebrows.
Yeah, so lovely tonal range, lovely connection between the two people. The arm going across the front of the, let's say, mother is quite strong and holds her away, and it doesn't give her enough space to be. And it's just the little things like the silver necklace and stuff like that that could have been sorted better. Yep.
Thank you, Johan.
We're just going to have an imaginary blank screen at the moment, just an imaginary one. We're going to be doing a judge change, please. Chris, you've done a fabulous job. We'll give you a bit of a break. Thank you so much. Russell, could we pop you in there, please? So we're going to put Russell Hamlet in place of Chris Anderson. And Shah Divine, you've done a beautiful job, divine job. Thank you. We will bring in Stacey, please, in place of Shah. Thank you very much.
We'll just give the new judges a few minutes to get themselves organised. Russell's just fixing his hair. Cool, next image please. And we have a score of 74, professional standard. Can we? Johan's looking at me.
Yeah, he actually can. He can take it up into the wood range.
Yeah. Johan, would you like to challenge? No? Oh, no, he's accepting this. Cool, so we'll accept that. And just a comment, please. Oh, Johan's offering a comment? Thank you.
In a family category, this photograph would have been so much better without the family. That dog's outstanding.
Thank you, Johan. Next image, please. And we have a score of 76, a bronze. Thank you. We will accept that one. Congratulations to the photographer. Would anyone like to comment? Joe, can you please provide a comment?
Great little story of the dog being excluded and the family moving on without him. It just feels like the choices the photographer has made in terms of the finishing are just a bit flat and not really giving us the emotional punch that this image might have been able to give us.
Wonderful. Thank you, Joe. And I feel like we've been nagging you, judges. You've been doing a great job, but we are running still quite behind time. So if we can just try and speed it along. Next image, thanks. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 73, professional standard, which we will accept. Is anyone willing to put their hand up for a comment, please? Oh, Stacey, thank you.
The idea of this image is really lovely, and I'm sure it would be a really valued photo for these guys to have to celebrate Christmas, but the posing feels a little bit awkward and some of the skin tones are quite cool.
Thank you, Stacey. Next image, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 74, professional standard, which we will accept. Could I grab a comment from Catherine? You put your hand up first.
It's a really beautiful light in this image, and I think beautiful, beautiful connection in her eyes looking at the baby's dad here. I just feel that he's such an integral part of this image, but he's slightly a bit of a floating head. You can see his hand coming in there, but he's not really connected. But the main thing, I guess, that is if he needs to be in focus because he's a big part of the story. That probably would have elevated it. But yeah, lovely image. I'm quite enjoying the sort of crescent moon that's made out of mum and baby there as well. Just add that.
Thank you, Catherine.
We're just going to have a virtual blank screen for a second. Catherine, you've done a fantastic job. Give you a bit of a break. Thank you. Sarah Lee Cobb, we're going to bring you in for a while. Thank you. You've done well, Catherine. Thank you so much.
Just giving Sarah Lee a chance to get herself logged in. Cool. Okay, next image, please. Just driving the machines myself because I've lost my assistant. And we have a score of 79, a bronze. However, I can see Johann's hand, not his face. He wants to challenge. Go for it.
I gave this 83. What a wonderful time of the day to take photographs. And what a glorious set of people. And this wonderful girl in the foreground with the white, which grabs your attention. You look into her eyes, and she's looking back at you. She's saying, yeah, I'm here. And then there's the stuff, the family stuff is happening around her. That's worth more than just a bronze, surely.
Thank you, Johann. Everyone else is actually within cooey of each other. So, oh, hang on, Russell, you want to have a go? Go for it.
Yeah, I scored at 78, but I'm going to go higher because there's also a lot of love in this image, and this couple are really into each other, not just because they're kissing, but I can just sort of tell, and they just seem to have that sort of family, and they're all a lovely little circle with each other, and the colour's beautiful, and the time of day is, as Johann says, beautifully chosen. So I think it squeaks into silver now for me.
Thank you, Russell. Anyone else want to add to that, or should we throw it back to Johann? Oh, Sarah Lee, well, go for it.
I scored this image as 79. I love it for all the reasons that the two of you have outlined. What I find is there's a real disconnect between them and the environment, and there's so much of the space, so much of the images given to the background. I just wonder, how does that contribute to the image?
Thank you, Sarah Lee. Johann.
That beautiful background adds a dreaminess just to the day. It explains the lighting. It lets it rest. It doesn't take away. It's very simple. It's very soft and gentle and forgiving and giving. And then you have this lovely circle of love in the middle there with that super strong white triangle that forces you up, looks into her face, and then you do that circle around. What wonderful control this photographer has used to create such a strong image. I only gave it an 83. See what you can do.
I love your passion, Johann. Go for it, guys. And you did it. 82. It's a silver. Congratulations to the photographer. Well done, judges.
Just quickly before we go to the next image, you two boys, how are you both feeling down the end? You both okay at the moment?
B1 and B2?
Yeah. Boy 1, boy 2? You're feeling a bit, you'd like to maybe have a break?
No,
Russell?
he's giving us that.
thumbs up. Okay.
Just put me here.
Okay. Okay, cool. All right. Cool.
Next image, please. Don't worry, Simone, I'll do it for you. No, you're right. It's the one that's currently on. Yeah. You're good. And we have a score of 78, a bronze award, and we will accept that. Thank you. Congratulations to the photographer. Is there someone? Oh, yeah, Russell would like to give a comment. Go for it.
Look, I just love the feminine sort of feel the loveliness and the daintiness of this image, but the baby in a bucket or whatever the heck it's in, I just didn't understand that. I just don't understand that actually, and it just sort of makes it a bit more primitive than it otherwise needs to be, because it takes away the connection from the older child to the younger child.
Thank you, Russell.
An unnecessary prop is the best way to put it, I suppose.
Thank you. Next image, please. And we have a score of 77, a solid bronze. Thank you, judges. Congratulations to the photographer. And can we hear from Stacey, please?
Yeah, there's a lot of joy in this photo. It's brilliant that you've managed to capture 8 children, and separation between the kids on piggybacks is wonderful. It's just a shame that some of them are looking down, and there's a hair across one of them's face, which is quite distracting. I think those things would have elevated it a little bit more for me.
Thank you, Stacey. Next image, please. And we have a score of 76, a bronze award. Congratulations to the photographer. And Jo's put her hand up to provide some feedback.
This is a gorgeous little moment between a mum and her tween, who can be pretty hard work to photograph. But it's a bit brought down by the background. The things at the top are really pulling our eye out. I think a closer crop could have really elevated this and brought us right into the emotion between these two faces.
Thank you, Jo. I'm sure the photographer will have really appreciated that. Next image, please. And we have a score of 74, professional standard. We will accept that. Thank you. And can we hear from anyone wanting to speak? Johan? Yep, Johan. Thank you.
Lovely moment of time. I've just felt that the cropping on the top was a bit too tight and just put a whole lot of pressure on that child sitting on the shoulders. So maybe if it had been shifted up a little bit, would have given us a cleaner and more comfortable image.
Thank you, Johan. Next image, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 74, professional standard, and we will accept that. Have we got someone that would like to offer some critique for the photographer? Russell.
You can be pleased that you're producing a very high standard of professionalism, but to get an award, it just needs to have that little extra something, and it doesn't have that.
Thank you, Russell. And judges, we're doing a fantastic job. We've made up some good time, so that's awesome. We'll keep charging along like this. We're just going to do a virtual blank screen.
Yeah, we're going to do a virtual blank. We're going to have quite a bit of a change at the moment. Got a few exclusions coming up. Sarah Lee, you've done fantastic. Thank you very much. Angela Eastwood, we'll pop you in for Sarah Lee, please, if we can. Thank you very much. It's fantastic. Johan van Kaan, we will give you a bit of a break. And we'll bring in Chris Anderson. Thank you, Chris. Got the Aussie boy in. And Stacey Cavalier will give you a break. And Michelle Fay, could we bring you in place of Stacey, please?
Just give the judges a moment. Oh, Michelle got a shock from her laptop. Excellent. Are we all good? Next image, please. And we have a score of 75, a bronze, which we will accept. Thank you, judges. Congratulations to the photographer. And can we hear from Angela?
Well done to the photographer for your bronze award. Beautiful image. I love the colour palette that you've chosen with the reds and the creaminess there. Just to watch where the brightest part across her chest is hitting, and perhaps her more directly looking at the camera would have helped that.
Thank you, Angela. Next image, please.
Thank you. I'm just going around here.
Yeah, you're all good. And we have a score of 83, a solid silver, and Russell is putting his hand up to challenge.
I personally scored this a little bit higher in silver distinction. I think it's an exquisitely sort of presented piece of craftsmanship, really. I love the angle of the collar of the gentleman at the top running down through the line of the hands through to the bottom right-hand corner. The lighting's beautiful, beautiful Rembrandt lighting, bringing out all the detail in their bodies, but not in the clothing. I enjoy the negative space that the clothing creates because it gives us a background to the personalities. Cutting the top guy off doesn't take away the love and him. And between those two guys, I mean, they're married, so they love each other dearly. It's just bloody clever, actually. And all the detail in the beard on the guy on the top's there. Everything's there that I want to see from this. The connection's beautiful, the mood is beautiful, and the photographer's created an environment to allow these guys to express themselves and create an image that they would be very pleased represents their relationship, I believe.
Thank you, Russell. And we'll hear from someone else. Michelle on the other end of the scale at 78.
It was just that I wanted, as soon as we came on, I wanted to really like it, and I went up and I loved the faces and I loved that part of it, and then but there's just nothing in the blacks. I just need a little bit of something in the blacks, and there's nothing. And I was really disappointed that there wasn't, because I really wanted to like it.
Okay, and we'll hear from, Chris is waving his hand. There you go, Chris.
That was with the eyebrows. Talk to me, eyebrows. The crop on this is amazing. Like, you see so many portraits where you can see everyone's head and you can see their legs and everything, and coming in so close to let us really feel the expression in their faces and their mouths and their hands is beautiful. I'm on 83, and that was low. I'm going to come up to silver distinction. I think there is detail in the blacks. Weirdly, I was hoping there wasn't. And normally I love, I kind of pick on that, but I agree with Russell that it doesn't need to have that texture, because it then forces you to, like, you can see their outline enough that you know where their body is, and you can just see the figure on the left, the crook of their elbow. Like, there's just like a little tiny triangle where you can see the background. So there's enough. But there is a little bit of texture there, but you know what? This is great. I'm joining you on silver distinction.
Thank you, Chris. And Joe is eyeballing me.
Busting
Go for it.
to say something. This is just so contemporary, this portrait. The cut off head, it actually makes it, because it becomes all about his beloved. And at first, I gave it an 84, and I'm definitely going to come up to silver distinction. At first, I was held back by the feeling of the central character. It's almost like he's holding his breath. I kind of wanted him to release in some way. But then I realised that that's kind of the point. He's so being supported and loved and held by his man that he is just right in the moment. And I think it's really powerful. I'm definitely going to come up to a high silver distinction.
Thank you, Joe. And Russell, take it away.
There's no question that this photographer is in complete control of their craft. That black has absorbed the light. They've chosen to do that because it brings our attention to everything that is relevant in this image, which is intimacy, togetherness, love, connection, design, contemporaneous presentation. It takes our eye exactly where that photographer wants us to be, and it does it very beautifully. And in actual fact, I think I can't change my score, but I think I've gone shy on 88. Outside and amongst everything else, it will stand out and look beautiful. It's a great portrait. It's fantastic.
Thank you, Russell. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 86, silver distinction. Great. Well done. Congratulations to the photographer. Great work, judges. That's fantastic. Next image, please. And we have a score of 76, a bronze, which we will accept. Thank you. Congratulations to the photographer. And we will hear from Michelle.
Congratulations to the photographer. It's a really sweet image. I'm sure these two are either friends or sisters and have been for quite some time. Just to bring it up, just watch your glare on glasses. It's something that you need to work on.
Thank you, Michelle. Next image, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 76, a bronze award. Congratulations to the photographer. We will accept that. And can we hear from Chris, please?
I'm a big fan of the color tones in this image, and they're just warm and lovely, and there is, like, each of the three faces is showing great expression. Even the kid to the side is mushing their face into their mum, which I love. Something to bring this up, and we talk about this a bit, we want to see something innovative and something new and something different that gives us more of a reason to spend time in the image. So I think for this style of image, this is great, and congratulations on the bronze.
Thank you, Chris. I'm sure the photographer would have really appreciated that. Next image, please. Just for those that are on the live stream, live stream, we have got a monitor at the front of the judging room, which the judges are taking themselves to in between each image to have a really good look at the entry.
We've got a score of 73, which is professional standard. Thank you. We are accepting that. And could we have a word from Russell? Thank you.
Well, actually, I scored at low 70s, and it is professional standard, but in lots of ways it kind of isn't either. I mean, the two noses coming together like that, you've got to be careful of things like that. And so to me, it just said the kids don't need to see that, but also how hot, the light from above is hitting that ball and it's blowing out on the right as well. So just your exposures, and as much as that's fun, it's not flattering.
Thank you so much, Russell. Could we have the next image, please? We have a score of 78. That is a solid bronze award. Thank you. However, I think Russell, I do know it, Russell is challenging.
I think this is a little bit better than that myself. It's beautifully lit, and it's lit in such a way that it allows the honesty of this couple to come through to us. There's no attempting at hiding age or life's experiences. And what I found is this couple is so together, but what I loved about it is that hands tell a lot about life. And ordinarily hands facing the camera like that are not so great, but in this instance they tell a lot to me. So they speak of connection and they speak of life. And they're a balance to the lovely expressions on their faces. They're not touching heads to be too cliched. She's gorgeous, they're a handsome couple, and they've been really honestly presented to us, and without being sort of too quirky or gimmicky or anything. That's just a straight out, very honest portrait that I find quite beguiling, really.
Thank you, Russell. We've got a couple of lower score ranges down, so I'd love to maybe hear from Angela or Michelle, please. Thank you, Angela.
I scored this a 75. A really beautiful tonal range. There was just a slight disconnect. She just needs to slightly melt into him ever so slightly. I feel like her shoulder's a little bit tense coming forward, but beautiful image.
Thank you. And in the middle, we might grab who we've got in the middle. Chris, you're right slap bang in the middle, so I might just hear from you just quick. Thanks.
Okay, I'm on 76, so I had this sneaking up into bronze, which is sort of where I feel like it belongs. I think this is better than typical professional practice because there's lots of detail and it's, it's everything we should be doing and then a little bit more. I think I'm struggling with their expressions actually. Like it's a little smile for the camera maybe, and I'm not sure. Like I'm trying to figure out whether this feels like it's a genuine moment and they're being themselves, or it's a posed moment for the camera. The way you're talking through it, it feels more like a genuine moment. Maybe I can see their two quite individual, strong personalities coming through. So, I'm wavering.
Thank you so much, Chris. And back to you, Russell.
I won't go on too much, but, people turn up to our studios, and when you talk about genuine moments, well, that's us catching them in their lives. But when they come to you, you've got to give to them what they have with each other. I mean, it's all about love, isn't it? Our whole lives are all about love. So when they turn up to the studio, hopefully you have captured the love they have for each other and you are giving it back to them so that they can see it on their own wall. Ask yourself the question, when this couple see this image in their own home, do they see an image that says they love each other? I believe they do. And it's given a lovely sort of honesty as well, which I think they would also enjoy. I think she's a strong woman, he's a strong man, and they're a handsome couple. It's quite grittily presented to us, which maybe might put some off, but doesn't put me off at all. I love it a lot. And well done to the photographer from my point of view.
Thank you, Russell. So, judges, can we rescore, please? Russell, you'll be the same as what you had. Russell, you did your absolute best. Didn't work this time, funnily enough. It's still a very solid bronze at 78. Congratulations to the photographer. Great, so I'll just accept that through and we will have the next image, please. So the family category is currently being sponsored by Fujifilm. Huge category, amazing imagery. We have a score of 78, which is a solid bronze award. However, Joe is challenging this.
Come on, guys. This is gorgeous. The look on that father's face is so tender and so just relaxed and in the moment, and so is the mum. If the baby had been a little bit better posed with nice fingers, I think I would have gone higher. But yeah, I've given it an 85. It's just beautifully lit, and these sort of photos are actually quite hard to pull off and have an authenticity to them, which is what this father and mother are bringing to this picture of their gorgeous little newborn.
Thank you, Joe. And I might come to someone in the middle. Let's have a look. Chris. No, Russell's looking at me. Thanks, Russell. Yeah.
Totally at the other end, Joe, sorry. Faces are as big as hands, and I just believe that the hands, the confluence of light bouncing off all those fingers at the bottom are just totally taking us away from what could have been the gentility of the expressions above. I personally don't consider this that professional. Has a nice feeling, but not a nice presentation.
Righto. Okay. Back to Michelle in the middle. Thank you.
I scored this 75 bronze. I find the crop a little bit too tight for me, and maybe if the fingers were uncurled, which it will come, it would have been better. But just that crop is really, really tight. So you just lose a little bit of mum. For me.
Thanks, Michelle. Right, Russell? No, hang on. Not Russell. Joe. Sorry, Joe. Back to you.
Those hands are giving us scale. They are showing us what is going to guide and nurture this baby through its journey in life. normally I'm with you and I don't love hands front to the camera like that, but in this case they are encompassing their baby, encompassing the love they have for their baby. And the fact that we've just got their heads and we don't have heaps of their body, again, it's all about the baby. It's all about the baby's journey through life with these beautiful, loving support people. I think it's worthy of at least a few more points, guys.
Right, could we rescore, please, judges? At the moment, we're at 78.
Just bring it up to silver.
Oh, we are on a 79, which is a very high bronze. However, what we're going to do is we're going to put that into review. So judges, I'm just clicking onto the review button, and could you score it either at 79 bronze or 80 as a silver, please? And we're still at a 79. Thank you very much. That's still a very solid bronze, and congratulations to the photographer. Thank you very much. Could we have the next image, please? We have a 76 at bronze. That's a bronze award. Congratulations. Joe's challenging though.
I've never seen this before. This is actually unique, which is quite a hard thing in the family category, I think. I just think this is really clever. I almost kind of love the fact that poor mum's not getting a look in. These boys are all about dad. I think we should be rewarding the innovative and the innovation and the just sheer joy and fun this photo is giving us, and the originality.
Oh, thank you, Joe. I might have just hear a little bit from Angela. You down a little bit lower there.
I scored this as 72. I agree that it's a really innovative and inventive perspective, which I really enjoy, but it just didn't quite pull it off for me, with the arm coming across a little bit too much and just the blown highlights in the face and up on the shoulder there of the father, which really pulled me down. So,
thank you. And Russell, thank you.
Yeah, just quickly in support of that last comment. I mean, the wristwatch and the hand on the bottom right, it's a great idea. And were they clothed perhaps slightly differently with the white just completely dominant. I mean, the person on the right's just completely dominating the shot, basically, and the wristwatch is taking her eye there. But, you know, you're right, Joe, it's a fantastic idea, just not quite pulled off.
Thanks, Russell. So I think we're back to Joe.
They didn't nail it, that's why we're not giving them a gold. But it really is original, and those two little boys are just exquisite, and the parents are just the basket around them. I just think we should reward innovation.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Joe. That's fantastic. And we will get the judges now to rescore. We've got a point up. We've got 77, solid bronze award. Every point counts, as we know. Thank you. Congratulations. That's great. We will have the next image, please. And just let the entrant know that up from Joe wasn't a fright, it was just a bit of a bang from next door. Nothing to do with your image. You've done really well. Congratulations. We have a score of 74, which is professional standard. Thank you. We'll accept that. Thank you. And Russ would like to talk to the entrant.
Yeah, nice rapport with your subjects. They're a little bit hot and she's a little bit hidden.
Okay, that's great. Nice, short, sharp, succinct, sweet critique there. Thank you very much. I'm sure the entrant will take that note. Brilliant. Now, we're just going to have a virtual blank screen at the moment. Joe Francis Moore, you've done a great job. Thank you so much. You're brilliant. Catherine Katanak would love to bring you in there, please. Thanks for that, Joe. And Russell will give you a bit of a break. Thank you very much for your hard work. Johan van Kaan will get you to put a jump in front for Russell. And get all that logged in. We're currently judging the family category, proudly sponsored by Fujifilm. And everyone's logged in? Yeah, right, great. Let's go. Next print, next image, please. We have a bronze award at 75. And Chris is shaking his head. He's not happy about this number. So Chris is challenging. Oh, you're not. You shook. Oh, you're happy? Okay, I'm sorry. I've just marked that up. I just need to pull that back now. I actually don't know how to pull that back. Here we go. Chris. Okay. Sorry, guys. My bad. I'm just going to previous print. Where we go. Scroll down. Previous print. Is that previous image? Yep. Okay. I'm just doing something I've never done before. It's a bit scary. Right. Now I have to unlock that, do we? How do I do that? Okay. The girls are all teaching me how to do this. Great team. Sorry?
Then we should be able to accept it.
Okay. Yeah, well. Apologies to the entrant there. Chris, I thought that you were not agreeing with it. No, that's all good. That's my bad too. So, no, that's cool. I'd love to get a comment from, Johan's keen to talk to the entrant there. Thank you.
Lovely framing, lovely held-in image. Two things that kind of bugged it a little bit. The watch was probably unnecessary, and there's some sort of strange sharpening thing happening down the hand through the photograph and then to the baby's hand. But just attention to details, and you'll get there. It's great.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Now, I'm away for a little bit, so I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of these amazing panel chairs, and carry on your gorgeous work, guys. Next image, please.
One more score. Who are we waiting on? Thank you. We have a score of 76, a bronze. And we will accept that. Thank you. Congratulations to the photographer. And can we hear from Johan? Would you like to speak? Yeah.
Sorry, I don't know how to improve it. I really like what's there, but could somebody else say something?
Oh, yeah. Someone else. Catherine, please.
I'm really sorry. I'm in the same boat as Johan. I think it's a really cool shot, really cool moment, but I can't find the X factor. You know, the thing that's wrong with it. You know.
Sure.
Sorry.
Thank you, Catherine, and congratulations to the photographer. Next image, please. Oh. And we have a score of 74, high professional standard. And we will accept that. Can we hear from... Oh, Johan's waving at me this time. Way you go.
What a grown-up moment. It's quite lovely. Just a little bit too much background, really. And maybe even black and white. Yeah.
Thank you, Johan. Next image. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 73, professional standard. Thank you. We will accept that. And can we hear from Catherine? Thank you.
I think this is a really sweet moment. I feel that there's more of a moment perhaps on, in a couple of seconds if she had tickled him or something, he feels like he's a bit held there and there's quite a lot of tension in his mouth. He's slightly trapped. He's not as engaged. There's a dissonance between the two expressions there. But yeah, it's a beautiful photo still.
Thank you, Catherine. Next image, please. And we have a score of 78, a bronze award, and Johan has thrown his hand up before I could finish. Oh no, both hands. Way you go, Johan. We'll take a challenge from you.
What a wonderful moment. He's almost, the dad's almost expressionless, almost in fear. And then you've got a different kind of fear from the baby in the centre. And it's all beautifully contained in this wonderful oval. And there's just this almost tension as the elbows just almost touch the outside of the frame. But still you've got this calm and sort of, I don't know what I'm doing here, guy in the background, and the kid going, what the hell am I doing here in the foreground? And it's captured so beautifully in black and white. Lovely. 83 I gave it.
Thank you, Johan. And we'll hear from someone on the other end. Angela, 73. Would you like? No, Angela doesn't want to. Anyone else want to add anything to that? Catherine? Yep, go for it.
So it's not a lot to add, but I feel like the baby's expression is fantastic, but that's the only thing that's really carrying this. And it's, I think Dad does have more expression than you're actually giving him credit for there, Johan. There is a warmth and a slightly wry, sort of sardonic look in his eyes, which I do actually enjoy. And I'm pleased this has got a bronze, because I do love it, but there's got to be something a little bit more to get it up into silver, I think. But that baby is just quite captivating.
Thank you, Catherine. And Chris, maybe could you bring something more to that?
I was going to say that I think the guy's expression was actually, Catherine, you did a great job explaining. It was kind of like, yeah, I didn't see it as nothing. I saw it as pride. Like, look at this kid. This is my kid. You know, it's and the contrast between his kind of, you know, his pride and the kid's what the heck face is the thing that elevated me into 81 on silver. So I'm kind of with you.
Thank you, Chris. Where you go, Johan?
It's a controlled pride, you know, because he doesn't look like he's a let it go kind of guy, but that kid's going to let it go, honestly, all over the place. And for that contrast, I'm rewarding the photographer, but then also on top of that, for the beautiful black and white printing. 83.
Thank you, Johan. Judges, please rescore. And you've done it. We have a score of 80, a silver award. Congratulations to the photographer. Next image, please. And we have a score of 74, a high professional standard. We will accept that. Thank you, judges. And can we have a comment from Catherine, please?
Beautiful boys, beautiful light, lovely connection here. I feel that the image could have been stronger had that highlight been a wee bit controlled. The bigger centre frame choice to do that is a little distracting, and I think also in terms of the series, the energy feels a little bit like it drops away by the third frame, rather than that being a solid end. But yeah, lovely work.
Thank you, Catherine. Next image, please. One more. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 75, a bronze award. We will accept that. Thank you. And can we hear from Michelle, please? Would you speak? Thank you.
Congratulations. Lovely little image. I'm not sure what you can do to improve it. I really enjoyed it. Just watch your styling, maybe not with this is just my personal opinion, black bar under a white. And maybe just turn her slightly so we can see that beautiful tummy of hers.
Thank you, Michelle. And we're just going to have a virtual blank screen. Angela, thank you very, very much. You've been amazing. Can you hop off? And Sarah Lee, would you be able to hop in for us, please? Thank you. Just give Sarah Lee a wee moment. Excellent. And next image, please. Thank you. We have a score of 79, a solid bronze award. And we will accept that. Are we going to challenge that? No?
Then it needs to go to review.
No, yep, no, Michelle's challenging it. Thank you. We're going to hear from Michelle.
I scored this in 82. As soon as it popped up, I smiled. To get that cute little smile from a 10-day-old baby, you actually have to wait for them to almost be asleep, and that's when you get that smile. So to get that, you actually either have to be really good at what you're doing or extremely lucky, one of the two. And just when you go up and look at it, that cute little face is completely sharp, and the fingers and toes get nice and soft because of the way they've angled it, and it's just a gorgeous little piece, and it definitely makes you smile. I love how it makes you smile as soon as it come up. Come on.
Thank you, Michelle. Can we hear from someone on the other end? Catherine, on 76.
Am I at the lowest end?
Yeah, you are.
Well, better get with the program then, hadn't I? I also really do enjoy the smile, and I enjoy that little finger. I kind of wanted that finger to be sharp because for me that felt like part of the story. I feel like this kid is actually dreaming of something that they would like talking to themselves or something like that. I know I'm reading a lot into photograph of a 10-day-old baby, but yeah, the combination of the finger and the expression I think is quite gorgeous. I was a little distracted by the brown pillow. I gave this a 76, sorry. But yeah, I think I can come up to silver with you, Michelle. Sorry for being such a laggard.
Thanks, Catherine. And we'll just pick someone in the middle. Chris, you were hovering in there.
So I was on 78. And it's the two things that kind of pushed it out of professional practice and into bronze for me were the amazing face, so good, and the way the curve, like the choice of the circular frame matches the kind of the natural curve of the composition. And that's what brought me into bronze. So I'm kind of listening for what it might take to get me into silver.
Thank you, Chris. And Michelle, take it away.
You've said it all, exactly. It's like that she is curled up in a little ball, and she's obviously dreaming away and so happy, and the whole circle thing is encasing and just holding her there. And you just keep getting drawn into that little face and the little smile, and then you look a little bit further and you see the little finger where she is dreaming or something like that, and just having totally relaxed. And I think we should reward this photographer for capturing this cute little baby.
Thank you very much. I always love it when it gets like this. It's so exciting. Judges, please rescore. Michelle, cool. And we have a score of 80, a silver. Congratulations to the photographer. Well done, judges. Great speaking. Next image, please. Just while the judges are looking at this image, I will just read a little thing off my handy sheet here. So if you are down in Christchurch this week, We're really fortunate to have Fuji sponsoring the family category, so feel free to go and visit Ira and his team later in the week at the Fuji Film stand for more information on the fantastic range of Fuji Film products on offer. We're just really lucky to have such awesome sponsors supporting us for such a great week. Oh, there we go, look at that. And we have a score of 76, a bronze award. Oh, hang on, Chris has thrown his hand up before I got a chance. We'll hear from Chris. Challenge.
All right, I'm on 81. There's a lot to love about this just as a portrait, right? The landscape is amazing, and the sun being just where it is fantastic. But I'm seeing the story of this family being told. So, you know, a lot of times you have parents and they have kids, and you know, maybe their lives change because they get busy looking after the kids and they're not as in tune with each other. This couple is totally in tune with each other. Look at that moment that they're sharing. It's not that they're oblivious to their children because they're hanging on to them, but they are so together. And like the curve of the mother, where her pants are blowing out just to the side, is just wonderful. That's kind of the first thing that I saw when I was far away. Now you get up and have a look, and the girls each have their own personality, right? The one on the left is like, she's moving out of home as soon as she possibly can. The one on the right is more tentative, and like I love that their personality is coming through, but mostly I love that they're a family unit, and the mother and the father are still super into each other, and we have this lovely location. Like, it feels great. It makes me happy. I'm on 81 because of that feeling, and I'd like to talk about this some more.
Oh, that's wonderful, Chris. I wish the live streamers could see your hands. Johan, I can see yours behind him. Way you go.
Funny you should mention hands. There seems to be an extra hand in there. If you go look at the dad's right hand, it's got like a few extra fingers on it. And maybe I'm wrong, and maybe he's holding his hand in an unusual way. But it does feel like there might be an error with that. And if I'm mistaken, please point it out to me, because I love everything you said.
Thanks, Johan. And we'll go for someone in the middle of the pack. Catherine.
That's Mum's hand coming down behind him. That's totally explainable. I gave this a 73, and I love what you're saying there, Chris. I agree, Mum is super strong. She looks so graceful. And the wee girl on the right with the positioning of her legs, I didn't feel Dad was super into it. I felt that he's fairly awkward leaning across there. Sorry, I'm too close to the microphone. And then I feel that the girl on the right is squinting, and her hand coming up feels really quite awkward. So I feel that the image is not as strong on the right-hand side as the left. So, yeah, I need to hear a wee bit more.
I think the penny's
but
dropped for
I'm not
Johan.
bothered about the hand.
Thank you, Catherine. I think the penny dropped for Johan just before.
My bad.
Do we want to hear from anyone else, or are we circling back? Yep, way you go, Chris.
So this is not an AI image. Those are not extra fingers. That is Mum's hand. And Dad's clasping two of the hands of his family. And he's quite, he's tall, so he's leaning over. I kind of see all their personalities coming through. The dad coming through being stoic. His feet are planted aiming at the camera, and he wants to be that tall person, but he's turned to the side in a perfect profile. The girl on the right, you know what? I think it's an awkward pose, because I think that's her personality. Like, that's what it says to me. Her hair is like, it's not picture perfect. Look at the girl on the left, picture perfect. Like, she's super confident. Girl on the right, less so. If that's their personality, oh my gosh, to capture this like this is fantastic. I'm on 81. I would love for a couple of you to join me, especially Johan after the finger incident.
I will.
Oh, gosh, okay. Thank you, Chris. Judges, please rescore. And we have a 79. So we're going to go into a review. Just give me a second to click. It's just, computer's just a wee bit slow. Oh, there we go. And we have a score of 79, a bronze award. Great battle, photographers. Judges, not photographers. Congratulations to the photographer. Next image, please. And we have a score of 76, a bronze award. Well done, judges. We're all in Koe. Oh, yeah. And we'll accept that. Congratulations to the photographer. And we'll hear from Catherine. Thank you.
This is a really fun image with everybody seeming to be really into it, and I'm loving the leaves coming straight at the camera that way. I just feel that to strengthen it, if the photographer had been in really close to this family and down low, we would have been right in this moment. I feel a little bit that the photographer's perspective, we're a little bit more distanced. You know, if they're right in there and the leaves coming at you right in your face, would have elevated the image.
Wonderful. Thank you, Catherine. Next image, please. And we have a score of 78, a bronze award. We will accept that. Oh, hang on. Yeah, we'll accept that. Yes, you can challenge. Way you go, Johan. Go for it.
Right. Very simple image, nicely controlled. You know that baby's going to be loved and supported. You can see that. You can see the love, you can see the support, you can see the strength. And the baby's kind of happy, you know. It's great. But the photographer's presented it to us in a very simple format that's clean, but it's full of love. Those hands are tender and strong at the same time. You might say the heart shape is a cliche, but that's what love can be sometimes. I gave it an 82, not asking for moonbeams, but see if you can get there.
Thanks, Johan. And we will go with someone, Michelle, you're on the other end on 75.
Yeah, I scored this as 75, a nice bronze. The heart, whilst I get what you're saying, is kind of distracting and leads me out of the image. I love the hands with mum and dad and the little baby. Baby is a lot lighter than those hands, so I'm drawn to where they want me to do as the baby, but then I see the white and it just goes, my eyes keep getting drawn over to the heart rather than the baby, because it should be all about the baby.
And Catherine, we'll hear from you, please.
I just wanted to raise the idea that the heart and that all that is about a second baby who didn't make it. I see that as an empty shroud, and that love is not all about this baby, it's also potentially about the one that's not there.
Thank you, Catherine. Johan, go for it.
Hand on heart, I agree with you.
Okay, judges.
Doesn't that elevate this image to something even more powerful? And the fact that the child that's there has their hand on their heart, and then you have the heart of the missing child. Does that not make you feel a little chill? Perhaps a bigger chill than my 82.
Thank you, Johan. Judges, please rescore. Oh, you did it. We've got a score of 80, a silver. Congratulations. Well done, everyone. Next image, please. And we have a score of 74, a high professional standard. We will accept that. And can we hear from... Who can we hear from? Let's go from Sarah Lee, please.
Congratulations to the photographer on the high professional standard. I think this is a beautiful moment that the couple will cherish for life. Sometimes kissing poses can be a bit awkward, so perhaps if you are a split second earlier or later before they've actually embraced, then there's the anticipation of the moment, which may be stronger than the actual kiss itself.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. That's really helpful. Next image, please. And we have a score of 73, professional standard. Thank you, judges. They're all within cooey of each other. Can we hear from Catherine, please?
Well done to the photographer for choosing such a beautiful location and time of day to shoot. You know, this has got a lot of mood in this portrait, and I'm sure she's very happy with it. I think in terms of strengthening, just in the pose, I'm finding that arm up to the face is really breaking. You know, she's got a beautiful profile, and it's interfering with that, and I don't actually know what she's doing, so I'm finding that quite distracting. But yeah, lovely shot.
Thank you, Catherine. Next image, please. We have a score of 85, silver distinction, and we will hear from Catherine, please, for a challenge.
I gave this 94. This was a really easy gold for me. Fantastic initial impact. The position of those two boys, it's just wonderful. Little ninjas. There's so much story here. You've got the wee girl who's distracted, and then the other one who sort of knows that we're supposed to be doing a family shot here, so she's still looking at the camera, she's still smiling, but she's just got this little smirk, she's sort of trying to hold it in. And then we've got the parents in another circle, which is very clever in the background, and this choice of the circular frame that echoes that. Mum just sort of going, you know, there's so much reaction there. There's no photographer in there as well. Really well handled, a really memorable shot. You know, it's got a really strong initial impact. And yeah, gold. Come on, guys.
Thank you, Catherine. I'm just going to ask Sarah Lee to offer some comment first.
So I perhaps was a little bit stingy with this one. I only scored it an 80 initially. There is definitely a huge amount of personality, but each character, like the boys, is stereotypical, full of energy bouncing off the walls, and the little girls are a lot more quiet and reserved, although the one on the right is very much, you know, looking at her brothers as in, what are you doing? I love the parents up the top in the mirror. I would just want to see a little bit more. Like, there's so much curiosity I have for those people who are almost in the image but not quite. But definitely a kudos to the photographer and the creativity that's at show here.
Wonderful, thanks, Sarah Lee. And Johan, can we hear from you, please?
There's a wonderful strength. I'm usually not a fan of people staring at cameras, but there's a wonderful strength in the gaze of those kids that are looking at the camera. I like that the parents are almost inconsequential, because this is the stuff that kids get up to when there's no parents around. But they're always there watching. They're always there in the background somewhere. They know. And so I think that this is a substantially great photograph. I've only given it 88, and I'm apologetic for that. But I have the joy and benefit of being able to go higher.
Thank you, Johan. Anyone else? Oh yeah, Chris just wants to add something quickly.
So I'm on 81, and I think I was a bit harsh. I'll be coming up. I think there's a couple things that are like so close to being awesome for me. This is that circle within a circle is amazing, but it's off to the right by just a touch. Those windows are almost symmetrical. Like it's so close to being symmetrical that would have. I would have gone ballistic if it had been. There's that lamp that's in the top section that is super bright and kind of drags my eye away. And you know what? I don't care anymore, because the Ninja kids are awesome and the kids in the front are awesome, and I'm going to be moving up at least a silver distinction.
Thank you, Chris. And Catherine, we'll hear back from you.
Thank you for your apology, Johan, for your measly 88. Yeah, Chris, it's nearly, you're asking for perfection in a family home with ninja children, way too tough. You're way too tough. And, the fact that those parents are only just in the frame, as you say, Sarah Lee, that's the little cookie that you find when you get in there. And you go, oh my God, you've actually got the entire family in this shot. What a cool, memorable portrait. Huge impact. They're about to land, even different impact. This, I don't know, they were shooting on fast frame here, but gosh, they've caught the moment. I'm on 94. I'd love you to come up.
Thank you, Catherine. Judges, please rescore. Oh, and there it is. We have a 90, a gold award. What a wonderful battle. Thanks, judges. Next image, please. Oh, and congratulations to the photographer. How exciting. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 78, a solid bronze, and Johan has thrown his hand up. Or both of them again for a challenge. Way you go.
Initially, I was quite annoyed by this image with all the distractions and things in the background that were in focus, out of focus. There were expressions that were sort of not quite there. And then I realized that it wasn't actually about any of them. They're just background. And what it's really about is the absolute sheer joy of running with toys. And how much fun is that person having, and how much disregard does she have for anybody else? This is her world, it's about her, and she doesn't care that she's obliterating the rest of her family. And I gave it an 83. Come and enjoy something in the silvers.
Thank you, Johan, and we'll hear from the other end of the scale, Michelle, on 74.
I scored this 74 professional standard because it wasn't till the last second I actually saw Dad hiding in the back, and the other little girl that's obscured by the sister that obviously doesn't care about anyone except running with toys, as you've said. So I am listening, and Mum's eyes are closed, but the photo of the little girl is very joyous, and she is having so much fun. So I am listening.
Thanks, Michelle, and we'll take someone from the middle. Sarah Lee.
So I scored this a 78 for both those reasons. There is so much strength in the girl in the foreground, and then there's it's just really unfortunate that the dad and the other little sister are directly behind her. Had this been her by herself, or there would have been so much strength. And there's also a few drops of the toi feathers or the seeds that have actually come across the girl in the middle's face, and had those been just removed, it would have brought a little bit more to the image as well. So I think this is so close yet so far, unfortunately.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. And we'll go back to Johan.
As somebody who really likes perfection in their images, I love the perfectness of this image. I love the excitement and the energy that I get out of this. I love that this exists irrespective of who her family is. It lives around her. This image is hers. It is nobody else's. They are just a distraction. I gave it 83. Don't be distracted by those dirty old bronzes.
Thank you, Johan. Judges, please rescore. Oh, you did it. It's a score of 80, a silver award. Congratulations. Next image, please. We have a score of 78, a solid bronze, and we will accept that. Yes, thank you. Pardon? Congratulations to the photographer, a solid bronze, and we'll hear from Catherine.
Well done to the photographer. I think this image, for me, carries quite an emotional punch. The strength of that bear hug, just the envelopment of these boys, and the dad's face, he almost looks like he might cry. And so I think that's elevated it into a bronze level. You know, well done to the photographer for really capturing that emotion. I think it's a little bit flat. The blacks are kind of lifted a little bit too much. Just got a little bit more punch would fit that emotional punch as well. So yeah, well done though.
Thank you very much, Catherine. Judges, just a very kind reminder to please just ramp it up a wee bit. We're just dropping back down in time again, but you're doing a great job. Next image, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 80, a silver award. And clap, clap, clap. Johan's putting his hand up to challenge this one, so away you go.
I'm going to put my neck out here and say that this is a father and son. I'm going to make some assumptions here, like the living trees, they represent where the sun is. They are the trees of living. There's a tree falling over in the middle there. On the father's side, it's misty and foggy. And maybe that's his future, a little bit misty and foggy. And so the symbolism in this image could be incredibly strong. And we're presented with these beautiful silhouettes. They're independent, but they are together. And I think that's such a powerful representation. and the gradation of these living trees, and then on the side you've got a dead tree on the side that's been cut and put aside, put away. There's so much symbolism that you could find in this image if you looked and spent time with it, became restful and paused. I gave it 87, which is a silver distinction.
Thank you, Johan. We're going to hear from Michelle on the other end of the scale.
I scored this 74. Family is meant to be about connection. There's no connection between those two people at all. One's looking down and the other one's looking over to the right. Don't get me wrong, it's a gorgeous image, and I really like the image, I really like the mist, and they've done a fabulous job. But for this category, it's meant to be about connection, it's meant to be about some sort of connection, and I'm not seeing any connection between them. So tell me where the connection is and I'll be listening.
Thank you, Michelle. Oh, we've got two people fighting it out. Catherine, you're closest to me.
I'm feeling a lot of connection between these men, just the fact that they're out there in this beautiful landscape, and I feel that this is a still, quiet image that is, it's got a real power to it. I suspect this is quite an emotional bond between these two men. The thing, I give this an 80. The thing that's holding me back at the moment from silver distinction is that I feel that the younger man's pose is quite awkward. It's quite stiff. The footfall's not really there. And, you know, the photographer is in a situation where they could have taken a few frames and got a real moment there. I don't need connection between the two men, but I just find his pose quite awkward. So I'd like to talk about that a bit more.
Thank you, Catherine. And Chris just wants to add a little bit more to that.
As two men going for a walk, they could walk for an hour and not say anything, and they still have this wonderful connection because they're doing it together. The choice of the moment, the man on the right is looking to the right. And if you're reading Johan's explanation, we read left to right. So on the left is the living part, and the right is where it gets misty. And the older man is looking towards the right to his future. I'm totally buying what you're selling, Johan.
Thank you, Chris. And we'll finish off with Johan. Bring it back.
If you're buying what I'm selling, then spend more.
Oh, there he is. Judges, please rescore. And we have an 85, a silver distinction. Congratulations to the photographer. Next image, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 74, a professional standard. We will accept that. Who are we going to hear from? Chris was shaking it, nodding his head. Have you got some feedback for the photographer, please? Oh, no, I put him on the spot. Oh, hang on. Oh, no, the hands are going. Who else? Oh, yeah, Johan. Thank you, Johan.
Cool. Lovely colours, nice bringing together of the family. Just be mindful of when people sit with their legs open, what you see. I didn't really want to see his shorts. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Johan. Next image, please. We have a score of 74, professional standard. We will accept that, thank you. And has one of the judges got some feedback that could help the photographer improve this image? Sarah Lee, thank you.
This is a beautiful connection between the two characters in this image. When we use items in the front to create blur, to create atmosphere and environment, just make sure it doesn't cover the subjects. I think this would have been a much stronger image had the person gone through those cherry blossoms and actually come up closer to them and really made that connection in the eye line between them the centre focus. That would have also reduced the amount of white above their head, which keeps drawing our eye up and away from the subjects. But credit to the photographer.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. Just a quick check-in, judges. Is everyone feeling okay? Anyone need a break? No, you're all... Oh, Johan, double thumbs up. Amazing. Next image, please. Just while the judges are putting their scores in, we're currently sitting in the family category, which is photographs that champion the excellence, innovation, creativity and technical mastery of commissioned family portraiture. And we have a score of 76, a bronze award. We will accept that, thank you. And can I hear from Johan again? Thank you.
Lovely moment in time, as in the day of time of day. Just felt that the background, the space behind the person is too substantial, and had that been cropped in and made it more of the sea, it would have been a much stronger image.
Thank you, Johan. Much appreciated. Next image, please. We have a score of 76, a bronze award. Thank you, judges. Congratulations to the photographer. Can we hear from Catherine? Have you got some feedback for the photographer?
Sure, I think this is a beautifully styled and beautifully lit image. Flattering to mum, lovely connection with the photographer from the baby. I think to strengthen it, maybe just watch the little details as your eye travels around the oval, particularly at the bottom there. There's a little bit of skin if the fabric had sort of gone to the end, and maybe on the right there with that little dark patch, just to keep the focus on those lovely figures.
Thank you very much, Catherine. Next image, please. We have a score of 82, a silver award. Congratulations. And can we hear from Sarah Lee? Thank you.
This is a beautifully coloured image. Credit to the photographer on the colour palette. I love the expressions. It feels almost as though they both turned at the same time to go, what was that noise? Just when overlaying textures onto the background, make sure that you match the focus or the bokeh of the background images. It does appear that that texture is stronger and clearer than the chair which has fallen out of focus. So just try and match focus when you're compositing items.
Wonderful. Thank you, Sarah Lee. Next image, please. We have a score of 75, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can we have a comment from Catherine, please? Thank you.
Congratulations on your award. In terms of lifting this image, it's a little bit bright in places, but also just with the perspective, I think especially because the baby's feet are in the air and you're slightly more down below, it sort of feels a bit more like it's about the bottom end of the baby than the head. But slight shift in perspective would have helped.
Thank you, Catherine. Next image. One more score. Oh, there we go. Thank you. We have a score of 75, a bronze award. Congratulations to the photographer. And can we hear from Catherine? Yeah. Yep.
Well done on your award. This is one magnificent dog, and I just think that you really feel the love there with the boy hugging it. The one in the front, just that stick just in front of their face is quite distracting, and maybe there's a little bit too much at the top of the frame. I'm really actually enjoying, you can hardly see it, but the boys have some sort of overalls that almost matches the fur on the dog. So yeah, it's cool. So well done on your award.
Thank you, Catherine. Much appreciated. Next image, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 73, a professional standard. You guys are all within 2 points of each other. Has someone got a comment to make for the... Oh, yeah, Catherine, please go for it.
Three beautiful little girls here, and the photographer has clearly thought about the connection, bringing the faces in so beautifully close together, and also the posing of the hands. I think to elevate this, if you could bring them forward of the background, the darker blobs and the shadow are really quite distracting, and they just needed to be more isolated there. Perhaps also slightly more directional light. It's a little bit flat. Yeah.
Thank you, Catherine. Just before we have the next image, we're going to do a wee judge swap around. So, Chris, can you jump off, please? And Joe, can you hop on? And can we please have Angela Eastwood for Michelle Fay Just want to say a huge thank you to Michelle and to Chris. It's been a long day for the judges here. We've been going since 8 o'clock, so go and take a break, go for it. Next image, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 76, a bronze award, and we will accept that. Thank you. And can we hear from, who can we hear from? Who haven't we heard from? Sarah Lee, go for it.
Congratulations to the photographer on your bronze. It's a lovely, clean image. There's no extra distractions. Just be wary when posing hands to the face. It's not a body language that often has a huge amount of meaning, and as it stands lower on the neck does look as though she is holding a pain or something. The strongest image there for me is the one on the right, where her eyeline is connecting with her belly and the bump, and so just when presenting multi-images, perhaps less is more.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. Next image, please. Got one more score. Oh, yeah. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 77, a solid bronze award. We will accept that, thank you. And can we hear from Angela? We've got some feedback for the photographer.
Congratulations on your bronze award. Really sweet image, and love the interaction. Cheeky little look on the little boy's face. Perhaps just missing something a little bit extra to take it into the next level for me.
Thank you, Angela. Next image. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 79, a bronze award. And we're going to, are we going to have a challenge on that? No? So we go to review? Yep, so we're going to go to review on this one. So I'm just going to click that one there. So now, judges, you can hopefully, yep, pop in your scores, a 79 or an 80. And we've stayed at a 79, a solid bronze award. Congratulations to the entrant. I would like a comment from someone. Anyone? Johan? Johan's bopping his head now. No arms, just head.
Lovely set of images. Congratulations on the high bronze. But the story is a bit muddled. And I walked away feeling a little bit confused about what I was being told.
Thank you, Johan. Next image, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 75, a bronze award. We will accept that. And can we hear from Joe, please?
It's a really lovely little narrative with needing mum or big sister come in and sort of make the day and then having it all fall apart at the end. But it doesn't sort of elevate to the next level in terms of this sort of technique and craft.
Thank you, Joe. I'm sure the photographer will really appreciate that. Next image, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 78, a solid bronze award. And we will accept that. Thank you very much. Congratulations to the photographer. And could we have some feedback or a comment from Catherine, please?
The word that popped into my mind when this one came up was luminous. You know, there's a really beautiful luminosity to it, gorgeous light, and it feels very real as well. I think to elevate it would have been great if we could see the face of the girl in the background, but really you've still got the stars of the show with the mum and the wee boy at the front. So yeah, that would have taken it up even higher, but well done on where it's at.
Wonderful. Thank you, Catherine. Next image, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 73, a professional standard. We will accept that. And can we have some feedback from Johan? Thank you.
Wonderful connection, beautiful use of colours. The bright of the left-hand side pulls you away from everything. So if you were able to crop that out or eliminate it in some way, it would have been a much stronger and more powerful image.
Thank you, Johan. Next image. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 77, a solid bronze award, and Catherine is challenging that, so go for it.
Yeah, I gave this an 83. I think it's a beautiful piece of storytelling with a very cohesive colour palette. It's really interesting how much story you get from this when you can hardly see any faces, but those kids are just fantastic. You know, got the wee girl, she's spotted something, she's off to the right. Dad's been a wee bit distracted by her. The boy at the front, the hands on the hips, he's the leader. Mum and the one in front, they just look so, there's something so organically beautiful about them. Yeah, the colour palette's great. It's quite intriguing, it's quite unusual and creative to present us with this. It just feels really real and authentic, and like a really, it's going to be a treasured memory for this family of this time that they've had together.
Thank you, Catherine. We're going to hear from Johan, who's on the other end.
I loved all those things you said about it because those are the things I felt. But that's not the score I gave it. Only, well, in strength, because the child in the front is lost in darkness. And it adds a sort of almost a depressing feeling to it. If the photo had been in a meter's time, when that child was approaching the light and framed a bit more by the lightness of the background, it would have been much, much stronger, and you could have told an even stronger story. Yeah. But I'm happy to listen.
Thank you, Johan. And we'll go with someone in the middle. Oh, Joe, can you please speak to us?
Sure. For me, the strength of this photo is the boy in the front. He is leading the charge and he is off doing his own thing. But I really wanted to love the whole thing, and I feel quite let down by the two little children's performances. And given that this is a category that you can do composites, I just wondered whether there wasn't photos of the two little kids where they look a little bit more on task, I guess. It feels a little bit like the mum's dragging the little guy, and Dad and the other girl just feel really static. Yes, palette, delicious. From back here, it has this lovely fairy woodland vibe, which I absolutely loved. But yeah, I just feel like there could have been a better capture of the two small children and the dad.
Thank you, Joe. And we will go back to Catherine for right of reply.
Yeah, I'm loving that phrase, fairy woodland vibe. That is exactly what I mean when I said it. They're quite organic somehow. And that little kid at the front, I don't think they're being dragged along at all. They're kind of timeless looking, and what they're wearing and their red hair. It's just so real. And for me, the father and the little girl who's just spotted something, that's not static at all to me. That this is a moment within this moment. They've all been just walking away, and she's seen something, she's pointing. He's been walking, looking ahead, and now he's looking down to her. The wee kid at the front, I find that he doesn't compete because he's slightly darker, but you can see all the detail that you need to there. That, you know, he's the young man, he's the oldest one, so they always want to be out in front, don't they? And just the hands on the hips there, he's doing the exploring, he's looking up into the trees. He's a really strong part of the story for me, and I don't think he's lost at all. So I'm very happy on my 83. I think this is original and it's different, and I'm just... what you're saying about static, you know, I'm seeing story in all of those things that you've raised as a negative, so I'd love you to come up with me.
That's great. Thank you, Catherine. Judges, please rescore. We have a score of 79, a bronze award, and we're going to go into a review. Just give me a second. Let's wait for the computer to catch up. And you've done it. We've got a score of 80, a silver award. Congratulations to the photographer. We're just going to do a quick judging swap around. Sarah Lee, thank you very much for your time and energy. And Chris, can we get you to jump back on, please? Sarah Lee, can you just stick around if we need you? Yeah, cool. Oh, sorry. Just give Chris a chance to log in, and then we will do the next image. Wonderful. Next image, please.
Change those glasses.
Thank you, judges. We have a score of 72, a professional standard. And can we have some feedback from Catherine, for the photographer?
I think I'd give this woman gold for commitment. Beautiful time of day. Unfortunately, I feel that both her face and her bump are being lost by the positioning against the background. The white dress it's getting lost with the whiteness of the water behind. I guess actually the lack of water would be if there were some waves. You know, she's at the beach, but all the beautiful water is gone. So if there were, you know, she's doing this anyway. She's really right in there. So a few waves, you know, so that you've got that mood would have helped elevate this.
Thank you, Catherine. That's great. Next image, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 77, a solid bronze award, and Johan has put his hand up for a challenge.
There's a lot for us not to like about this image as professional photographers. People stealing photos, you know, people taking their own photos, damn it. But this is what's happening to our environment, and as a record, I think the photographer should be rewarded for seeing that and presenting it to us as a story. And it's a lovely setting, it's a lovely family. And then this engagement of this young child with the screen is again part of that story about how important these things have become. And it's almost a warning to photographers to look out because, you know, these are taking over their jobs. I gave it an 82, by the way.
Thank you, Johan. Chris, can we hear from you, please?
So I'm down the other end on 73. I had this in high professional practice. I can imagine this, a session at the beach, and then they're going, oh, we'll get a selfie. It's like, yes, I'm going to grab that. So I get that it's a really good documentary image about today, right? You know, and what family hasn't done this? And I think I was looking for more. I'm looking at horizons cutting through heads and all the stuff that we would normally talk about. I actually really like that the phone is elevated over the horizon. There's something powerful about that, and that's probably the thing that's going to nudge me up into bronze. But you know, there's a lot of work to get me to go higher than that.
Thank you, Chris. Joe, can we hear from you, please, in the middle of the road?
Yeah, I scored this 77, and I'm pretty comfortable with it in the high bronzes. Yes, I gave it a bronze for all the story that Johan has talked about, but it doesn't sort of have quite the pop that I think it could have. I think, and again, with the horizon through the head and the baby's face being obscured by its jacket and the dad's eye being half closed, I just feel like it just lacks the finesse to go higher into the silver range for me.
Thank you, Joe. Johan, run back.
So the dad's eyes being half closed is a protective device to stop his eyes being poked out by that child. Dads can do that. It's in that moment. The engagement of the child with the phone is part of this triangle that happens, and it's not a confusing story, it's not overly artistic or creative, but it is a story and it's real. I've given an 82. I'd like you to come up with me, but I won't force you.
Thank you, Johan. Judges, please rescore. And we have 1 point increase, 78, a solid bronze award. Congratulations to the photographer. Next image, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 75, a bronze award. We will accept that. And congratulations to the photographer. Can we hear from Chris, please?
So, congrats to the photographer on your bronze. I think you've introduced some extra elements to this in the form of the angel wings that has the potential to elevate this over a typical portrait, which is great. I think there are some issues with the compositing, like there's those feathers are a little bit transparent, and that doesn't quite feel real. And then you start to look at where the edges of those feathers start and stop. Now, making an assumption that the composite is like that because of the way it looks, and I think that's a really good thing to keep going with. But in this case, I think a little more attention to that would have elevated it further.
Thank you, Chris. Next image, please. For those of you that are in Christchurch or coming down to Christchurch before Thursday, please join us on Thursday evening, I don't know what time, for the Iris Awards wrap party. Thanks to the Iris Award major sponsor, Sony. This is a great way to celebrate the end of the 2023 judging, and it includes the live announcements of the category finalists. Make sure you come and party with us too. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 76, a bronze award, and we will accept that. And can we hear from Johan? Oh, Joe, sorry. I couldn't work out which hand it was. Thank you.
This is really beautifully posed, and you've got a gorgeous connection between you and your clients and them to each other. But the colours are quite muddy feeling, and the skin tones look a little all over the place. So just take a little bit more care with your skin tones and your overall lighting.
Thank you, Joe. Next image, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 73, a professional standard, and we will accept that. And has someone got a comment? Oh, Catherine, please, can you make a comment for the photographer?
I think I'm a bit in love with this dad. Oh, I just love that expression. He just looks so proud. It's beautiful. I think it's a little bit too hot, both on his face and his T-shirt. And I also think that, there's a beautiful delicacy of the muscularity of him and then this tiny little baby, but the pose is getting a little bit lost with the baby's hands against the fold of the T-shirt and stuff, so just a little bit of posing would strengthen the image.
Thanks so much, Catherine. Next image, please. Just for those of you that are on the live stream, currently in the judging room we have on our panel Chris Anderson, Catherine Kadanak, Joe Francis Moore, Johan Van Kaan and Angela Eastwood, who are doing an amazing job. It's been a huge day for all of us here, and we're all still upright, which is a bonus. And we're smiling, which is even better. Oh, it's adrenaline. Okay, we'll take that. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 81, a silver award. We will accept that. Oh. And Catherine, make a comment? Yeah. Oh, are you challenging? Or? you're challenging. Go for it, Catherine.
I gave this an 85 silver distinction because I'd like to reward this photographer for the control over this image, the absolutely gorgeous lighting, the interest that they've got from the dogs. You've just got a beautiful connection, those little delicate fingers just touching the muzzle of that younger dog, and then the story that's suggested by the older dog with the bung eye and the shaved patch on its leg. You know, these are really important dogs, and I think this is a really important relationship. The colour palette's beautiful, it's beautifully lit. I think it's really quite precious, and I'd like to see it come up a bit.
Thank you, Catherine. Can we hear from Jo, please?
I gave this a 78, mostly for the reasons that Catherine has outlined. The dogs are amazing. They're giving fantastic performance. I probably would have been a lot higher if the little girl had been looking at the camera. The sort of way she's looking off to the left is quite distracting, but also when you get in close, the depth of field sort of comes and goes quite a bit, which is quite distracting. So you'll have bits of her dress and bits of her hair and bits of the dog that are soft, and then the background behind them is sharp. And then there's bits of them that are sharp and bits of the background that are soft. So it's the layering in of the texture is just quite jarring once you're sort of looking at it closely. But yes, the dogs are amazing, and if the girl had been looking more central, I probably would have overlooked more of the background.
Thank you, Jo. And have we got anyone else that wants to add anything before I hand it back to Catherine? No, away you go, Catherine.
Okay, I hadn't noticed that about the depth of field coming and going there, the focus. Yeah, I do see what you mean there. Doesn't really bother me. I agree it might have been a little bit stronger had she been looking at the camera, but gosh, this is just so beautiful still. You know, they're really minor quibbles, and I'd just like to give this photographer a few more points. I think we're being a bit mean here.
Thank you, Catherine. Judges, please rescore. We have a score of 82, a silver award. Congratulations. Next image, please. Thank you, judges. Wonderful. We have a score of 80, a silver award. And Jo wants to challenge that, so go for it.
That is 20 great performances from a real distance where they probably couldn't even hear the photographer. Imagine if you were those grandparents with that picture on your wall. That would just be absolutely priceless. I can't really see anything to fault it, to be honest. I mean, maybe we could have had a little less sky, but it's kind of cinematic in that way. So, yeah, I'm interested to hear what others have thought.
Thanks, Jo. Chris is dying for the microphone.
I gave it an 85, silver distinction.
Sorry, Jo. Chris, go for it.
I'm on 78. I can see 10 really great performances. There are some characters in here that are just having the time of their lives, and they're fantastic. And especially as you travel from left to right. I just really wanted the ones on the far right to be super goofy or super awesome, and they seem less engaged to me. They seem like they're standing very still. And in a category like this, you know, you could have 40 shots, and you could find the groupings where they're all really super into it and being very different. I think I possibly also would have lost some of the sky. I think I appreciate the negative space, but I feel like maybe a letterbox crop would actually make this really a little bit stronger. But really, it's about, I mean, I gave it a 78, and I gave it more than professional practice, but I kind of want to see more personality in every character, and I don't feel like I'm seeing that.
Thank you, Chris. Have we got anyone else that would like to add something new to that? And we'll hand it back to Joe. Thank you.
Those ones on the right are the really well-behaved members of this family. If they had been yahooing, they would have been out of character. I really think that we've got 20 authentic performances there. We've got the crazy nuts that every family has, and then we've got the quiet, shy ones, and then we've got the ones that are trying to do exactly what they've been told. I feel like there's a real authenticity to this, and I have no idea how a photographer can manage this from miles away. So kudos to the photographer.
Thank you, Joe. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 81, a silver award. Congratulations. Next image, please. We're doing really well. We're down to our final 4 images for the day. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 73, a professional standard. We will accept that. And can we have a comment from Johan, please?
Fun image, lots of energy coming out of it, but the fake rock watermelon in the background is just so distracting. If that hadn't been there, if you'd been able to focus into the centre where all that joy and sugar is happening, that's the sweet spot.
Thank you, Johan. Next image, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 76, a bronze award. We will accept that, and congratulations to the photographer. Can we please have a comment from Angela, please?
Congratulations on your bronze award. Really love the connection between the dog and his owner. Stylistically, some choices, the black bra perhaps is a little bit distracting, and the pulling out of the greens a little bit too much for my taste, but yeah, great image.
Thank you, Angela. Next image, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 74, a professional standard. We will accept that score. Can we have a comment from Chris for the photographer?
So I appreciate the choice here of this having the connection of the child with the camera while the parents are doting. I think that's really nice. I feel like that moment is competing with the surrounds, with the sun over the shoulder and kind of the bright areas in the top. And that's where they are, and the sun is there, but it's just visually competing with the thing that I want to look at, which is that beautiful, loving center. So I think addressing that a little bit would help.
Thank you, Chris. Next image, please. We're getting really close to the end of this category, so before we do finish up, I just want to acknowledge our family category sponsor, Fujifilm, who without their support, we would not have these amazing award days. So yes, if you are in Christchurch, please make sure that you pop in and see them at the Fujifilm stand. Wonderful, thank you judges. We have a score of 76, a bronze award, and we will accept that, thank you. Congratulations to the photographer. Can we please hear from Joe with some feedback for this entrant?
Fantastic performance from Dad. He's really committing, but the boys are almost a little lost in there. You kind of have to sort of look for them. And if you're going to shoot people at the beach against bright sky and water, maybe suggest to them they don't wear white because they are blending in somewhat.
Thank you, Joe. Next image, please. Thank you, judges. We have a score of 74, a professional standard. We will accept that. And can we have a comment from Johan for the photographer?
Quite lovely framing with the triangle. The expressions are a little bit wanting. They're more doing this for the camera, even more so than doing it for the photographer, and even much more so than doing it for the parents or anybody else looking. And the placement of the lamp just at that girl's head is a bit distracting. It sort of almost puts a weight upon her.
Thank you, Johan. And that brings us to a close for the family category. Just want to say a huge thank you to our judges. It has been a really, really long day. I have been informed, oh, Rochelle's really there waiting, informed that you are not to leave because you're going to get wrangled. So, is it? Yeah? Cool, thank you. And thank you very much to those on the live stream for listening in. Today was my first day on the microphone, so it's been a journey for me. I think we'll call it a close. Thank you. See ya.